A victorious warrior pulls his hammer on the ground after a battle, and behind him, a whole pile of corpses of the monsters he killed. The demon summons the seal of the underworld. It's covered in hellfire. The warrior heads straight for the demon on the long carpeted path, and behind him lay the corpses of the guards he'd finished off to get to the demon. The air reeked of fear. Is it fear that has gripped him to the bone? The same fear that grips his arms and legs? The demon is getting nervous. The warrior has managed to overpower his guards, and he's about to get him. He sees a warrior walk slowly up the steps to his altar, only his head visible for now. And now the whole body showed, along with the giant hammer. The demon doesn't recognize himself. Is it really him, the ruler of terror, who feels fear towards another being? But how is that possible? The warrior really frightened the demon. I mean, not many people have been able to defeat his guards, and he did it alone, and only slightly tired. The demon begins to summon another of his servants and bodyguards. It rose from the ground as if it were made of sulfur and fire, truly gigantic in size. And in his hands is a giant flaming sword. The demon's servant swung that sword to kill the warrior. He attacked sneakily from the back. With a terrified shout, the dark servant liked the blow after his swing. At the last moment, the warrior notices this swing and counterattacks with his hammer. With one swing of his thunder hammer, he hits the dark demon servant right on the head and blows his head off his shoulders, just sparks of fire going off in all directions. The demon realized that no one could protect him now. His dark servant was defeated. He begs for mercy. He's willing to give the warrior anything he wants, if only he would spare the demon's life. The warrior threw his huge hammer. The demon realized that negotiation was futile, and that hammer immediately flew into the demon's head. From the warrior's blow, the demon lost coordination, and his whole body shook. The hammer bounced off the demon's head and back into the warrior's hands. The warrior recites the arcane spell, and his hammer begins to glow bright green. It absorbs destructive energy, and the warrior swings the loaded hammer for the final blow. The hammer became truly gigantic in size. It frightened the demons very much. The blow strikes with terrible force, right into the demon's head. I heard bones crunching. The demon's blood spurted in a fountain. This is a real disaster for him. Now the magic hammer is covered in demon blood. 5 catastrophes in all. The inevitable tragedy of ancient times repeats itself. Demons burst out of the portal. Their eyes burn with terrible fire. The inevitable tragedy of ancient times is repeating itself. The end of the first catastrophe has come. A warrior emerges from the archway of the Dark Palace. Demon King Gazernius Max, he was near the energy portal. A warrior doesn't care at all, even if the whole world is against him. He slowly ascends the stone staircase step by step. Lightning pierces the bloody sky, and eventually he finds himself face to face with the demonic king who sits on the throne. Tonight, the Demon King will die at the hands of a warrior, but something confused the warrior. He doesn't understand why he can't feel the king's power, but there must be a mighty adversary before him. He sits on his dark throne of pain and suffering. Then the Demon King laughed in the face of his rival and stepped out of his body like a ghost. He is the Lord of the 8 Garasas, and no man can defeat him. The warrior was not confused and replied. The Demon King decided to leave his physical form and become intangible. The Demon King is cunning. If he had a body, he would suffer the same fate as his comrades. And against an intangible form, a physical attack is useless. The warrior did not expect this turn of events. Goddamn Poderi! He may have lost his legions of demons, but as long as the Demon King lives, the prophecy will not pass. They won't be able to harm each other. But a Demon King can shatter the ground beneath a warrior's feet. As much as he despises humanity, what will a warrior do when there's not a single soul left in the world, and every corner will be overrun with monsters? Then the warrior, as the protector of the human race, will be left with nothing, and the Demon King will celebrate his victory. It was a very crafty and clever move by the enemy. The warrior has had too little training, so he has almost no magical abilities. Such an opponent will be very difficult to get rid of. He's the best of all warriors. He simply can't handle the unearthly wrath. He lacks skill and knowledge. He has paid too little attention to magic power, and now the moment has come when he needs that magic power to win. The Demon King smiles evilly. He knows his advantage over the warrior, and the warrior needs magic badly right now more than ever. His hammer is incapable of harming a Demon King in non-corporeal form. A bright flash lit up in the middle of the arena of the Summoning Palace. A multicolored glow began to rise from the towers, and then all the light beams were directed high into the sky. The warrior watched it quietly. The summoning palace will soon begin to summon its victims. It's inevitable. He finished his dinner. It wasn't as good as he would have liked, though. The ingredients weren't very good, but he doesn't think he'll be getting any of that anytime soon. After dropping out, he busted his ass to eventually get drafted in 1996. It's been about 25 years. The warrior has spent so much time here, he feels at home. They will come for him if he remains in this position. How these fucking sorcerers and mages annoy him. He's good at close combat, but as far as spells go, he's weak. The warrior stands up and is about to leave his seat. The card shows that he activated the Liar's Curtain, special skill disguise, target user level. He realizes that he needs to learn the basics of magic at all costs. Otherwise, next time he might not be able to do so, and he'll be dead. The card re-indicates that the warrior has activated the Liar's Curtain special skill disguise, target user level. Pixels covered the warrior's entire face. He's very much younger. He's got a new look now. It's time to begin. Now we must begin intensive training in magic. There's no time to waste. The white square of the summoning palace, the underground waterway. He is guarded by a werewolf in spiked armor and carrying a spear. The guard is dozing a little on his post. There was a foreign voice in the darkness. Someone called the guard a dirty bastard. The werewolf quickly woke up and grabbed his spear. Who dared to insult him? A young boy jumped out of the darkness and abruptly began attacking the werewolf. With one punch, he delivered an uppercut to the werewolf's jaw. The guard released a fountain of blood from his mouth. The blow was indeed accurate and strong. Dirty, stinking dog. Let him know his place and know how to open his stinking mouth without permission. In the end, the boy took a rope and hung the werewolf guardian from a tree in front of the entrance to the waterway. And on the rag that hung from his head, he wrote, "May this damned world go to hell." Then he grabbed the guard's spear and broke it in half. He took the tip for himself. The werewolf's body swayed on the dry branch. The guy bent the rebar into the waterway and stepped inside. The smell inside, of course, was horrible. It was hard to breathe. The bloody stench was suffocating and made it hard to concentrate. There are chopped up human corpses lying everywhere. But that's the kind of stench you'd expect from the summoning palace. There's always been massacres of new recruits here. There's a new batch every day, and nobody buries them. That's why the smell of caked blood is common. Only a very few who are badly wounded manage to stay alive. Truth be told, he didn't want to go back to the place where he almost died. No matter how strong a warrior is, he's not immortal after all. But it's the only way to learn magic in secret, without drawing unnecessary attention to yourself. We need to blend in with the enlisted crowd and get the quest. So far, that's the #1 challenge. And only then can he have magic as a subclass. The warrior ties a rope to the tip of the spear. We'll have to start from the beginning. A bright flash of light appeared in the air. There was laughter. Someone was very amused by the carnage. He's very interested in what the useless humans can surprise him with today. He can't wait. It was the evil small homunculus with bloodshot eyes with sharp little fangs, and his entire pathetic body was sewn together from bits and pieces. Stupid wizards. He shouts for them to hurry up and hand over the humans. How can he get rid of the ugly, worthless leather sacks? A spear blade flew out of the waterway. It shone like lightning and pierced like a harpoon through the homunculus' small body. Blood spatters and screams appeared. And then the nasty little bastard felt the harpoon sticking into him, pulling him somewhere in an unknown direction. And he started screaming even louder. The warrior literally pulled it out with one hand. "I got the little bugger!" He grabbed him by his squishy, stilted leg and squeezed him tightly. The homunculus is bleeding and cursing. Damn bastard! How dare he? But the guy doesn't care about these pathetic threats. All he wants from the homunculus is a list of tasks. What the hell is an assignment list? The homunculus is threatening to tear the kid to shreds. With one deft movement of his hand, the guy rips off the leg of the homunculus. A fountain of blood spurted from the resulting stump. The little bugger squealed like a garbage rat that had had its tail ripped off. Well, that's his choice. Then the guy doesn't need him anymore. He'll look for a new homunculus and ask him. And that's when the homunculus realized it was hot. His head was about to be ripped off and there was no saving him. The only way to stay alive was to give the guy what he wanted. A bright beam of light appears from the homunculus mouth, and it tells the guy to take it away. This bundle looks like an energy pearl, and the guy takes it. The map shows that he's been given a mission in the summoning square. The only question is, will he be able to do it? And reads it carefully. This shows a list of quests. For normal rank, first quest romantic. You must face the 2 moons from the summoning square. Reward 1 palace token. The second quest is the soul of the company. 10-minute summons to find a comrade and give him a soulful gift. Reward Black Hawk's claw. And the third quest, observer. During the summons hearing, read the inscription on the main gate. Reward +1 to intuition. First, you have to increase your intuition, and the guy realizes he's under a curse. A homunculus begs for mercy from a human. He is bleeding and in a lot of pain. He'd almost forgotten about him. Of course he'll spare him, and spare him from his miserable life. The boy swung around and slammed the homunculus right against the wall. It made his brains come out of his ears. Slowly, the little lifeless body began to slide off the wall. Too bad his missions come from a low rank, and there's no hint of hidden missions, but better this than nothing. The draft is about to begin. There will be new recruits, so it's best to wait. He slowly begins to pace toward the arena. Hears voices and senses that they are here. An insane amount of people have gathered in the arena. Some complain that they haven't finished their food. Some complain about the lack of communication. No one can figure out where they are. The homunculi popped up as if from beneath the earth. It's the day of the great judgment, you miserable humans. You have to be very careful if you don't want to die quickly. It's like it's some kind of dream. Or maybe they're on a movie set. There's something crazy going on. The boy was glad that he had managed to blend in with the crowd. The main thing is that he doesn't stand out now. He needs to activate the quest. The map showed that the Summoning Square quest was activated. Great, now we can get down to business. Homunculi run between people like little assholes and shouting that everyone must accept the mission. They're getting impatient. How many can you kill? One of the humans told the homunculus that he's a complete non-entity, and he demanded that his boss be brought here. He's the only one he'll talk to. Such words made the homunculus shudder. The others all turned toward the man, their big eyes on their little heads bloodshot even more. One of them had been insulted. 2 of them grabbed the man's legs. He just can't move. And the third one jumped right on his head. The homunculi warn all humans to be careful and watch their tongues. The insolent humans will have to pay for their insults. And the little homunculus starts pulling teeth out of the human mouth. That's the fate of this insolent human. And the homunculus rips his mouth apart. A fountain of blood splattered in the square, brains flying in all directions. The crowd screamed. The homunculus had killed a human with his own hands. The screams got even louder. There was a rumble of some sort, and then the earth shook. Everyone turned around, as if someone had heard something. That noise seems to be coming from the Iron Gate. There's something behind it. Somebody's asking to go home. He doesn't want to be in this arena at all. The guy realizes the ordeal is beginning. A bloody card is activated in front of him. It signals that the host may die. It's a mortal danger. What does it mean to die? Do quests die in time? Do they collect points and skills? Red displays appeared on all the recruits in the arena. Guy realizes he can't die, certainly not today. Some kind of very strange world. One man from the crowd says he met someone who came back from this world. He told me that this world only recognizes those who survive the ordeal. All others die. People look at the Iron Gate, behind which they hear a terrible rumbling and rumbling. A display with task and challenge maps appears in front of them. Sword is off. Rank low type sword has no effect. You must take this sword and fight, survive or die. This sword appeared in everyone's hands. They probably want all the new recruits to fight, to give some semblance of a chance of survival. Useless humans, these pieces of meat need to make a decision. The head homunculus appeared in front of them. Everyone looked at him apprehensively. Either they're fighting or they're running, or else all of them will be consumed. There was a ghastly laughter from the head homunculus. People are very scared. They are not prepared for this. They have never killed or fought in an arena until now. The heavy iron gates begin to open. Thick, red-hot smoke billowed from there, and you can see the silhouette of some big insect. The challengers realize that this insect looks a lot like a praying mantis, only it is very large and bright red in color. Someone sighed with relief. He almost shit his pants with fear. It's just a praying mantis insect. That's it? The mantis let out a terrible scream. Hundreds more like him poured out of the cave. He assumed a very intimidating appearance and swung his claws. Immediately, the man's head flew off his shoulders like a spun basketball. Hundreds of red mantis pounced on the challenger recruits. They swooped down on them like locusts. Terrible cries of despair and panic were heard. The girl was picked up and impaled like a canapé. She hung on the claws of a praying mantis. Still alive, she begged for help. There are too many insects. One guy literally lost his arm in a claw swipe. It flew off of him like a big piece of meat. The girl has a nervous breakdown and is hysterical. She's sure it's just a nightmare, and she's about to wake up. She grabs the guy and begs for his help to save her, and quickly hid behind his back. Meanwhile, the blood mantises began to surround him from all sides. He took one swing of his sword, and the light wave like a flash blinded everyone. After her, the mantises fell dead, chopped in half. Yeah, he's been using the hammer for quite a while, but the sword is pretty good too, and scrutinizes the blade of the sword with the insect's blood dripping down it. It's better to wait, of course, not to stand out from the crowd. One bespectacled guy had his arm blown off with his sword. Fucking insect. Does it even know who's in front of it? Behind him, the bespectacled man heard a voice. They called him an old man and told him not to make a big deal out of himself. A young boy jumped over him, and the bespectacled man buried his face in the ground. This is his 45th murder. He's just going for the record, and he's chopping Bogomolov insects to pieces. The carcasses of the mantises, chopped into pieces, fell to the ground. He's telling everyone around him to fuck off. He's getting in the way of the fight. Otherwise, they'll all die. He's being too cocky, but he's really strong. And our guy stabs a praying mantis through and through. We need to stick together. It's their only salvation. If they split up, they'll all die for sure. The claw of a praying mantis snatched one right out of the crowd and chopped in half. The victim screams in fear that she doesn't want to die. Goggles tells everyone to get up against the wall and shows them the direction to run to. The survivors run to the wall. They are pursued by mantises. It is necessary to build a defense against these insects. The entire arena is simply paved with corpses and smeared with the blood of the challengers. His plan with the wall didn't work. He was very disappointed. Mantis attacks from the back. The guy remarks that the office plankton doesn't know a damn thing about fighting. The bespectacled office boy's plan turned out to be, quite frankly, complete garbage. Then he slices the mantis head off with his sword. Black blood gushes forth. He's useless in this world. What good are office workers in the arena? One trembling teenager, sword in hand, stands in front of a praying mantis. But the insect stares at him calmly and walks by without attacking. What the fuck is going on? Something's really wrong here. Could this teenager be the chosen one? Looks pretty funny from the outside, though. Ridiculous tank top and Panama hat. No matter how many tournaments go by and they don't change at all, it's the same every time. And then he notices some silhouettes on the loggia. Real bastards. They did this massacre for their own amusement, enjoying the spectacle with a glass of wine in full parade, with people dying all around them. "Hey people, more spectacle," the chief homunculus shouted with his brood. The survivors are begging for help. They don't want to die. They beg to be saved. Most of them are already lying on the ground of the arena. They are all chopped and torn to shreds. If they want to live, they can run to that door over there. Homunculus waves a red flag. And we need to run as fast as we can. The survivors ran out there like a herd. Along the way, in panic and hysteria, trampled each other mercilessly, like a wild herd. Someone's yelling that they see a flag. They'll survive if they get out that door. Come on, move out of the way. A silhouette appeared out of the darkness. It was a man. The bespectacled man stopped for a moment and began to stare at the silhouette. It was a girl. The monster ate her in half, but she's still alive, and she's screaming at everyone to stay away. There's a deadly danger waiting for everyone else. The crowd realized there was some kind of monster in the dark. That's eating this girl alive too. The silhouettes of large demons appeared in the darkness. Their razor-sharp teeth are like razors, with poisonous saliva flowing from their jaws. And they anticipate their prey and devour the remains of the challengers' bodies that lie in the midst of the arena. They are simply outnumbered. The pack of demons began their swift run toward the last remaining living challengers. There's a small handful of them left, and they're trying to flee. They prefer not to fight monsters anymore. You can hear the crowd screaming, "Why are they running backwards? There are monsters out there. If they go back, they're guaranteed to die. Get back. If they don't, they'll be killed themselves. Everyone needs to obey the doctor if they don't want to die." He took out a scalpel and put it to the frightened woman's throat. She said in horror that he was a doctor and he should be treating people today, not killing them. Shut the fuck up. She has no idea how much money he spent to become head doctor. He must survive. He is too valuable in his own eyes. Too much experience and knowledge concentrated in him. In his mind, different from this woman. And this woman is worthless. And then someone's voice sounded. He asked for permission to introduce himself. The warrior's name is Kim Seong-chul, and that confuses the psychopathic doctor. The doctor started getting hysterical and screaming. What the hell is going on? Kim Seong-chul warned him that it was the doctor's turn, but he wouldn't listen. He threatened the guy. Even though one arm was torn off, he had a scalpel in his other hand. Kim Seong-chul throws a red mantis head at the doctor. That's the reward for being the head doctor. The doctor catches her in his arms. Up close, the insect's head looks even scarier and bloodier. A map has appeared. It says that the quest soul of the company has been completed. Normal rank. The reward is a Black Hawk's claw. I've become as fast and cunning as anyone. Another red mantis watches them from above. The doctor starts stomping on the severed mantis head. Kim Seong-chul says he's too busy. They can still see each other later. The red mantis looks closely at its prey. While the doctor was happily stomping on the dead head of his kin, he quietly crept up on him from behind. It's just a dream, a nightmare. He should wake up very soon. And then the doctor notices the shadow of an insect behind his back. There was a terrible heart-rending scream. Kim Seong-chul walks around the arena, amidst a bloody mess of human bodies. He has to wade literally through small mountains of corpses that lie in several layers in the arena. He sees the inscription, "Let death give freedom." The map has appeared. The quest observer is completed. Reward plus 1 unit of intuition. He has the keen gift of observation. He sees everything. Yes, it's very easy to increase intuition. Kim Seong-chul smiles and is pleased with himself. Great. Now we need to open the characterization window. Using magic costs mana to generate destructive power. Something will have to be sacrificed. There is a new map, a characterization window. There's stamina, strength, dexterity and mana, intuition, magic defense, intelligence, charm, luck. The main class, starting Mythic Warfare. Kim Seong-chul realizes that a high level of intuition will make it easier to understand magic. So he continues to wander through the corpses. His intuition score is pretty low. In any case, he's definitely not going to be able to get a mage class. He watches from the sidelines as the remaining tournament participants finish off the demons. You need at least 10 units to reach the mage level and subclass. Kim Seong-chul is still in his musings and looking high into the sky. 2 moons formed in the night sky. But he's used to it. That's why he's quietly observing it. Another map has appeared. Quest Romance completed. The reward received is 1 palace token. Romantic is able to see the light even in the hardest of times. He finally got the palace token. If he collected too many, he would quickly attract unnecessary attention. 10 tokens should be enough. The remaining challengers are fighting off the demons. Blue, yellow, white, red. In all, about 2,500 men were drafted. Of the total, no more than 100 people survived. And one must gain the mage class by any means necessary. Mortally wounded, the participants of the battle continue to fight for their lives. Kim Seong-chul will not care about anything around him. The red banner can be seen from the archway. Someone is carrying it overhead. It's bright red, like it's been bathed in blood. A blood-red banner develops in the wind. They're little homunculi, screaming forwards, it'll all be over soon. Gazernius Max, Kim Seong-chul finally remembered the name. A map has appeared. It indicates that the mission is over. Kim Seong-chul can only raise his intuition by 10 units through normal quests. The battle is over. All the monsters have been destroyed. The bright red banner is flying over the heads of the challengers, and there are only a handful of challengers left. Kim Seong-chul went to look for hidden quests. Someone laughs behind his back. He says hello and says it's nice to meet you. Who could be that careless right now? People are laughing and rejoicing. They thought they were really going to die. Somebody almost got ripped to shreds. Some woman was attacked by a jerk with a scalpel. Kim Seong-chul thought so. They were eyes. A flying brain with many eyes was visible above the heads of the challengers. What luck! He finally found the hidden quest. A bespectacled man drenched in blood stares with frightened eyes. It's a living hell! The bleeding still won't stop. His arm is torn off. He's asking for help. He needs a doctor. The survivors are all wounded. Some are maimed, others blinded. Others die of wounds and loss of blood. There are cries of desperation and pleading. They beg to be let out of here. A bespectacled man walks past the wounded and asks if they are all right. He comes across a girl who's lost her mind. She's hysterical. She's laughing and happy. Everyone's dead and there's blood everywhere. This dream was too realistic. Somebody can't take it anymore and says he's had enough. And the crazy girl starts jumping and dancing. No one is going to give up for nothing. Looks like the warrior expected more from his enemies. He's the one who slaughtered the demons with 2 swords and requires stronger opponents. The big homunculus laughs and cheers. There are still too many humans. The humans are still half alive. It's a disappointment. He's a gracious homunculus. He's starting to speak to the survivors. He'll let them rest for a week, during which time they should get used to the new world. But it's not a merciful week at all. There is no food or water, and the only way to survive is to run. If not, the survivors would quickly join the dead. All those who remained had fear and despair in their eyes. Kim Sung-chul realizes the homunculus lied. There will be more cannibalism, and people will devour each other if there's no food and water. He wants to know where that crowd he saw earlier is. Kim Sung-chul was very interested in the people who walked along the wall of the fortress. Yes, they're probably the chosen ones, and they're going somewhere. Watchman Eyes is a device that selects people with special potential. It is a flying brain with many red eyes. Kim Sung-chul is sure if he follows them now, he might be able to find the hidden quest. 2 moons rose high above the fortress. A thick fog came out of the forest. There's a hell of a thing going on. There's a reason the fog is coming out so fast. Someone thought someone was going to jump out again. Well, maybe it's not a demon. Maybe it's just a wild animal, like a wolf. That wolf could be 2 times the size of a grown man. Kim Sung-chul is standing on the sidelines, watching. He reasoned, there are more than 20 people here. Could it be that they received shelter from a large guild? All 25 people seem to be in place. One of them apologizes for taking the lead. A young guy wearing a suit with a tie and glasses introduced himself. His name is Lee Ye-hoon. The important thing is that everyone hears the leader's voice. Yeah, I do hear something, sometimes. Kim Sung-chul noticed that someone seemed to have their eye on empty-headed people. Everyone needs fools. They can always be used to their advantage. This is the right time. It's probably some low-ranked mage who wanted to take the position of leader. Lee Ye-hoon tells the crowd that he's very happy that everything is fine. It seems to him that everything is fine now, and that all the difficulties are behind him now. At that, he looked at Kim Sung-chul. He hopes they'll see each other again soon. Kim Sung-chul looked at Lee Ye-hoon but didn't answer him. His face was frozen. It didn't show any emotion. You can hear someone's nasty laugh, and you can see a little light. The head homunculus is coming with a lantern. All the humans are here. That's very good. He approached the crowd, and everyone recognized him as the boss. And someone asked if they might be walking into a trap. He began to reassure the humans. They shouldn't be so afraid. The big homunculus introduced himself. He is the captain of the homunculi. Therefore, he is the largest in size. He tears the useless humans apart and rewards the chosen ones. How can he be a captain? Candidate, captain, low-ranking mage, boss, in a word. Is that really the entire structure of the organization? The homunculus captain turned around and told the humans to follow him. They are the chosen ones, but if they stumble, they will die immediately. Lee Ye-hoon said that the homunculus was worth going after. That's what the voices are telling him. You can't ignore their call. And everyone, like an obedient herd of sheep, followed the homunculus captain. One of the guys really didn't like it. After all, who the hell does he think he is? 4 pairs of bright red eyes appeared from the flattering thicket. They were wild wolves watching from the side as the humans and the main homunculus walked along the forest path. They waded through the thicket, but at last they arrived at the place. The Cathedral of the Forgotten God of Order. The structure has been abandoned for a long time, and it's overgrown with all kinds of plants. Many have noticed that the eye above the entrance is moving, and it's not a hallucination, it really is. The homunculus captain said to stop talking nonsense and rather go inside. A giant eye towers over the altar. The homunculus captain walks ahead with his lamp, followed by the rest of the humans. Everyone was uncomfortable with that big eye, how big it is in size. This hexagon is an emblem of the Cathedral of the Forgotten God of Order. Anyone who finds himself here can immediately realize that this is a special place where you need to behave in a special way. The Summoning Palace maintains neutrality in the name of the God of Order and does not get involved in any conflict. It doesn't take sides. What Kim Sung-chul can't understand is, how does it become so vicious? How can darkness settle in such a place? The homunculus captain turned to everyone and said, "Enough crowding around. We should rather take a seat in front of the altar, or to wonder, does there really exist a god of order? And why were they all brought here? This place gives me the creeps." The gate shutters shuddered, and out of them showed a large number of bloodshot eyes. It happened right under the altar where the giant eye is depicted. A large stone cube with a carved cross, from which bloodshot eyes peer out. All of them are looking at the new arrivals. All eyes lit up with a bright light. It was as if a flash was playing in them. And it starts scanning each of the people present, but they don't realize what's happening. The homunculus captain tells everyone present that there is no need to be afraid. It's just a little control. Shit, this is really bad timing. Kim Seong-chul's scans have started too. It's not good for him at all. No one can know his plans in secret. The scan revealed that among all the heat assignments, Kim Seong-chul has the most intense and brightest. It couldn't help but alert the eyes inside the cube, and they fired scanning laser beams. The card showed that the special skill of the liar's curtain had been activated. It's a distortion. The target is the watchman's eye. And dozens of lasers started scanning Kim Seong-chul's body. Well, he's not afraid of it anymore. He activated the skill just in time, and his heat signature was suddenly the same as the rest of the humans. It made his eyes flutter and came to confusion. Nevertheless, Kim Seong-chul's scan ended. This behavior seemed very strange to some of the humans, but they didn't show it. The eye glowed brightly just above the altar. A map appeared. It showed that serving good and justice honored the will of the god of order. The effects of strength, stamina, agility. But the restricted area is the summoning palace. Outside of it, the effect is removed. Wow, everyone's just feeling really strong. It's the first time they've ever felt that way. And those monsters that attack them don't seem so scary anymore. Kim Seong-chul reacted calmly to this improvement. Who would have thought that the candidates would immediately receive such benefits? This world is rotting from the very roots. Captain Homunculus tells the humans to throw out their useless furnace and get new ones. They're 10 times better. They look exactly the same, but they're much lighter. Now they'll be eager to do battle. Come here, monsters. Now they can catch them all. The homunculus said they were all the chosen ones. He's the captain and under his personal command. They will pass all the tests to return to the summoning palace. All the humans are holding their new swords. They are very happy with their new toys. Now the battles will go much easier. The little homunculus runs towards his captain. He's running as fast as he can. We need to bring more of the chosen ones here. There are undoubtedly 25 people here, but one man is the last one up the stairs right behind the homunculus. Captain Homunculus didn't like it. The extra challenger came late. The newcomer said he didn't need to be so harsh. After all, he hadn't had a chance to introduce himself yet. Calmly and valiantly, he walked toward the homunculus captain. He addressed all the people. He apologizes for his tardiness. His name is Pak Aram. He was late because he was in the bathroom. The homunculus captain didn't like that very much. This will not do. The god of order had already handed out the blessing and weapons. You shouldn't have been late. But the little homunculus told his boss that the leader of the Ironblood chivalry had handpicked the man himself. But if that's the case, it changes everything. The Ironblood knighthood has great influence. Pak Aram is being very arrogant. He doesn't give the homunculus captain any credit. The homunculus captain laughed. How dare he fool him? Okay, he gives his approval as an exception, but he says it in a disgruntled voice. You can sense his anger. And in return, he's going to tear him to pieces and kill him. He bared his sharp teeth, and his red eyes glittered horribly like bright gems. The other chosen ones became uncomfortable with the spectacle. Kim Seong-chul thought so. The iron-blooded chivalry is involved. Someone shouted at him from behind, but he called out his name, Hen. The stranger thought he was a rat who had sneaked in. Kim Seong-chul didn't say anything to him. He just looked at him with an appraising gaze. Who the hell is this jerk? Why is he picking on him? The homunculus captain was furious. Among the humans, there's one who's managed to trick him. The guy with the green jacket and ashy hair immediately suspected Kim Seong-chul. He must have done it. That's the jerk who's been bothering him. Why is he picking on Kim Seong-chul? That's scary. He asked me to stare at him like that. If he's wrong about Kim Seong-chul, then I should pay attention. But judging from Kim Seong-chul's clothes, it seems like he's been in battle more than once. That means he has a lot of experience in fighting. Does it really take that much effort for one fight? Kim Seong-chul wondered, where did his opponent get such sharp criticism from? And then the self-appointed leader addressed them. He wants to make a valuable point. This kid looked pretty smart. He immediately wanted to introduce himself. His name is Leonis. After that, he smiled shyly. Kim Sung-chul tensed up. After all, indeed the guy's quite intelligent and observant. And he doesn't like that. After all, he will be able to guess many secrets and mysteries. Other people's voices were heard next. Someone went by the name of Dalrence Winter, and he's much better than any of the newbies. The guy in the hoodie said his name was Afnadal. There's Gun Dump and Harry Motor and Tumbletoe on the team. Hey, Fart, isn't it time to get out of here? The jerk walked over to Kim Sung-chul and patted him on the shoulder. He squinted his eyes like a wily snake and pointed out that it's not like he could just die. Couldn't he? Maybe he should stand in the front then? Yeah, he's really good at it. A real man. Kim Sung-chul will see who dies first. Let's see what he can get out of this draft. A map with a quest has appeared. Using the claws of the secret guardian of the night, claws of the Black Hawk, a crow's paw appeared in front of him. Now came the turn of his keeper's eye. And a huge crow's paw flies out of Kim Sung-chul's card and grabs a spotter over the head of the cocky guy who's bugging him with his stupid questions. And in an instant draws the observer to him. It's in his hands now, and he's not going anywhere else. It's weird. Something's wrong. Must be something wrong. Kim Sung-chul isn't sure if it's even worth holding the watcher in his hand. He's pretty nasty looking, but the truth comes pretty easily to him. Kim Sung-chul turned to the observer. He wanted to know his name. The observer replied that he had forgotten. He exaggerated. His name is Krill Legal. What the hell happened? Krill Legal is very dizzy. Kim Sung-chul grabbed him and threw him into the wall properly. After that, Krill Legal sprawled over her like a puddle of vomit. The captain of the homunculi wants to know where the mage in charge, aka the Watcher, is? Kim Sung-chul interrupts him. Then he repeats the name of the observer, the magician in charge, Krill Legal. And then Kim Sung-chul's interlocutor felt uncomfortable. A cold, sticky sweat begins to run down his face. He realized that Kim Sung-chul had deprived him of his observer and destroyed him. Kim Sung-chul stepped aside and plugged his ears so he wouldn't hear the hysterics and screams. Captain Homunculus asks again, where is the Watcher responsible magician? But the culprit can't say anything clearly. He just calls Kim Sung-chul a jerk and a liar. He says that everyone around him is a useless idiot, and Kim Sung-chul is pretending to be someone he's not. It seems Captain Homunculus has found what he was looking for. The small homunculus jumped on the culprit's head, tumbled him to the ground, and started smashing his face in half. Kim Sung-chul was very happy to see such a sight. He is happy that now no one will be able to expose him. All his secrets must stay with him. It would be too bad if you kill him too soon. The homunculus captain said that he would show what happens when a captain is deceived. The small homunculus took the culprit by the leg and began dragging him into the darkness. It was his own fault. He shouldn't have gotten involved in other people's business. Kim Sung-chul made a hand gesture that he had nothing to do with it. You have to blame yourself for everything. Your long tongue and nose. Clear skies over the arena. Good weather today. All challengers, with their new swords, are practicing hard to land good blows on the layout. If they stay here, of course they will starve to death. So why train? Maybe those who train want to die? He's starving. Some die before taking a single step. And the blessed candidates are getting stronger every day. What are Kim Sung-chul's thoughts? He looks carefully to his right at the training of the other candidate applicants. They train pretty hard. Then Kim Sung-chul looked to his left. Same picture. No one's lazy. Everybody's on the job. And they're working up a sweat. Well, all he has to do is contain his power so he won't be suspected. And that's why he's going to have to try. Because it's not easy to hold back. Small planks launched by Kim Sung-chul's hand flew into the effigy. The stuffed animal is still intact. It's perfect. The important thing is to keep controlling yourself. But no sooner had he taken 2 steps than the scarecrow shattered into small pieces. Something went wrong. Damn, this is bad timing. It did draw unnecessary attention from the other challenger candidates. They have a whole scarecrow model. Kim Sung-chul is trying to quickly run away from the place where the scarecrow was crumbled into small pieces. He's trying to show that he's not involved. We must hold it well. Voices are heard in the arena. White Square recruit Jong Jong-sik said he doesn't accept weaklings. He only takes in winners. If they want to survive, they must kill at all costs. And there are fights to the death between aspiring members of the White Square. Wall to wall, bare hands. Whoever remains alive will be the winner and the fighter of the white square. Kim Sung-chul ironically stands on the sidelines and watches this fight, killing each other for survival. Cruel irony. And then he saw a familiar man among the battling challengers. It was Pakaram. He was calmly walking through the arena between people killing each other. Yeah, he mentioned the Iron Blood knighthood once. That means he has connections there. Definitely worth keeping an eye on him. He's not a simple guy. People are sitting along the wall. They are very hungry. Someone says we should get out of here as soon as possible. And others say it's crazy. In this strange world, at any moment, someone can jump out at you and eat you. If you want to live another day, you have to shut your mouth and sit quietly and eat what they give you. They give you moldy bread and rotten apples. But even that garbage made all the people drool. They ran in a bunch to this pile of leftovers, and they started pushing each other around. Don't you dare touch that, it's mine. I'll eat it. One girl was elbowed in the chin, so much so that her glasses came off and she flew aside. She cries on her knees and begs people to share their food with her. Pakaram, he was summoned so suddenly. It seems that the head of the Iron Blood knighthood is his father. His face is unknown. He laughed. Grace without any responsibility, some kind of burden. He stood in front of the girl holding her glasses, wiping them with a handkerchief. Pakaram is full thanks to her and gives her the glasses back. He suggests the girl get a snack together since she's so hungry. But Poor has no idea what or who will be in the role of the main course. Kim Sung-chul watches as Pakaram takes the girl out of the arena. The sun is setting over the palace. Kim Sung-chul went to the forest thicket. He is making his way through the thickets. The first thing he finds is that girl's legs, jeans, and shoes splattered with blood. A little higher up, his gaze goes. He sees her torn stomach and insides spilling out. He shoved that rotten apple in her mouth so she wouldn't scream as Pakaram ate her alive. Her eyes were filled with horror. Kim Sung-chul is like being in a horror movie for a moment. I feel sorry for that girl. And he knows who did it. Kim Sung-chul realizes that Pakaram's jokes have gone too far. After doing that, he can't be considered a human being. He's basically a bloodthirsty bastard. Fucking bitch. There's nothing to add here. Kim Sung-chul is a noble warrior, but even he didn't kill his enemies with such brutality. The name of the man responsible is Lawrence Winterler, and he has a case against him. Someone is looking at Kim Sung-chul as if through bloody glass. Kim Sung-chul noticed that he was being watched. Something dark red in color appeared in the distance. Some kind of light. It was some kind of shapeless organic mass with a dark red color. Kim Sung-chul had never seen something like this before. The dense forest near the arena. All the challengers have taken a break after their training. They're slowly eating the breadcrumbs the small homunculi gave them. And yet they're very hungry. Pa'aram would like some roast pork right now. He's tired of choking on the scraps that are thrown at him. He was reprimanded. All Pa'aram wants to do is fill his belly. Many survivors can't afford it, and there are very few survivors. Pakaram didn't like being instructed and corrected. Yes, indeed, a lot of people don't get that. But Leonis wouldn't mind a charcoal grilled pork breast. Pakaram is genuinely glad that he is not alone in his desires. He was almost disappointed that among all the survivors, there were no people who wanted to eat good food. Leonis wants to know if anyone has seen Kim Sung-chul. The sun is already set over the horizon. It's getting evening. Kim Sung-chul stepped his foot into this red-colored organic mass. Yeah, it's really getting hot. Could this be another elimination contest? Kim Sung-chul sees a forest valley that is full of such dark red slugs. This is the first time he sees so many clots in one place. It's most likely due to the smell of blood. One of the clots slides off and approaches Kim Sung-chul from behind. It leaves behind a corroded human skeleton. The clot jumped up and wanted to pounce on Kim Sung-chul from the back. Kim Sung-chul saw it at the last moment, and with a single blow of his fist, he smashed the blob to the sides. It shattered into tiny pieces. The air produced a hail of large red droplets. He's not afraid. If they have the will, let them attack at once. And all the clots came at Kim Sung-chul. Kim Sung-chul started to smash them all to pieces. He didn't take the slightest damage. The clots had never seen or expected such a thing. You can see by the look on Kim Sung-chul's face that he's not afraid of them. The candidates hear some noise nearby, something very unusual. They look down from a high forest cliff at the dark red blobs that are creeping across the clearing. They sense human blood. That's why they're so animated. What the hell is that thing? I think they're going somewhere. One of those clots fell into the pit, and the boys had a great idea. At least they thought so. They grabbed a stick and started poking at the bloody jelly. They're having a lot of fun. Look at that. The abomination can't get out. Don't worry, they're stupid. Then suddenly a blob jumped out of the hole and flew toward the one who had poked him with a stick a moment ago. It swooped down on its victim's arm and began to eat away at the flesh with its acid. There was a terrible shriek and an inhuman scream. The victim started screaming, "My arm, it's just bones! We have to get rid of this slime right away." The other guy took a stick and with one blow knocked the slug off his victim's arm. But that clot flew right into his face. Lenus warned everyone. He told everyone to be careful. The clot came off the guy's head and left behind a crushed skull. They pick up the scent of blood and rush to it, like parasites. That's why we got to get out of here now. Kim Sung-chul gives advice to one of the guys to get back on his feet quickly if he doesn't want to die. But the guy's sitting still, completely relaxed by the rock. Bloodthirsty blobs are catching up with humans, hoping to devour them. And the kid who was resting near the rock realized that Kim Sung-chul wasn't joking at all. He had to get to his feet quickly. He had never seen anything like this before. The aspiring candidates started running away like frightened wild animals. Paka Ram is out of breath, but laughs as he looks at the others from the side. It's so funny that those are trying to escape. Pathetic candidates. Dirt from under their fingernails. But these words were heard by Kim Sung-chul, who came in from behind him. With a single leg kick, he slapped Park Aram's spine very well. So much so that his mouth was bleeding. He hadn't expected such a sudden blow. And flew right into the rock with his snout. And afterwards she began to cough up the dust that had risen and a terrible pain in her back. He started yelling hysterically for the one who dared to hit him from behind to show himself immediately. He can't see him. Kim Sung-chul raised the air with his hands and feet, even more dust and debris. Some of it flew into Park Aram's eyes, blinded him. Kim Sung-chul took an uppercut to Park Aram's chin with his fist. The latter felt his teeth crunch, and Park Aram's body flew up to the tree level. Such a funny little carcass flying over the forest glade. And then with a shriek falls precipitously downward and hits the ground like a sack of shit. From the impact with the ground, Pa Aram twisted and broke both his legs. He's in unbearable pain. He is in shock and convulsing. And at the same moment, predatory dark red clots surrounded him. They smelled his blood. They crawled in for lunch. Park Aram recognized Kim Sung-chul. So he did it. That bastard. How dare he raise his hand against him? It was obvious that he wasn't used to being in the position of a beaten dog. Besides, he was about to die. Kim Sung-chul sincerely wishes for his death. Such a fallen person doesn't need to live. She's only poisoning the people around her. One of the clots began to eat Park Aram's leg, and he started screaming inhuman screams. And suddenly Pat Aram passed out from pain shock. Now the clots are going to eat it up. Kim Sung-chul is happy in his heart that the bastard is finished. But a magical portal appeared in the sky. Right above Park Aram's body, a scepter emerged from the portal and cast a spell of eternal cold. This spell made all the flesh-eating clots freeze in an instant. And then someone like a cloaked sorcerer came out of the portal. She was a mid-ranked mage affiliated with the White Square. Her name was Dolrance Winterler, and she looked at Park Aram and couldn't believe that she had gotten such a jerk. Kim Sung-chul is looking at the magician. Maybe it's the same mage associated with the Ironblood knighthood. He remembers that her name is Dolrance. She uses magic to get rid of the clots and concentrates all the power in his magic staff. It's a spell, a chilling abyss. The vortex lifts the clots high above the ground. Dolrance Winterler's spinning them harder and faster. They've already shaken off the crust of ice. Magic pulls all these clots together. And then high in the sky, the whole lump breaks into small, stinking pieces. Kim Sung-chul is quietly observing this. Dolrance Winterler popped up out of nowhere like the devil out of a snuff box. She's a magician, and she's someone Kim Sung-chul should be wary of, at least temporarily. Judging from her spell speed and damage output, she's a mid-ranked mage. Nevertheless, she's someone to keep an eye on. Dolrance Winterler walks over to Park Aram's body and tells him to get up. Park Aram mumbled something inaudible, drooling bloody drool. The spoiled bastard starts wailing. Why did she just show up now? He's just dying of pain. The little boy will complain to his father to throw her out. She waited so long, useless fool. Dolrance Winterler was not confused. She disdainfully tossed the vial of healing potion to Pa Aram like a dog. That's why he should drink it. He was still lucky. He was in a little pain. He's not making a big deal out of it. She'll be in big trouble if, God forbid, Pakaram dies. Pakaram is already finishing his healing potion. He still didn't understand the meaning of the word die. Dalrence Winterler tells Pakaram to use hidden quests to increase his stamina. That's what Kim Sung-chul wants. That's what he's looking for. Hidden quests. Clear blue sky over the mountain range. Clouds float across it. And the black mountains below. I can hear you shouting, "Damn you, you stupid fool!" It's just a practice. How is it even possible to deal with this? Captain Homunculus and Dalrence Winterler are watching this asshole from the sidelines. They can hear everything. Pakaram speaks very loudly on purpose so that Dalrence Winterler can hear everything, and not to let anything pass her ears. This kind of training, sword in hand, is too hard for him. Dalrence Winterler makes fun of, Pakaram. He almost got eaten by a flesh-eating slug, and here he is complaining about his predicament. Spineless little pussy. But Pakaram continues to push his case. His father sent the magician to save his son. The girl calmly responds to the arrogant brat. She's willing to help him with everything else. But with sword training, he has to do it on his own. The test Vestiar hero Chill performed by himself. Dalrence Winterler shows a special artifact in his hand. Paaram is interested in the term Chill. He wanted to know more about it. The homunculus captain laughed. Chill is a real hero. That's why Paaram will need some green. Tomorrow he will see everything with his own eyes. Kim Sung-chul was also interested in this Vestiar trial. It felt good to warm his ears and listen to the conversations between the mage and that snotty, arrogant bastard. It must have been a big fish. Kim Sung-chul walks alone and in the dark in the middle of a rocky gorge. A very unusual piece of rock falls under his feet. Something very familiar in shape. Yeah, it looks a lot like an arrow. An arrowhead, to be exact. But where did it come from? But one thing is clear. It appeared in this place for a reason. It's probably a Vestiar. They say she's reached her limit. There's nowhere to go but up. There's also a rumor that she has a special skill called Echo. It's like the sonar of bats and dolphins. Kim Sung-chul realized that it's worth a look. Kim Sung-chul reached the end of the gorge. He found himself in front of a portal. How the hero commandeered the title of Disaster Book. The appearing mirror asked what the guest desired. It seems like this is the quest that Kim Sung-chul has been looking for so long, so it's best to ask the mirror for the hardest one there is. Kim Sung-chul laughed at the election of Chill's character, and Vestiar's eternal nightmare. Let him prepare to taste death in endless darkness. Maybe it's a mission created for successors. Lucky there's still some faith in humanity, so it's not all bad. There were some little black, one-eyed octopuses in the air. Very unusual for a place like this. Kim Sung-chul took a deep breath. He smelled the odor of caked blood in the air. A belief in humanity. Most likely someone was sacrificed. A large black mass resembling a flying mush approaches Kim Sung-chul's head, but he stands still, as if nothing had happened. It turned out to be some kind of monster. It sucked on Kim Sung-chul's head. It opened its red eye and began to read and analyze his thoughts. But in the process, from the strain, it began to heat up and change its color from black to red. Kim Sung-chul was caught up in a pleasant illusion, the sandy shore of the azure blue sea, playing pleasant music on the radio and a fine cocktail in his hands. Very beautiful and slender girls playing beach volleyball. As if that wasn't a challenging quest enough. It's supposed to be called Endless Darkness. Kim Sung-chul is lounging on a lounge chair. Sunbathing. Well, I don't even want to leave on a quest like this. You just want to lie there and enjoy yourself. But a moment later, he was disturbed and interrupted his train of thought. All the girls from the beach came over to his lounger, looked at him affectionately, and offered to play together. Kim Sung-chul got up from the chaise lounge. He liked the idea of playing together. He sheds his disguise as a simple guy and takes on the appearance of a warrior with his warhammer. The girl's eyes lit up with bright red lights like demons. I could tell it was a setup. Kim Sung-chul swung his hammer with all his might and hit the ground real hard. They must have been upset that he wasn't a young guy, but an old fart. The monster quickly let go of Kim Sung-chul's head. It was as if he had been burned by fire, but the monster quickly began to come around again. He's fully recovered after the burn and sucked on Kim Sung-chul's head again, hoping to immerse him in the new illusion. Kim Sung-chul slowly opens his eyes and comes to his senses. This time he is chained by his hands. There's a whole pack of bloody mantis running towards him. They overtake Kim Sung-chul and begin to maul him with their claws, leaving him to bleed to death hanging over the precipice. You could hear someone's evil laugh. the Destroyer. It's a demon king, and he says he can't be killed. Kim Sung-chul is chained by his arms and legs and dangles over the abyss like a helpless, bloody doll. How is it possible to forget him? The Demon King is the only one who survived after meeting Kim Sung-chul, and now he's mocking him. A long steel chain appeared out of the darkness. She quickly wrapped her arms around the Demon King's head. Kim Sung-chul was able to get out of the shackles. He swung his warhammer and properly slapped the Demon King in his illusion. From that blow, the monster that had sucked on Kim Sung-chul's head shuddered with a terrifying force. He quickly disintegrated into a small number of octopuses and let go of his head. Kim Sung-chul doesn't like to brag, but he has unwavering strength, and no one can break him through illusion. Attacks on his mind simply won't work. They're useless. Kim Sung-chul felt some wind blowing at the back of his head, some kind of strange energy. It was like nothing he had ever encountered before. He turned quickly and looked back. A fragment of Vestiar's memories appeared before him. It had ruined all of his kindred spirits. Kim Sung-chul immediately realized that it wasn't Vestiar herself. It was just a fragment of her memories. It was amazing that a single fragment contains so much magical power. That's why it's called a trial. And only those who succeed in overcoming the 32 pleasures and the 27 planes will be rewarded. It's already been cleaned up. Kim Sung-chul had completely handled it. Fragment of memories, Vestiar laughed at him. What a funny little man. Kim Sung-chul didn't like it very much. Some fragment is laughing at him. He guesses that there is a piece of consciousness left in him. She said that Kim Sung-chul managed to expose her. That's a little too high for her expectations. Nobody really cares who she is. Nobody cares. Kim Sung-chul came here and passed the test, so he'll be rewarded anyway. He's already prepared his warhammer. He's determined to get his own. A fragment of Vestiar's memories suggests he try to test his power. Don't be shy. It's going to be a great battle. A magic circle glowed under Kim Sung-chul's feet. It took him by surprise. Some sort of light smoke billowed from it, and Kim Sung-chul became covered in a web of some kind. It's the magic that's restricting movement. A fragment of Vestiar's memories begins to build up fire energy. She wanted to immobilize her opponent. Only then did she attack, and released a huge fireball at Kim Sung-chul. Kim Sung-chul was able to escape from the web. Cheap tricks like that won't stop him, and they won't work on him. The fireball hit Kim Sung-chul directly. Well, it didn't do him any harm. He stayed in one piece and jumped to attack fragment of Vestiar memories. She only noticed it at the last moment. Kim Sung-chul smashed the ground she was standing on with his hammer. He hoped to swat her like a fly. Turns out he missed. She was able to dodge the blow. She was far behind Kim Sung-chul's back. It builds up even more strength for a new fireball, uses his artifacts to do so, and released a fireball at Kim Sung-chul again, but even bigger. Kim Sung-chul is calm. It won't work. Started using a secret echo technique. It's sound magic. She began to scream, and her scream is shrill and deadly at high frequencies. Kim Sung-chul finally saw the secret technique of echo. That's pretty good. This case sucks. Fireballs combined with sound waves. Impressive. Only a warrior won't be intimidated by it. Kim Sung-chul is standing still and fearless. It literally flooded the entire ground with fire, and you can't see anything at all. Kim Sung-chul's ghost appeared behind her back, and with one blow, knocked her flying. She broke the rock with her head. Her whining won't help. Kim Sung-chul didn't hit her hard enough to kill her, although, of course, she got hurt. He wants to know where the hero Chile is. She admits that Kim Sung-chul is very strong, and if he follows them, he can meet the Chill hero himself, according to the prophecy of doom. Fragment of memories, Vestiar lay on the ground, covered in rocks and with her back broken. Kim Sung-chul says he understood her and swings his hammer to finish her off. He does look like them, so she thinks. That stopped him, and interested. Fragment of memories, Vestiar feels it through the nightmare. But he has a very big frustration with people. Much stronger than theirs, Kim Sung-chul couldn't hide it. A fragment of Vestiar's memories tells Kim Sung-chul that he's a lot like them. She feels it even through the nightmare. But his frustration with people is much stronger than his own strength. She asked Kim Sung-chul a question. What will he do if his hope is blown away like ashes in the wind? What would he have left then? This made Kim Sung-chul very angry, so he yelled for her to shut her mouth. He gave the final terrifying blow with his warhammer. The earth and stones flew in pieces in different directions. He finished her off. With the last blow, he fractured her skull and shattered all her bones. and she breathed her last breath, and only ashes fly in the sky, in a time long ago that no one dares even think of now. The history of men is written in a dark book. This dark tome is hidden from human eyes. Humans were summoned to an unusual world, when they had only just mastered fire, but still lived in caves. And while the irresponsible gods thought only of themselves, people were making cave paintings. Underdeveloped, violent, but grateful people had made the great sacrifice. Fires blazed everywhere. The dead were not buried in time, but simply burned on the pyres. To get rid of disasters, people began to fight against the monsters. Though they did not have the might of the gods, they used the strength and bravery that was given to them by birthright. And there were 7 heroes seen at the center of events. The rider with the scarlet cloak, a berserk warrior who commands lightning, Night Guardian of the 2 moons, with his Hope's sword, a Vestiar sorceress with 2 artifacts and echo magic, a ghostly samurai ronin with a magic katana, a dark power gatherer with a spiritual stone, and the necromancer who raises the dead from their graves. But the legend of them has a sad ending. In a land where an army of devils from a strange world have set foot, 7 forgotten creatures will rise up to fulfill a long-held promise, through blood and death, disease and war. There was a document that attested to their decay. It stated that the forgotten heroes would soon rise and bring destruction. The body of the fragment of Vestiar's memories was literally rammed into the stone ground by the impact of Kim Seong-chul's battle hammer. Kim Seong-chul is certain that he will never be touched by their fate. He has a completely different path, desires, and goals. The battle is over. Now he hides his weapon. A map appeared in front of him. He destroyed the desire for Vestiar. He had reached the status of Dream Destroyer, epic level. Reward 30 palace tokens, magical strength, intuition, and spell resistance. Mace of Moonlight, very rare. Is that it? Well, at least my gut is up. Although Kim Seong-chul doesn't think it'll bring joy and specialness. The red card appeared. The 7 heroes noticed Kim Seong-chul's presence. 7 heroes are looking at Kim Seong-chul right now. Kim Seong-chul smiles. It's certainly very nice of them, but he doesn't need such detailed explanations. Vestiar gives a special gift to Kim Seong-chul, the Echo Weaver's book. It contains the secret skills of Vestiar, allowing similar spells to be used sequentially. Now this is a really worthwhile acquisition. I think it's some kind of legendary artifact. It's a nice trophy. Kim Seong-chul is trying to open the scroll, but it won't budge. An explanation card has appeared. You need to use the book, and then it will give you the opportunity to get the Vestiar before the end of the summoning. The requirements are quite high in terms of magic power, intuition, resistance, spells. 50 palace tokens are required. It turns out that it's not just easy to get all this knowledge hidden in a book. It's not enough to have the book in your hands. You also need the strength to use this knowledge. That's a load of crap. We need at least 50 palace tokens. Kim Seong-chul doesn't have any. That's a lot of work. Why don't you just blow it all to hell? A real jerk, Jang Hyun-sok. The weather has turned bad. Gray clouds from which it rains incessantly. The magician alchemist can't find his place. He's pacing back and forth in his lab. Where did that bastard Jang Hyun-sok go? He has to turn in his reports tomorrow and nothing is ready yet. This is a disaster. He gets hysterical and starts banging his hands on the table. Because his life depends on it. If he fails, his head will be on the line. It fits the crystal ball. We have to take a look before the signal goes out. And there's no telling when the signal will come back. He looks closely into the crystal ball and sees the eye of the rich man. But the image is fuzzy. The crystal ball itself is standing on the skull of a bull. Strangely, the image is interrupted and it's very unstable. Something's not right here. Someone begins to call out to the magician alchemist. He hears a voice from the orb. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong here. Why did you ask him his name twice? Maybe it means something? And the alchemist mage twitched. And then I reassured myself and laughed at himself. Because what he was thinking was impossible. The eye, too, sometimes just malfunctions for birds. That's a reasonable explanation. It's pouring rain over the obelisk. Lightning flashes outside the window. And in the pitch darkness, Dorrance Winterler sits on a crystal throne. She drinks her tea quietly. The alchemist has returned to her. He is in apprentice status, and asks her if she can lend him her keeper's eye. He's covered in a clammy cold sweat from fear and asks for her generosity. Dorrance Winterler asks him, and if she doesn't want to give him her keeper's eye, then what? This alchemist magician is still an apprentice. He can't even handle his own eye as a guardian. And he came to her. She's never seen such a terrible apprentice before. But he only needs help once, and he won't bother you again. Dalrance Winterler got very angry and told me to get out of her sight and applied a light snowstorm spell so she could kick the pesky apprentice out. She won't report to the top. Otherwise, the grieving student will be caught tomorrow. The student left and began wandering in the hallway. He was very upset. Damn it, now he's in big trouble, and he doesn't know how to get out of it. To the apprentice, Dalrance Winterler reminded him of a very sly bitch. Why did she refuse to help him? He began to cry and wipe his eyes. Tears poured down his glasses. But someone came up behind him. I wonder for what reason a young man could be in such despair. Had a girl left him? The stranger became very curious. The disciple said it was none of his business. Though the apprentice cried, he still thought, how dare such a wretched slave speak to him? He is not an ordinary peasant, but a wizard's apprentice. But the stranger wouldn't stop, and he started teasing the bespectacled student. Allegedly, he lost his pet rabbit, and that's why he squeaks like a girl. Such impertinence simply angered the guy. The bespectacled student didn't understand the meaning of Hunter Christian's mocking words. He just turned around and walked away. He's not in the mood to talk to just anyone. Christian smiled slyly and said, that's just sad, but don't be afraid, it's not over yet. Such words simply made the student stunned. Christian says that the suffering of the magician's apprentice takes him back to his teenage years. Oh, that was beautiful. And the student realizes that he is not the only one who has had these problems? Exactly. Christian was also a caregiver, but he was unlucky. How can you predict the betrayal of a comrade? The student cheered up somehow, smiling and happy. There was no trace of tears. He apologizes to the hunter Christian and asks for his help. He's running out of time. Christian holds out to him the key to the gate leading the summoning square. He really hopes the young man knows where the slaves are. The student begins to realize that it is up to him to find them, and this is the best way out. Armed with a torch, the bespectacled apprentice went down into the dungeon to the slaves. There was dampness everywhere, and the bones of human beings had been chewed off. On the other side of the bars, he sees blind, tortured slaves who can no longer speak, only howl. The student quickly stepped away from the cage and clamped his mouth shut to keep from vomiting. Two small homunculi ran up to him. It was very unusual to see a human in a dungeon, even if it was a wizard's apprentice. They swooped down at his feet and demanded he give them candy. Glasses became furious and struck them with his sword. Don't let the bastards bother him again. The homunculi dared to come up to him and grope him. In a fit of rage and fury, he killed both of them, cutting off their heads, which rolled on the ground like meatballs. Little creatures, that's what they should do. The student's clothes, hands, and face were splattered with blood. He's got blood all over his face. We have to wipe it off right away. And he reached for his cloak. Jang Hyun Suk, damn son of a bitch. He'll find him no matter what it takes. Kim Sung-chul walks around the cave unhappy. He has to carry around a heavy book that he can't read. Well, we'd better try to get him to open it. The vault of the soul opened up. A bright flash that was like a ball of fire. It turns out to be a portal. Kim Sung-chul puts his hand through it and throws the book over there. The book ends up in a giant vault. And this vault is filled to the top with riches, weapons, and all manner of potions. It's like a giant castle. He'll deal with it later. Right now, Kim Sung-chul is interested in the Moonlight Rod. Characteristics are kind of useless, but the first ranking match will start soon, so I guess I should keep this rod. It itself is a wooden staff with curlicues on the end. The map explains that this staff of moonlight is not uncommon, and it brings down charged moonlight, returns 70% in random energy boomerang. It is itself very fragile. Even though he's not too scary on the outside, Kim Sung-chul can't believe he's still 9 intuition points away from magic class. But a ranking match he's not going to avoid. Evening has come, for now the castle remains silent. Kim Sung-chul walks up a dark staircase lit by lights. The homunculi ran out of the aisle with the wheelbarrows. The wheelbarrows are filled with blooming bread and rotten fruit. Hungry people run to this rotten thing, which is very welcome. The homunculi warn them they're only going for tomorrow's fight. There must be some strength. People start fighting and knocking each other down for half-rotten vegetables, fruits, and bread. They are like animals. The homunculus says don't be shy. Let them eat their fill so they can show what they can do tomorrow. A ranking match is a competition to weed out the people who cannot survive in this cruel world. Only the strongest will remain. So the match is tomorrow. Was it rescheduled? People started asking each other. Kim Sung-chul is watching this pathetic circus from the sidelines. He doesn't need food. Pak Ram is openly laughing at the hungry people, pouncing on rotten bread like a pack of stray stinking dogs. Arrogant bastard. He's lucky Dolrance Winterler saved his life last time. Kim Sung-chul is very aware that every ranking match ends with hundreds of deaths. Sometimes more than half of the candidates die because of the difficulty of the challenge, and he's not happy about it at all. Pak Aram continues to laugh and shout. Unfortunately for now, nothing can be done. Kim Sung-chul thinks it's worth it to play along as well. He sees Pak Aram being controlled from above by the observer. This is the work of Dolrance Winterler. Who else is going to take care of his ward? Where's the new hidden quest now? What are you worried about Kim Sung-chul right now? There's no time to increase his intuition. In order to use the Book of Echoes, he has to become much stronger. The knowledge in the Echo Book is not just given to him. And then there's that asshole Park Aram to keep an eye on. Leonis suggests the others go get something to eat as well. And they're leaving the arena. Kim Sung-chul hears someone calling him from behind. A young guy carries sandwiches and offers him a snack together. Kim Sung-chul waves back and gestures that he's not hungry. The guy knows that Kim Sung-chul is worried about the match. But food should give him energy. It's boring to eat alone. Kim Sung-chul smiles and tells him that at least he's honest. Despite his appearance now before he was drafted into this world, he was very successful. He tries to tell Kim Sung-chul his story. Kim Sung-chul is only interested in how tomorrow's competition will go. Several maps show the possible outcome of the battle. It's likely that the final match will start the betting. You'll probably have to fight against Pac-Man or Alamoral in the first round. Scary monsters. But the difficulty depends on more than just the monster itself. Someone unknown in a red cloak walks through the gate from the grate. Kim Sung-chul notices the red robe. It catches his eye immediately. It's probably a necromancer. You can see his shiny glasses from under the hood. He's walking amongst the fighting men. The glasses man really wants to find Jang Hyun-sok, no matter what it takes. Somewhere on a dark tower near the arena, the stones with spells written on them hung in the air. The necromancer uses his dark magic. All four of them are standing by the magic pool and fills it with the magic of filth. Green liquid is starting to gurgle, and out of it come living corpses with crazy, scary eyes. Kim Sung-chul's red robe immediately caught his eye. Among the crowd of ordinary candidates, it was very hard not to notice her. He immediately realized that the person in that robe was a necromancer. No doubt about it. The bespectacled necromancer wanders among the crowds. Dirty people fighting over rotten bread and fruit and vegetables. He's looking for Jang Hyun-sok, desperately looking, and he's sure she's coming for him, no matter what it costs him. People are like a filthy herd of hungry animals, snatching from each other pathetic pieces of moldy bread and rotten fruits and vegetables. One of them stabs the necromancers in the back. The bespectacled necromancer falls to the ground, and a loaf of bread covered with bloom falls beside him. Others saw that it was a loaf just lying there. People are completely mad with hunger. You can see it in their eyes and the drool running down their chins. And the whole crowd, maddened, began to throw themselves at the necromancer. At that moment, all the people looked like bloodthirsty zombies. The bespectacled necromancer barely had time to crawl away. If he hadn't, he would have been trampled like a rag. He scrutinized all the people. He concluded that there was not a single candidate here. Where are they all gathered? It's just a bunch of scum. But the necromancer had found them. They were on the upper loggia, just above the arena. There weren't many of them, but they stood out very much from the rest. It should probably be Yo-hoon with Bae Sung-hin next to him. He begins to count very carefully the number of candidates for the loggia. 24 people. That's right. Hyun-seok must be among them. The bespectacled necromancer tries to find his target with his eyes, scrutinizing the group of candidates. And then he accidentally finds someone he wasn't expecting. It's a very big surprise for him. Kim Sung-chul sat quietly far away from everyone. But what struck the bespectacled necromancer the most was that there was no watcher above his head. The necromancer thought that Kim Sung-chul was probably not clean. He's done something. He was able to cheat the system. He's not an easy man. Kim Sung-chul doesn't like it when someone gives him undue attention. He saw the necromancer start to look at him. There's a reason for that. He quickly stood up and walked down the tunnel, leaving his companion alone with his silly talk. Kim Sung-chul walks quietly down the dark corridor of the castle, and then someone grabs him by the scruff of the neck. The necromancer grabbed him by the throat and presented a sharp knife to him. The bespectacled man really needs to know who Kim Sung-chul really is. Kim Sung-chul quickly assessed the attacker's hands. Judging from the hands, it wasn't Ricci. Had he ever crossed the path of a necromancer before? The bespectacled necromancer awkwardly starts threatening Kim Sung-chul and tells him to follow him. No tricks. If anything happens, he's dead. A fog descended over the night forest. The bespectacled necromancer was kicked so hard that his robe flew apart and his glasses flew off his nose. It was very foolish of him to threaten Kim Sung-chul. The bespectacled necromancer took a good beating. His face was smashed all over. He couldn't believe that Kim Sung-chul would turn out to be such a monster. Kim Sung-chul realized that the person in front of him was not a necromancer. It's some kind of imposter. But where did he get that robe from? The bespectacled man quickly kneeled down in front of Kim Sung-chul. He began to bow and beg for mercy from Kim Sung-chul. He's just an ordinary magician who came to look for the conscript. Kim Sung-chul recognized Jang Hyun-suk's name right away. He's also called a hare. The bespectacled man started asking Kim Sung-chul what happened to Jang Hyun-suk. Jang Hyun-suk just died. That's what Kim Sung-chul said. Tears returned to the bespectacled magician's eyes. He realized he was finished. He's got nothing left to live for, but he doesn't just want to die. He really wants to live. He beats his hands on the ground in frustration. Kim Sung-chul sees that he's right. Indeed, he is too young to die. He asks for help to help him stay alive. And then Kim Sung-chul throws something unexpected under the glasses man's nose. It's a bag of precious green stones. He assures the young magician that he can stay alive if he tries his best. The guards grab him and drag him to an unknown destination through the dark corridors of the castle. The host interjects a name, Krill Legal. Glasses confirms it. His name is indeed Krill Legal. He brought the precious green stones to his master, and the master sees that he is honest. He holds the stones in his hands and begins to admire them. He doesn't like those who can only scratch their tongues, so Krill Legal can go back to his work. Out of surprise, he interjected. It meant that he was pitied and would not be killed. The master thought Krill Legal was more savvy. Jang Hyun-suk is alive. This was said by Ma Seng-gil, a high-ranking member of the Iron Blood Knighthood. Krill Legal immediately remembered Kim Sung-chul's words. If he gave them those precious green stones, they would pretend to spare him, but they would never forgive him for anything. Krill Legal realized that it was just as Kim Sung-chul had said. It's as if he can guess the future, or he knows Ma Seng-gil very well. At night, high up in the palace tower, Krill Legal hands and slips a small note into the squirrel's backpack and tells him to give it to him. The flying squirrel makes it clear, with his whole appearance, that the task will be completed. And then he jumps off the tower and plans on the ground. Kim Sung-chul is sitting alone in a forest clearing and revisits the challenge cards. The rules for tomorrow's great fight, these are the zombie seekers, who are summoned in waves. A special reward is only awarded after third place. Bonus monsters in red hats. The main rule is not easy to fulfill. Countless evil spirits need to be defeated by combining all the forces of the conscripts. Squirrel delivered a message to Kim Sung-chul from Krill Legal. According to the rules, there would be zombies there. Kim Sung-chul's hand clenched the note from Krill Legal tightly into a fist. It turns out his hunch was confirmed. He's going to destroy all the bonus monsters, and he would receive a special reward. Kim Sung-chul tore up the paper with the message from Krill Legal and scattered the small pieces to the wind. Very early morning, just before dawn. All the contenders have been herded into the arena. I'm also sleepy, not even a good night's sleep. People are very unhappy, they've been prodded. Kim Sung-chul says that today is the great duel. His interlocutor said he had been told a secret. We cannot delay in this battle. We must attack first. We must kill at least 30. So it's really true. Krill Legal didn't lie to him. The captain of the homunculi is yelling at the humans. He's telling them to wake up as soon as possible. Soon enough, the great duel will begin. Their old friends are about to show up. The rules are simple. Have fun with them. You have to kill them all. And remember, beating them can kill them, and they'll all get a reward for killing them. Clean water and food will be provided to all winners. Blood began to ooze from the dragon's jaws, and then beat a fountain straight into the arena. It's just raining blood. A lot of people don't realize it's training. And then they realized it was real blood. The homunculus starts blowing his horn. The map reveals that the first great duel is about to begin. Alamoral zombie monsters. You have to kill the enemies. The value here is determined by actions. The healthy gates of the arena are opening. The challengers prepared their swords for battle. A green mist comes out of the gate, and many green lights are visible. It's zombies, a whole endless river, and the living dead. It was their eyes that glowed green in the darkness. These are yesterday's dead claimants. Necromancers sewed them together and brought them back to life. And now they've turned on the living. A bright flash flashed behind Zombie. Waves of energy pierced the air, and they cut this corpse in half. This staff has proven to be a very effective weapon against the unclean and undead. Kim Sung-chul has no trouble using it. He needs to find the bonus zombie and then play with it properly. Moral rule. A map with a bunch of skulls under a bloody sky. The appearance of monsters. The zombies, a rabid and bloodthirsty herd, run at the living, with the goal of killing them and tearing them apart to eat their meat. The map shows that you have to kill enemies. Here, the value of a fighter is determined by actions. There are very few contenders compared to the living dead. And yet there is no fear. Kim Sung-chul is looking for his bonus zombie. Where could he be hiding? He needs a reward. Paka Ram prepared a spirit wolf staff. His smug face couldn't leave anyone around him indifferent. Kim Sung-chul immediately notices the artifact in that idiot's hands. It's a dangerous thing in the hands of an inexperienced person. Well, I guess sometimes there's no choice. Leonis easily chops one of the zombies in half. Other trained applicants do the same. Well, let's get down to business. They didn't train for nothing after all. Bae Sung-hin picked up her sword and took a fighting stance. The girl threatens the monsters. She warns the monsters not to come near her. Otherwise, she'll kill them all. One of the candidates swung his sword and chopped off 2 at a time in a cephalopod. He's ahead of Bae Sung-hin, and he's calling everyone to battle. Paka Ram is using a special staff. He released 2 black werewolves. It's the staff of the spirit wolf. This fool got his hands on a very serious relic. This is awesome. The werewolves start gnawing on everyone from dead zombies to live candidates. No one should be left alive. While the living were fighting off the zombies with swords, the werewolves attacked the living from behind and killed them with 1 punch. Bae Sung-hin saw that horror, and she was in a daze. She started yelling to Paka Ram that only zombies should be attacked, not other living candidates. That crazy bastard has gone completely insane. He's holding a spirit wolf staff, and he wants to kill all the humans in his way. One of the werewolves saw Bae Sung-hin. He wanted to attack her. He made a sudden movement and took a leap. Bae Sung-hin is about to be torn to shreds. The girl was very frightened and could only cover herself with her hands. Fear completely paralyzed her. A bright flash appears from nowhere. The werewolf's head snapped back from that flash. Bae Sung-hin is still alive and unharmed. She only opened one eye to make sure that she was not in any danger, although she is very surprised that she survived. Kim Sung-chul saved Bae Sung-hin's life. That crazy werewolf dog has gone crazy. He's as crazy as the master who summoned him. A battle partner asked Kim Sung-chul what that thing in his hands is. He took down the werewolf so easily. Kim Sung-chul replies that it's a gift from Santa. He just received it yesterday. You can't be distracted from the battle. We must look around. The battle is not over yet. And then a zombie sneaks in, but he is cleverly cut in 2 with a sword. It all happened so suddenly, and it was all automatic. Kim Sung-chul's partner was very excited. He has a good sword in his hand, and he killed the zombie. Turns out it's very easy. A new wave of the living dead is coming. Their eyes burn with bright green fire. Kim Seong-chul is counting down. He has 30 grand and a prize zombie to kill. He destroys all the dead people with the moon staff without much difficulty. There are 2 more missing to even the score. The moon staff literally makes the dead fall apart. The energy does all the work. Now we're down to the very last zombie prize. He found it. In the red cap, a big guy with pus bags on his belly and neck. He's not like the others. 4 meters tall. He won't be easy to kill. Paka Ram had his eye on him right away. He said he's going to get that bastard. With the help of his summoned werewolves, he will scatter anyone who gets in his way. Kim Sung-chul grabs another dead man by the head and rips it off like a rotten cabbage, thereby saving the life of one of the candidates. And Zombie's severed head flies off into the distance, just like a bowling ball, and it hits Paka Ram in the face. He was stunned by this turn of events. His concentration was gone. The werewolves he had summoned with his staff began to crumble into dust. Kim Sung-chul wants to take the bonus monster for himself, and he's very serious about it. But something really surprised him. One hooded girl, sword in hand. She rushed towards the monster so fast. It's unbelievable. She's so fast and agile. Kim Sung-chul realizes that the staff is too slow. Therefore, the sword of Azov must be summoned, and quickly throws his sword towards the prize zombie. The girl sees through her side vision that someone's sword is flying at the monster, and it flies at a terrifying speed, cutting through the air around it, and pierces through the chest of the prize zombie. Monster's got first strike, and the girl speeds up. There's only one way out. She jumps up and swings her sword. You have to chop off a zombie's head with one punch, which she does. Kim Sung-chul is amazed at this girl's quick thinking and reaction. She made the decision to cut off his head in just a moment, and he's very interested in who she is. The girl looks toward Kim Sung-chul cautiously from under her hood. The map shows that Kim Sung-chul slew the bonus monster result as halved. It was a joint kill. You can see the girl is not happy about it. Kim Sung-chul is also unhappy about it, but he has a calm and serene look on his face. The card shows that a bounty has arrived. Palace tokens, 3 pieces. Spirit shield is normal. Equal distribution implies a choice of reward. Kim Sung-chul realizes he has to share the reward. Man, that doesn't suit him at all. It's better to take the palace tokens. The girl apologizes to him. Kim Sung-chul was stunned by such insolence. She chose the palace tokens. He got the spirit shield. She smiled and waved at him. They would see each other again. She began to deftly jump around the arena and take out the remaining zombies. If she's an ordinary conscript, she should have chosen an item, not some obscure tokens. But it seems like this girl is no ordinary girl. She definitely knows what you know. The sun rises over the arena. Dawn comes, and for a moment the castle walls look like the fangs of a beast of prey. The survivors are counting the dead. There is a very large number of them. Torn pieces of bodies are lying all over the arena. Some are mourning their friends and loved ones who can never be brought back. The map showed that an award would be given based on rank. The palace system will distribute the rewards. Kim Sung-chul didn't even think about this change. The map showed the first great duel had come to an end. The white square that Kim Sung-chul consists of had destroyed 852 monsters. The place occupied was number 4. Kim Sung-chul chose the white square. He always took first place. They're the winners. The map showed that Kim Sung-chul had destroyed 35 monsters. Out of rank, he was given an A grade. Reward, food, and palace tokens. The rewards for a duel depend on the rank of the palace. And since grading here is relative, it is allowed to kill candidates from other palaces. The reward is an S class. It can at least keep you from starvation. The map showed to choose a reward. The options are purifying holy water, explosive scroll, windweaver's sword. Kim Sung-chul wondered, what should he choose? His teammate distracted him with his exclamations. He's holding a vial of some kind of liquid. It's a cool color. Kim Sung-chul said he doesn't have one. Wasn't it advised to choose purifying holy water? But there were other options to consider. But his partner always does what he's told. It's hard to get rewarded by defending yourself with holy water. Kim Sung-chul chose as his reward an explosive scroll. This dumbfounded his obedient partner, who is always obedient. But Kim Sung-chul never likes to listen to instructions. An explosive scroll is a very necessary item in battle. When you have such an artifact on your hands, the number of enemies doesn't matter. A map has appeared. She explains that explosive light so allows magic to be used for large-scale explosion. The damage is done by area. Kim Sung-chul has chosen a good reward, but he doesn't get away with it nicely. His partner said he's too tense. As for the rating, Kim Sung-chul's rating is much lower than his partner's. Kim Sung-chul didn't give those words any meaning. Higher is lower. What's the difference? He has his own agenda and plans. The tablets of record. The white square destroyed 852 monsters. The first 2 aren't even candidates, and the 2 of them killed 242 monsters. Kim Sung-chul reads the name. It's some kind of dog. Is that really a person's name? It can't be a real name. And then the image of this hooded girl came to his mind. She was really quite strong and very fast. Could it be her? His interlocutor interrupted Kim Sung-chul's train of thought again. It shows that they are not at that level. They need to go lower to see their results. Kim Sung-chul is in last place. He only killed 35 zombies. His partner points his finger at his place in the table. He laughed narcissistically. Yes, indeed, he had destroyed a lot of walking dead. Kim Sung-chul fell behind him. Pak Aram only killed 29 monsters. You can hear the screams. God damn it! Pa Aram grabbed one poor man by the scruff of his neck and began to shake the soul out of him. He thought he had taken his staff. The other contenders are trying to calm him down, not to let him cripple this poor man. Pakaram turned around with gritted teeth. How dare some bastard distract him? Or did he take his scepter? Give it back now, you bastard! Pa-Aram kicks him in the face in the middle of the arena in front of all the candidates. Seems someone didn't get the reward of choice and is trying to take their anger out on others. Kim Sung-chul is watching from the sidelines. He's very curious to know what will happen next. What does Dalrance intend to do? Bai Sung-hin came up from behind Kim Sung-chul and said hello. She looked and felt very awkward. Kim Sung-chul's partner thought it was a girl who approached him. The map showed that Bai Sung-hin hadn't killed a single monster. She only fought back. She's too much of a lover. That girl doesn't belong in the arena. She's not a good fighter. If Kim Sung-chul hadn't saved Bai Sung-hin, she would have been dead long ago. Kim Sung-chul noticed Bai Sung-hin out of the corner of his eye. He knows that she's at the last place in the arena table, the weakest among all the candidates. She started saying something indistinct to Kim Sung-chul, and she was sweating with excitement. Kim Sung-chul didn't bother to be formal. He said bluntly if there was nothing to say to her, he would go about his business. She screamed at Kim Sung-chul and demanded the moonstaff. But true, not for long. Kim Sung-chul's partner was astonished at such directness and insolence. That's crazy. Kim Sung-chul showed this staff, but he wants to know what Bai Sung-hin will give him in return for this favor. Bai Sung-hin swears she'll do anything. If she comes out of here, she'll do anything. Her uncle is a member of the Iron Blood Order. She has a lot of connections. Kim Sung-chul, I clearly and succinctly replied that he was not interested in such a thing. He gives her some advice. Let her find out from the top Iron Bloods what can they give in return for the moonstaff. Crows cawing in a tree near the castle. It is already evening. Bai Sung-hin led Kim Sung-chul to this place and explained that near this tree, inside a dried-up well, there is a quest after which you can get the alchemist class. And now she's demanding the moonstaff from Kim Sung-chul. It's like a reward for giving her information. Kim Sung-chul so far, what he's thinking. After all, he needs the mage class. He is a warrior with good training, and he came to the arena to increase his magical abilities. Why would he give up that alchemist? Kim Sung-chul turns around and starts to walk away. Bai Sung-hin was perplexed by this, and he explained to her that he is very good at destroying, but not creating. If she discovers a hidden quest to increase her intuition, their deal is done. Bai Sung-hin asks him not to leave. Then she turns around and starts swearing terribly. She calms down and says that if Kim Sung-chul wants a quest to boost his intuition, she's up for it. If he can do it, he can raise it by 15 points at once. Kim Sung-chul is interested in such an offer. It's exactly what he wants. But he doubts Bai Sung-hin's honesty. She starts making excuses for him. Naturally, all the conditions have to be met. He's not getting anything for nothing. Bai Sung-hin can't look at Kim Sung-chul calmly. His gaze only makes the mood turn bad. Kim Sung-chul looked deep into the well. It's very deep. You can hardly see the bottom. He gives the moonstaff to Bai Sung-hin. He warns her. If she lies, she'll die. There's nothing anyone can do for her. Kim Sung-chul speeds up and jumps into the well. And after a while, it lands on the bottom. It's completely empty, no water in it. The well must have dried up a long time ago. But the depth of it is impressive. And it turns out there was this at the bottom of the well. Kim Sung-chul realizes how long he flew after the jump. A sign popped up. The wonder of the age traces the 8th hero of Eckhart. There's a chance to see it. The final trials of the real hero Eckhart. Something begins to form on the screen. A happy, eyeless face pops out, with tongue and teeth. Welcome to the world of alchemy. Kim Sung-chul was really taken aback. He could barely stay on his feet. The 8th hero is Eckhart. Kim Sung-chul only knows of 7 heroes. This is the first time he's heard the name Eckhart. It seems like that bitch Bai Sung-hin tricked him. The card glowed red. The penalty for Kim Sung-chul insulting Bai Sung-hin is -1 intuition point. This is the first time Kim Sung-chul has seen such a horror. How is this even possible? He grabbed the display with his hand from squeezing it properly. Who dared to touch his intuition? The spirit of the 8th hero will never die. Kim Sung-chul is starting to threaten the system. Have him get his intuition back immediately. Otherwise, he'll tear it up. He has a very angry look on his face. The system is begging and begs for mercy. She realized who she was dealing with, and the intuition points were restored. Kim Sung-chul is very angry. It's not a good quest. He was fooled like a fool. He got a very bad impression from all of this. He won't be doing any quests. The system window disappeared for a moment. and then reappeared before him with a description of the last ordeal. A real hero, Eckhart. You can get intuition plus 1 extra point for participating. The maximum number of points is 10. The study of ancient heritage. If you fulfill a special condition, you can get the status of familiar. Wow, they cut the reward. Just 10 points of intuition. It's just a little thing. The system was frustrated. It did not like the comments about the reward. Kim Sung-chul offers 20 intuition points for completing the quest. The system starts haggling and offers 12 points. Kim Sung-chul waves his hand and says goodbye to the system. He won't work for such a small thing. But then he stops and is silent. The last word of the system is 15 points of intuition. She can't give more than that. Kim Sung-chul agrees to those terms. But then, no excuses. If he gets screwed over, he'll destroy everyone. The Wonder of the Age marvels at his strong will. Salutes the one who answered Eckhart's last test. Yes, definitely, the system quickly realizes what's what. The man who created all this was powerful indeed. A large stone gate appears. Kim Sung-chul pulls out his warhammer to knock down the gate. He takes a good swing and smashes the gate to smithereens with a single blow. Looks like it really is the alchemist's quest. Much to Kim Sung-chul's surprise, this is much more interesting than he thought. One must beware of false advertising both on Earth and in the other world. The system is very complimentary of Kim Sung-chul. He didn't go around the gate looking for the key. He just wanted to smash it to pieces and go inside. With a single blow of his hammer, he knocked those gates down, and they shattered to pieces. Kim Sung-chul is starting to like this quest. It's much more interesting than he thought. He walks among tables of books and test tubes, crates and kegs with unknown contents. Dust flies in the air. On the table, he saw 2 test tubes, pink and green, and his hand involuntarily reached for them. The map showed that Kim Sung-chul felt a lot of power from Eckhart's legacy. The system added intuition plus 1 point. It's all happening too easily. I can't believe it. Where's the catch? The system asks him what he's unhappy about again. Kim Sung-chul clenches his fist and threatens to tear her apart. He just doesn't have anything else to say. That's why this brazen status window is popping up. The 8th hero's great legacy noticed Kim Sung-chul. First test, you must prove the alchemist's abilities. And a warrior's armor is visible with 1 bright red eye. Kim Sung-chul realizes that there's going to be a battle now. But then, in front of him was a small mechanical golem, which is much shorter than he is, and it looks really funny from the outside. Now the battle begins, and you'll have to defeat this mechanical golem. But this battle will be over very quickly. Kim Sung-chul throws the 2 vials he took from the table earlier at the golem. They smash into the golem's head, and it's starting to light up. The mechanical golem begins to shake. He runs left and right with his head on fire. Kim Sung-chul doesn't realize what's happening to his opponent. Then just before my eyes, golem starts to fall apart piece by piece. The system reports that Kim Sung-chul destroyed the mechanical golem, and it revealed the hidden talents of an alchemist. Intuition plus 1. A scroll to change the class to alchemist. Kim Sung-chul really doesn't like this. What talent? He came here for an award, not a circus show. And then he takes a closer look at the remains of the mechanical golem. He notices something glowing deep inside the armor. Kim Sung-chul recognizes this item. It's a whole core. If it was Eckhart who created it, maybe he was a good magician. The important thing is that the core is intact. It could be used in the future. In the middle of a dark cavern in the lab stands an altar. Kim Sung-chul calmly heads toward him along the slab-paved path. A glowing panel instructs Kim Sung-chul to place a scroll of class changes on the altar to gain the rank of alchemist. It turns out this wasn't all a show and no joke. This is a real altar. Kim Sung-chul turns around and walks away. He's not interested. It turns out that you have to become an alchemist to move on. The map lights up and says that only those with true alchemist abilities can test their powers here. It's just some kindergarten. And Kim Sung-chul doesn't want to play these games. He takes another step away from the altar. And it's stepping on something. Steel spikes came out of the walls, the ceiling, and the floor. The system won't just let Kim Sung-chul go, so he decides to blow the hell out of this alchemist's cave. Or maybe he'd better have some fun this time. Maybe he'll pretend to fall for the system's tricks. System shows, scroll to change class to alchemy, rank rare hidden effect restriction. 20 tokens are required. You need 20 palace tokens? That's expensive. Nevertheless, Kim Sung-chul takes out these tokens and throws them on the altar along with the scroll. The system showed that Kim Sung-chul felt the breath of truth. He is to be congratulated. He received the hidden class of alchemist. The scroll becomes energized and rises high into the air. The system says it believed in Kim Sung-chul, but he really doesn't like it, what's under his ear. So he started screaming a lot. The class window appears. The basic class is a novice mythic warrior. Additional class high rank cook, rare. Alchemist, rare. The system reports that it is time for the real test. Welcome, alchemist. Kim Sung-chul is very curious about what's going to happen next. If they don't cheer him up and amuse him, he'll kill them all. In the middle of the lab stands a large potions vat, but Kim Sung-chul's gaze is directed at something else. At the end of the lab, he sees a giant golem entangled in webs. It's completely disabled, and a particularly strong web restrains him. The first trial of the 8th hero, Eckhart, alchemist's main skill is creation. You need to combine the ingredients on the table and create an item that can weaken the golem. If you release the golem, Kim Sung-chul will pass the test. A fire erupts underneath the potions vat. Kim Sung-chul looks away. It's got information of natural components. It turns out to be a basic alchemist skill. On the table is a river stone, grass for the blind, lava butterfly wings, and purified water. Purified water level 1, suitable for creating alloys. Kim Sung-chul doesn't know much. He thinks he can just throw everything into the boiling vat. Next, he looks at the table where the herb and potion vials lie. River stone, level 1. There are no effects. An ordinary stone that can be found on the bank of a river. He picks up a river stone and crushes it with his hands, grinding it into sand. Wings of the lava butterfly. The right wing of the lava butterfly has the properties of fire, melting weak substances. Kim Sung-chul really doesn't want to do that, but he has to pass the test. He's doing it all by force. The potion doesn't take on a certain color. Something must be wrong. Maybe the ingredients don't fit together. Grass for the blind. Level 1. Properties of the tree. A grass that is often found on the banks of a river. Possesses the property of slowing down. Therefore, it neutralizes alchemical elements that are opposite to each other. Kim Sung-chul takes the whole bundle and throws it all at Jang at once. It makes the potion boil even harder. Only if you look from the outside how much mana is wasted. That's why nobody likes this class of alchemists. The system is asking Kim Sung-chul to calm down. A map appears. She says that Eckhart's legacy is in awe of his bravery and speed of making substance. Kim Sung-chul definitely has the same extraordinary abilities as the 8th hero. The potion took on a nice pink color. Kim Sung-chul pours it into a test tube and is happy. He was able to make a good potion, so he really does have an ability. With the potion obtained, you need to melt the web that holds the golem. But in the end, the web was only painted pink, and it didn't collapse. Kim Sung-chul is being bullied by the system. Turns out it's not that simple. A simple potion isn't enough. To melt the web requires a solution above rank D. The path to truth requires an extraordinary mind. He who has no ability, let him return. Kim Sung-chul was left alone with an entire web. The system keeps saying that Kim Sung-chul is not capable of anything. That's why he should leave. It turns out that the system just asked Kim Sung-chul to test his strength. It was unwise of her to laugh. Kim Sung-chul was very angry at these taunts. It seems that he was deceitfully treated like that. He grabs a web with his hand and starts pulling on it and tearing it with his bare hands. The system didn't expect this. Kim Sung-chul is not acting according to the rules. He's decided to break the whole damn place down. The columns in the cave, which are sheathed in cobwebs, begin to crack. Kim Sung-chul brought it all down with one mighty tug, and finally he tore the cobwebs. He wants to tear down the legacy of the 8th hero, so that it'll finally be over. Kim Sung-chul is really angry. The system says the problem is the last challenge. Now Kim Sung-chul must destroy the strongest three-headed golem using his alchemist skills. The hands of the mechanical golem are now free, and he lunges at Kim Sung-chul to kill him. Kim Sung-chul is of course going to destroy him, but not as an alchemist, but as a warrior. He's going to smash his head in with his hammer. He concentrates the energy in his warhammer. The last challenge is always the easiest. A tree near the well begins to collapse from the impact. Crows soared from its branches, and all the stone structures near the old well began to crack at the seams. The well collapsed, and in its place was a giant pit. The system is completely shocked at this turn of events. Kim Sung-chul demands his reward immediately. He easily dealt with the giant mechanical golem. The system starts squealing pitifully and accused Kim Sung-chul of being a liar. But in response, he clenched his fist and crushed the system window. He wasn't fooling anyone. Kim Sung-chul passed the final tests of the 8th hero Eckhart and proved that he is a great alchemist. After passing all the trials, he will receive the relic. The map showed a list of rewards: the Book of the Magician, Bertelgem's Living Book, Eckhart's Portable Alchemical Furnace, Intuition plus 11 points. That's exactly what Kim Sung-chul took this quest for. But then a foreign voice called out to him. He asked for permission to say something. The book hung in the air and scolded Kim Sung-chul as a dirty cheat. Kim Sung-chul was very surprised by this turn. A relic that swears. The relic in the form of a book keeps swearing. She wants to tell Kim Sung-chul something that no one has told him until now. Kim Sung-chul had never seen such a brazen relic before in his life. The book swung open and a little girl half crawled out of there. She was so angry, she called Kim Sung-chul a lousy, dirty cheater again. She is very upset by the fact that her new master is such a person. Kim Sung-chul wants to find out who she is. Her name is Bertelgia. She's a living book that was given to him as a reward. Kim Sung-chul isn't interested in who she is at all. When he asked the question, he wanted to know what she could do for him. Bertelgia didn't like this annoying way of speaking. Even if Kim Sung-chul was her master, she could have been more polite. Though what else would you expect from a dirty trickster who has been tested not by his intelligence, but by his power? And that's what hurt her the most. She had hoped to be in the hands of a skilled alchemist. Its pages contain the knowledge of alchemy left behind by Eckhart. Kim Sung-chul grabs the book with his hand to make sure Bertelgia's words are honest. She squealed and told her new master, if he wants something, just let him tell her. She'll open the page herself. Kim Sung-chul wants to know if the curse of destruction can be broken. He's not interested in what she's beeping. Bertelgia tells Kim Sung-chul that there is no such thing. Even Eckhart himself couldn't make it happen. Kim Sung-chul made a thoughtful face. He said that he understood. What kind of magician's book are you? Kim Sung-chul is holding a gilded scroll. In 25 years of life, in this world, I have never heard of such a thing. Book magician rank legendary, gaining the class of mage. I need to find Eckhart's favorite daughter and guide her to the path of truth. And the conditions are stupid too. Someone's daughter has to be found. Everyone knows Eckhart's daughter died a long time ago. Kim Sung-chul tosses the scroll over his shoulder into the portal. We'll deal with this nonsense later. Bertelgia yells that nobody died, and Eckhart's daughter is right in front of him and talking. She is Eckhart's daughter. Her name is Bertelgia. Kim Sung-chul slams the book shut and throws him into a portal that leads to his personal treasure room. Bertelgia screams in a squeaky voice, "What a bastard. That Eckhart is pretty funny. It's a great gift. We can use it later." Dawn over the fortress. The sun is just rising from the horizon. A flying squirrel sits next to Kim Sung-chul and chews on nuts. Pachman's rules are both here and there. Why the hardest level trials? He holds up a small note. The rules the following ranked game are determined. The reward is determined by area. P.S. If Kim Sung-chul doesn't pay the bribe, Krill Liegel won't be able to send him out again. Has the connection between the White Square and the Order of Iron Blood broken? Pac-Man is a horrible beast with no eyes and several tongues. There's a scary big werewolf with bloodshot eyes. Kim Sung-chul thinks about how he can win this competition. The first place award is almost twice as big as the very last place award. He puts a large pink gem in the squirrel flyer's bag. It's like a bribe for Krill Liegel that he asked for. If we don't get lucky with the lineup this time, there will be almost no palace tokens left. And he strokes his finger on the squirrel's head. Now the messenger squirrel can hit the road. There could be big problems with acquiring magic power that Kim Sung-chul couldn't foresee. You have to use every means possible to get first place. A giant bonfire is lit in the arena, and the contestants are warming themselves. Kim Sung-chul needs to be the winner in this competition, no matter what. But he can't intervene personally directly, so he needs some kind of plan. Kim Sung-chul looks at the bonfire and ponders how best to set things up. First, you have to deal with the candidates who are closest to him. They might get in the way of getting the top spot. Kim Sung-chul looks at them carefully from the side and remains silent. They're all showing interest in Bae Sung-hin, but she has no purifying holy water, and she's no warrior at all. Bae Sung-hin doesn't like being in their company, but for now she has to put up with it. You can set things up so that it's all for Bae Sung-hin's sake and not easily follow him. 10,000 sword swings, each exercise 1,000 times. We must begin immediately. Gallop around the square 1,000 laps, hunting low and medium level monsters in the forest. Kim Seong-chul is voicing his proposal to the challenger. They look at him with dazed eyes. That's a lot of pressure. Park Aram honestly tells Bae Sung-hin that he only came for her and touches her hair. Just what Kim Song-chul needs. Park Aram gave himself away right away. I didn't even have to try to find out. Bae Sung-hin pushed Park Aram away and said, "Don't you dare touch her. Damn, she's a mean girl. She pretends to be a sissy. If it wasn't for the other world, Park Aram wouldn't look at someone like her." And then he gets punched in the face by another candidate. "Shut the fuck up." Eun-young stood up for her. They try to separate them, but he promises to finish off Park Aram. Park Aram is furious. How dare that walking trash hit him? But all the other candidates didn't like it. They are preparing to give Park Aram a good thrashing and break his ribs. Park Aram realized that the whole crowd was against him. He can't do it alone, and quickly turned and ran away like a cowardly girl. They'll see when the power's on his side. That Park Aram should never be left unattended. Eun-jung wanted to catch up with him and stop him. First things first, we need to start making some good preparations for the fight. We're hearing reports of strikes. The last 1,000 is left. Kim Seong-chul is practicing very hard. Eun-jung and the others ask if this guy is tired, because they are completely exhausted. Kim Seong-chul promises all the candidates if they make it through the entire training without falling behind, he'll give everyone a feast. And all the applicants started practicing properly with their swords. A monster hunt in the forest awaited them. But by the end of the training session, they were literally falling off their feet from fatigue. All right, but who's going to do it? The two of them left the tent. It's just too hard. The bespectacled man tries to explain to Kim Seong-chul that not everyone is as motivated, well-prepared as he is. There's not a lot of provisions left. Who would like to participate? His burden is much heavier than he can bear, though he guesses at it. He realizes it won't change anything. With regret in his eyes, he agreed. It's going to be very difficult. It's a shame, of course, but we'll have to rule those out. It's time to leave, or there's a real chance of hell. Jung Jung-sik clarifies, if they agree, can they raise their scores? Unlike Kim Hak-chul, Jung Jung-sik's gang existed only for profit and strength. Kim Sung-chul confirms that the strength, agility, health will be 25 points each. Jung Jung-sik says that his guys have an average of 10 to 12 points. So if they sweat a little, they can become almost twice as strong. Kim Sung-chul is confident that he must take his bait since he's a quick thinker. Jung Jung-sik says he has 24 points right now. If Kim Sung-chul is lying to him, he'll skin him alive. What kind of threats did Kim Sung-chul really dislike? It's better for him to lose once, to avert suspicion. Jung Jung-sik sensed something wrong, and he became wary. Then in one sharp, lightning-fast motion, he flung the knife aside. Kim Sung-chul realizes that this type is very dangerous, but sometimes you need people like this. Jung Jung-sik killed someone who tried to steal bread from the white square. It was a hungry thief who wanted to eat, and then went about his business as if nothing had happened. A natural-born killer. Kim Sung-chul realizes that deep down, he and Jung Jung-sik are a lot alike. They are just as callous and ruthless. Jung Jung-sik instructs everyone to gather. They were all in perfect condition, all the fighters of the white square. When the ranking battle was over, the summoning square would just be drenched in blood, and now they would begin their hell training. Clouds float across the night sky and stars are visible. On the outskirts of the castle, the firelight glows. Kim Sung-chul prepares a holiday dinner, as he promised all the candidates on his team. They're already drooling over these magnificent dishes. Such beauty they haven't seen since they came to this dimension. The homunculi have been feeding them nothing but rot. Everything is ready now. Kim Sung-chul says they can start eating. It just smells so good. How long had they not eaten meat? They happily pounced on the dishes. They're all as hungry as yard dogs. Someone does not forget the limits of decency and tries to woo the lady, offers her a piece of something tasty. To Kim Sung-chul, this behavior seems very unusual. In spite of hunger and want, people have kept a human face, and they're still laughing and joking. Park Aram is peeking at everyone from a dark corner. Then he quietly walks off in his own direction. There's a reason he was standing there watching. Kim Sung-chul seems like maybe he's up to something. Preparations for tomorrow's battle are over. No matter what everyone's plans are, if they get in Kim Seong-chul's way, he'll kill them all. The map shows that the ranking battle is starting. It's early morning over the arena again, and 2 moons are visible in the sky. The map shows that Tam Tam is a very scary, ferocious, and violent monster. All candidates have displays in the plaza where they can read the information. The map shows the mission: All participants must evade Tam Tam's pursuit for 1 hour. If they destroy the Tam Tam monster, they will fulfill the terms of the battle and win, and naturally if they succeed. Clearly, it's very easy. 3 pops resounded in the air. There's killing people for the sake of distinction for the summoners. He's the most dangerous creature, but not this time. Bae Seong-hin is calling Kim Seong-chul. She can't find Eunjung anywhere. Kim Seong-chul wonders about Eunjung's disappearance. A violent impact was heard, knocking out the giant iron gate. They just flew into the arena like a piece of tinfoil. The monster's huge arms showed, and then his bloodthirsty face. It was a scary gorilla with razor-sharp teeth. There was a terrifying roar from the monster, a beast of truly gigantic proportions. The mere candidates looked like kittens in front of him. Game on! Bae Seong-hin can't find Eunjung. There's no sign of him at all. She's really worried about him. Kim Seong-chul realizes that Eunjung has disappeared without a trace. He's worried about him too. There's a reason for all this. The candidates prepared for battle. They armed themselves with swords against the monster, though in seeing the size of the monster, they are under no illusions. The elected favorites appear with observers, led by Leonim. Next to them is Pa Aram. Well, nobody knows what he's doing here. He's holding some kind of vial and there's a pink liquid inside. What is it? With one blow, the monster knocked out the giant steel gate. Kim Seong-chul realizes that this is the beginning of the battle. Bae Seong-hin's eyes rounded with fear and almost went out of orbit. It wasn't even dawn yet, and you could see the stars and 2 moons in the sky. The monster's eyes burned like 2 red-hot gems. Glasses shouts for the others to run. Try to dodge the attacks and keep yourself alive. The monster let out a terrifying howl. This made the candidates panic and start scattering in different directions. Against his background, they were like little mice. The monster swung his paw. I've rounded up whoever I can catch. You can hear people screaming. They're begging for help. They're in agony. And then the monster starts eating them alive. He throws all the people in his mouth like little breadcrumbs and starts chewing them methodically. Even Yang Chong-sik was frightened. The White Square fighters trembled. They began to say that this monster was simply the strongest in history. Jung Jong-sik is ordering everyone to scatter. We must try to stay alive until the end of the mission, and keep your life either by fighting or fleeing. There's a real panic among the candidates. No one knows how to fight such a monster. Kim Seong-chul is telling everyone to run for cover. There's no time to explain, but he's the only one keeping his cool. Tam Tam leaped over the arena. With his enormous body, he covered almost half of the sky here-eyes, and then with a clatter, landed in the very center. He did it on purpose to crush as many people as possible, and only the candidates and observers stood still. Leonis instructs everyone else to get ready, and pulls out a vial of pink liquid from his pocket. The monster swings his giant paws. There was purifying holy water in the vial. The monster immediately smelled her scent. The holy water created a barrier around the challengers. With the watchers, the monster can't grab them with its paws. They used it in this fight. As much as he growled in rage, the small group of men remained under an impenetrable shield beyond his reach. Leonis, satisfied and smiling, tells the monster to fuck off. He has no business here. Someone regretted very much that they hadn't chosen holy water as a reward for the last fight. A little more, and they would have died. Pa Aram is fleeing. White Square is out of luck. Not only was the second battle a Pac-Man rule, a big fat bastard named Armuk Bakr, surrounded by 2 concubines, sat on his throne. He is the commander of the Stormfront Alliance Corps. Mo Sang-gil said that he was very displeased with those damn conscripts. They're openly trying to destroy their Iron Blood Order. Maybe they were paid to do it? That's the thought that occurred to the senior commander of the Iron Blood Order. They wish each other a good time. Mo Sang-gil starts calling out Magadorance Winterler. A very bright flash appears. A portal is forming, and out of that portal comes Dalrance Winterler. She has come at the call of her master. It seems that after Pagaram failed to obtain the sacred water, there were no more reports from the sorceress. Dalrance Winterler is comforting Mo Sang-gil. Pa Aram has already gotten the holy water. Everything should be fine. As far as Mo Sang-gil knows, this sacred water is called the Blessing of the God of Order, and it can't be made with magic. Dalrance Winterler argues for sacrificing the minority for the majority. He was just following the laws of the Order of the Iron Blood. That's all. That's the price he paid to survive. The monster grabbed him in its jaws and chewed him into small pieces with its teeth. You can hear the death screams. Kim Seong-chul counts the number of surviving contenders. They hid behind a grocery cart, hoping the monster wouldn't find them. No one knows how long they have to hide, probably until he's full, but no one knows how many human lives it takes to satiate him. Someone suggested that the monster needed to eat 30 more people. Pakaram calmly approached the monster from the back. It was as if he was not in the death arena, but walking in Central Park. He drew his sword and went against the monster alone. No one around him believed he was capable of such a thing. Then he took a proper swing and threw the sword at the monster. It flew in a circular trajectory, speeding through the air harder and harder. To the monster, that sword was like a light jab with a toothpick, but his attention Pa'aram was able to get. In addition, he started insulting the beast and calling it a stupid, worthless thing. The bloodthirsty macaque screamed at the top of his voice. It worked. The monster was very angry with Pa'aram. No one understands why Pa'aram is luring the behemoth this way. The other contenders didn't understand the plan. Kim Sung-chul suspects something's wrong. Pa'aram wouldn't risk his life for nothing. A bastard like that only lives for himself. He won't risk it for others. Pa'aram quickly pulls a vial from his pockets. It's sacred water. I wonder if they know whose it is. Quickly rips the cap off the bottle. Kim Sung-chul says he'll give a sign and needs to scatter like they've been practicing. The magic of holy water is beginning to work. The monster jumped up sharply and ran toward the challengers. Pa'aram is now protected by a barrier of holy water, and the monster is no threat to him. Moreover, he sicked this monster on his fellow candidates. Kim Sung-chul is calling the shots so that we can save our lives. The monster landed just where the candidates had run out from. They managed to save their lives. Kim Sung-chul also managed to bounce to the other side. He could barely stay on his feet. Pa'aram rejoices. He is now protected by the holy water barrier. Now he wants to see how long his fellow candidates can hold out against the monster. Kim Seong-chul at the sight of that bastard's actions. It's clear that he has holy water as well. A great deal of dust rose into the air after the monster landed on the ground. He screams furiously and searches for his victims. The beast begins running around the arena for the remaining candidates. But now it's back to business as usual. We have to be patient a little longer. It's about to start. Kim Sung-chul runs straight towards the monster. He's instructing everyone to take their positions. The monster throws itself at Kim Sung-chul, hoping to tear him apart. But first he wants to swat him with his paws like a fly. But he can't do it, no matter how many times he tries. Kim Sung-chul was extremely fast and agile. The monster can't keep up with him. He pulls an explosive scroll from the vault and runs right under the belly of the beast. Quickly unrolls the scroll and prepares it for use. Now he's casting a spell. The writing on the scroll begins to glow with fire. The monster suddenly starts to burn and makes a terrible roar. Hellfire erupts from the scroll and begins to devour the monster. The explosive scroll turned out to be a better buy, much better than the light water. Flames burst from his lines, burning the monster to the ground. Unfortunately, the scroll was disposable. It couldn't withstand the flames and burned almost all of itself. The monster burns like a torch. The battle arena smells of meat and wool. You can hear the terrible screams of death. Kim Sung-chul stands still and looks at the result of his work. He knows that he has already won, and the monster burns hotter and hotter. Quickly, the candidates couldn't believe their eyes. Such a huge thing caught fire and turned into a giant smoking torch. The smoke was thick. Kim Sung-chul pulled out his dagger for the final blow. You don't want to miss a good time like this before the smoke clears, so no one can see who destroyed the monster. You don't want to draw unnecessary attention to yourself. Kim Sung-chul starts stabbing the burning monster with his dagger. To finish it off, Kim Sung-chul chopped off his hands. They fell to the ground, and you can see the giant splashes of blood that burst out of the monster's body. In the case of a huge monster like Tam Tam, the most effective thing to do would be to cut the tendon. The monster collapsed to the ground. The crowd of the surviving candidates began to chant and cheer, and no one suspected Kim Sung-chul of doing that. He did all the work for all the candidates. Jong Chong-sik ran up to the still barely alive monster with 2 swords to finish it off. He clipped his Achilles tendons on his hind legs, so the monster can't get up again, and to finalize but to be destroyed. Jong Chong-sik asked the others, what are they procrastinating about? In fact, there is a large roasted carcass lying in the arena. A pile of meat. If everyone else slows down, he's the only one who will eat it all. Glasses is getting bolder. Everybody run to the attack and help. A giant, lifeless carcass lay in the middle of the arena, but the little people desperately ran at her to attack. The monster is useful after all. Kim Sung-chul didn't expect this. It turned out that a simple sword could not penetrate his thick skin. The men began to advise each other to aim at the wound sites. Turns out the monster has eyes. He's already in the throes of death agony. Kim Sung-chul is standing not far from his opponent and watches him die. A bright flash appeared in the air. The beast screamed, for someone had knocked out its eye. It turned out that it was Bae Sung-hin who used the moon staff. The same staff she received from Kim Sung-chul. The first rays of the sun appeared above the horizon and illuminated the battle arena. The dawn had begun. The map showed congratulations. They destroyed the Tam Tam monster. The arena is littered with a pile of candidate corpses and a large, mutilated monster carcass. It's a chilling sight. The map showed that the gains received turned out to be much greater than the challenge. The system allocates top-tier rewards regardless of the number of points. All the surviving candidates are cheering like children, shouting hooray, as if they had killed the monster and won the battle on their own. Bae Sung-hin is very disappointed. Her contribution to victory is just over 3%. But she doesn't understand why it's so little. The system says there are 2 more ranking battles left, and you need to gain 23 palace tokens. The map showed that the individual reward depended on the size of the contribution to victory. His contribution is just over 18%. The resulting reward is S rank. Kim Seong-chul, of course, realized that the reward would be different for everyone, because the contribution to the victory is different, and the risks taken are different. But for the white square to take the top spot of the deathmatch, it will be very nice to have an additional weapon. Contribution rewards Scorpion's Tail Whip. Standard reward palace tokens 14 pieces, as well as provisions in the form of fruit and meat. And the reward of choice, a warrior's crossbow. The other candidates are reassuring Bae Sung-hin. A little over 3% is still a good result. The others got 0%. Kim Sung-chul says to himself that everyone should have known better, that they won't get anything for the holy water. While some were sweating it out in hard workouts, other candidates were having fun with the observers, and now everyone gets what they deserve. It's fair. Pak Aram is hysterical. How is this even possible? He didn't get any reward at all, so what if he was fleeing like a madman? Kim Sung-chul thought that Park Aram had done something to Ha Eun-jun. Late that afternoon at the fortress, someone has something to say to someone. Everyone is actively looking for Ha Eun-jun. Lanus is puzzled himself. He tells Kim Sung-chul that he has no idea where he might have gone. Kim Sung-chul immediately sensed something wrong. He can't be fooled. He's definitely hiding something, so he'll try to bribe Leonis with food. A hungry mouth can't resist when there's food in front of it. He holds out 2 juicy apples to Leonis. He hopes it will be enough in exchange for the information he needs. Leonis is hungry, but he's afraid of being cheap. He won't give up his own for just 2 apples. He's probably waiting for something more substantial. Kim Sung-chul puts his hand behind his sinus. How about this? And he pulls out of his pocket a premium quality jerky. It's a real delicacy around here. Kim Sung-chul is willing to give him the whole piece if he answers his questions honestly. Leonis couldn't think straight at the sight of this piece of meat. His eyes were wide open and saliva was running down his chin. He was ready to sell anyone. The Temple of Truth of the God of Order, the main entrance. Kim Sung-chul came here on Leonis' tip. He really wants to know why Ha Young-jun came here just before the ranking battle. And with the director. It's not at all noticeable that there's someone inside. Kim Sung-chul starts to look around and sees a small light in the darkness, and he immediately ran to that light. As he ran up, he saw a frightening sight. Ha Yun-jun's bloody body. It looks like he was cut into pieces. Kim Sung-chul saw wolf hair on the spot. That's what's wrong. Wolves don't come here because of the monsters. The homunculus captain pulls a cart and complains. He's a successful homunculus, but it really pisses him off that these people always mess things up. He saw Kim Sung-chul and wants to know what the stranger's doing here. Kim Sung-chul asked the homunculus captain, did he bring the cart on purpose to load the body into it? The homunculus captain quickly realized he'd been exposed. If he saw everything, he's a witness, so he'll die too. Kim Sung-chul didn't hesitate. He quickly grabbed Captain Homunculus by the throat and lifted him high off the ground. He needs to know who killed this guy. The homunculus began to moan and squeal. He's just a homunculus. He doesn't know anything because no one tells him anything. He's just doing his dirty work. He asked Kim Sung-chul to spare him and let him go. Kim Sung-chul squeezes the homunculus' throat even harder. He asks again who killed Ha Yeon-jun. It's Park Aram. He killed the guy. The homunculus screams. Kim Sung-chul doesn't think he's an idiot. He's not easily fooled. He told the homunculus that Park Aram couldn't have killed Ha Young-jun. He doesn't have enough points. The homunculus yells that Park Aram is a werewolf. Suggests that Kim Sung-chul see for himself. Chief Magician. The homunculus was just out of breath, and his red eyes popped out of their orbits. Kim Sung-chul lets go of him, and he falls to the ground. The homunculus promises that he will serve Kim Sung-chul. He spared his life. Now he is his slave. Kim Sung-chul is a young man in disguise. Homunculus can't believe his eyes. A warrior stands before him. They had seen him at the recruiting square 25 years ago. Could he really be the very enemy of peace? The homunculus really regretted that he was still alive. Warrior grabs homunculus by the leg, only he's wrong. It's not that he's still alive, and starts beating the homunculus against the cave wall like an old rag. It's just that the warrior didn't kill them. He starts spinning the homunculus like a wind vane, and then he throws it with all his might. And the homunculus flies high up, so high that he finds himself in front of the center of the moon. He's asking for help. This came as a surprise to the warrior. So Park Aram became a werewolf. That changes things. This is all very amusing. Night has fallen on the palace. There are 2 clear moons in the sky. Kim Sung-chul is a little surprised, but pleased. It turns out that Park Aram has become a werewolf. All the candidates gathered at the White Square camp. There was an emergency. To avoid bloodshed, the weapons were left in front of the entrance to the camp. Jungshik's men caught 2 thieves. They beat them very badly. They lost consciousness. The bespectacled man looked at his companions with fear. Young-sik said that the bespectacled man had lost all fear, and his men tried to take what belongs to the White Square fighters. He really wants to know how the bespectacled man will pay for this crime. How will he make restitution? The bespectacled man became indignant. How could you beat people because they wanted to eat? They were hungry and thirsty, and they stole food, not gold. Young-sik was really angry at those words. Glasses has lost his mind. You miserable bastards. They didn't want to lift a finger to win. They don't want to risk their lives and health, but they want to eat. They want to take what's not theirs, a reward they don't deserve. Those who fight have to sacrifice their lives, and these cowards will just eat. They don't want to risk anything, but they don't want to starve. Food is the reward for victory. Victory comes in battle. Filthy ragamuffins and stinking cowardly creatures. Jung-sik is declaring this square as the property of the White Square fighters. If someone doesn't like it, let them forcefully challenge their right. Let them attack. He's ready to respond. Glasses says they're outnumbered, and they could easily break the heads of the White Square fighters right now. They're just going to be outnumbered. Park Aram intervened in this quarrel. Don't fight. Love will save the world. He raised his hands high above his head. Park Aram approached Young-sik and asked him to cool down. You need to dye your ardor. Young-sik didn't like this behavior. He looked at Park Aram with anger. Then he swung his sword and slashed Park Aram's arm. Let him get his filthy paws off him. Park Aram didn't expect to be treated this way. Jungshik is telling everyone to get out, as long as he's nice to them. Otherwise, next time, he'll just blow his head off. Park Aram starts licking his own blood off his hand. His interlocutor was so uncooperative. He wanted what was best for him. What if he sees Park Aram's transformation? The guy's clothes start to tear. A scrawny body appears. Jung-sik was simply stunned by what he saw. My first time watching a person's transformation, Park Aram's legs begin to wriggle out like a wolf, and he finally transforms into a werewolf. He's hoping that now he'll be able to listen to Jungshik. They'll definitely be friends now. The transformation happened very quickly, right during the phase of the 2 moons, which is fortunate, and the werewolf starts howling at the whole forest. All the candidates are scattered to the sides. What the hell is going on? One of them turned into a monster. Kim Sung-chul heard that howl. Park Aram is talking to Young-sik. Has he cooled down a bit now? Why isn't he saying anything? Maybe he swallowed his tongue out of fear. He could control his anger now that he saw Park Aram in such a state. I have to admit it, no matter how strong Jungshik is, he can't handle a werewolf. The fighters of the White Square came to the aid of their leader. They said that they would take the monster on themselves and deal with it on their own. Park Aram was amused by this. Some puny people dared to compete with him? They want to stop him? He swung his paw once and tore those 2 to pieces, arms and legs flying in different directions, and their blood got on Jungshik's face. What kind of asshole is this? And for saying that, Park Aram is going to blow Yong-sik's head off. You should have kept your mouth shut. Goggles and everyone else stand quietly and watch the battle. Kim Sung-chul is also very curious about how it all ends and who will emerge as the winner. Dorrance Winterler suddenly appeared and ordered everyone to stop. She wouldn't say it twice. Park Aram didn't expect her to come now, much less that she would interfere. She forced Park Aram to stop and his paws went into the ground. And there are too many people here. He orders them to stop now. At the next test, they will all face great punishment. Park Aram is just furious. He was prevented from taking down Jung-sik. What the hell, he doesn't give a shit. He'll do what he wants to do. Jung-sik is very grateful to Dorrance Winterler. He really doesn't know who she is, but it seems like she saved his life. Park Aram is yelling at Dorrance Winterler. If she wants his father to like her, then let her deal with this crap herself. He's so pissed off with everyone today. He starts to catch up to Jung-sik so he can finally kill him. But out of nowhere, spiritual wolves appear, catching up with Park Aram and biting his paw, trying to hold him back. He takes a running leap and falls, and buries his wolf face right into the ground. He really wants to know what kind of freak dared to do this to him. He probably doesn't value his life and has lost his fear. Kim Sung-chul praised Daredevil there. He doesn't know who he is, but he certainly picked a good moment to attack. There's no doubt it's a summoned spirit wolf. They appeared out of nowhere and attacked Park Aram's werewolf. He didn't even have time to notice them or react properly. He just froze in place. Some creature bit his shoulder. He felt his strength leaving him. The wolf's pupils dilated, and the reverse transformation begins. Park Aram became human again, and then he fell on all fours, whimpering and whining like a beaten dog. He was no longer a mighty monster, but a simple wounded man. What bastard dared to attack Park Aram using a spirit wolf staff? The spirit wolves appeared out of nowhere and quickly dealt with the werewolf's grief. He was just overcome with frustration. Kim Sung-chul had estimated that the period of turning into a werewolf was somewhere around 5 minutes, but that's enough time to conquer the area. He was very interested in who used the spirit wolf staff. That's the girl, the one he shared the award for the previous match with. She stole the palace tokens from him. That's the same girl. We have to protect people from Park Aram. How lucky she was to pocket the spirit wolf's staff. Kim Sung-chul immediately realized that this girl knew about the summoning palace. Could it be that she had also gone back in time? He stands quietly on the loggia and watches. A bedraggled flying squirrel runs up to him. Maybe this girl is from Erfurt. It's not a bad place in itself. Kim Sung-chul received another message from Krill Liggle. This time it's about Dorrance Winterler. She's a graduate of the Freezing School of the Magic Academy. Very fond of flaunting her power and money, but has a terrible reputation. She follows Park Aram day and night. He is her ward. But she doesn't follow him when he goes into the woods with the girls. That's a good tip from Krill Liggle. So it's a real chance, but right now Park Aram isn't here. Where did that asshole go? Kim Sung-chul tries to find the candidates among the other members with his eyes, but all to no avail. After the horror, people have calmed down. I got an opportunity right now. Couldn't come at a better time. Kim Sung-chul smiles. Today is the perfect day for Park Aram to die. No one will save him. Poor girl, she's scared. You can see the fear in her eyes. She's begging for mercy. It's another victim of that bastard Park Aram. How he loves those cries, those moans and pleas for help. They only make him want to kill more. As the victim flutters in his hands, Dorrance Winterler started wailing and swearing again. It's starting again. She's so sick of that fucking thing. Every time she has to shovel his shit. She thought he was normal because his father was the commander of the Iron Blood Order. But Pa Aram turned out to be a total bastard who's always causing trouble. She's watching him now through the ice crystal. She doesn't usually do that, but he's found some defenseless girl again, and he wants to tear her to pieces. Dorrance Winterler says you can't even find bastards like that on other worlds, and yet she found him. And the worst part is, she has to babysit him. Her subordinates say it must be very difficult for her. Only 2 ratings battles left. Gotta watch this creep for just a little while, and then, as a thank you, she can rise to the top. If only she had been in that square as an opponent to the candidates. She would have killed that asshole Park Aram right away, so that he wouldn't cause any more trouble. But it's not that simple. She asked one of her subordinates why he's still here, and while doing so, looking very closely at Krill Liggle. I mean, not long ago he was crying to her about losing a draftee. She wants to know if he found him. The coworkers quickly turned around and started looking at Krill Ligel. This is still considered a serious act. He made a goofy face and said it was okay. He found everything. Dalrance Winterler doesn't believe him for some reason. From the excitement, Krill Ligel is sweating profusely, but he confirms that everything is fine. Dalrance Winterler honestly admits that she likes the rookies, but she can't stand those who only ingratiate themselves with their superiors. Of course they can ignore her. It's their right. It's their choice. There's nothing they can do about it. Just let them mean it. As long as he's a mage, he can't avoid seeing her. Krill Ligel realizes he has only one option left. He has to convince her somehow, a bribe, to get her off his back. Krill Ligel graciously bids farewell and departs. Why does he still remember that guy? Kim Sung-chul literally can't get out of his head. After all, he was much stronger than the conscript, and he had a very powerful crystal. Where did he get all this knowledge, experience, resources? But what bothers Krill Ligel the most is the fact that Kim Sung-chul demanded information about Dalrance Winterler. There's a reason for this. And then a shiver ran through his body. Did he really want to hurt her? Out of fear, Krill Ligel began to look around. A woman's bloody clothes are lying on the ground. Paka Ram turned into a werewolf and mauled that poor girl. Now it's tearing the body into pieces and eating the flesh. Someone called him from behind. He interrupted his meal. He wants to know who's interrupting him. Kim Sung-chul came for his life. Park Aram is glad himself. He wanted to get even with him. It's a good thing he didn't have to run. The werewolf quickly bared his teeth and prepared for a deadly fight, but his body begins to tremble violently. He has a sudden weakness and restlessness. What's happening to his body? Kim Sung-chul tells him that he's a wolf now. And unlike humans, animals have instinctive senses, whether they're prey or predator. Nature cannot be deceived. It is impossible to hide such things. Park Aram begins to realize that his own body has a strong sense of fear at the sight of Kim Sung-chul. He's actually a werewolf and quickly attacks Kim Sung-chul. Kim Sung-chul quickly grabbed Park Aram's throat. He squeezed so hard that his throat crunched, and then tossed him around like a filthy litter dog. And Park Aram broke through the stone block with his hump. Now he's lying among the rock rubble, covered in mud and abrasions. He's very unhappy, and he's angry. He can't just lose. He can't be destroyed by some asshole. He was told he would be the strongest in the square if he became a werewolf. He couldn't be fooled. Even the witch has his back. Kim Sung-chul doesn't know what the hell that dog is talking about. He pulls out a wooden club and hit Park Aram's face with it with all his might. He's just a pathetic wimp, and he's not given his word. From the impact, the werewolf flies a few dozen meters to the side. It falls on its back with a thud. Blood starts pouring out of his mouth, and he's asking Dalrance Winterler for help because he feels like he's about to die. Where the hell is he? Kim Sung-chul calmly approaches him with eyes blazing. The loot won't run away. Don't be in a hurry. You have to prolong the pleasure. Where is that witch? Damn it, we need her right now. But Dalrance Winterler doesn't respond to his requests. Kim Sung-chul is swinging his club really hard. This is going to be fun. In the forest, the thud of weighty object hitting a living body and the crunching of bones could be heard clearly. Not to mention Park Aram's screams. The grief-stricken werewolf starts pretending to be his father. He wants to intimidate Kim Sung-chul. His father is the commander of the Iron Blood Order. The commander of the order himself. He's the superior officer. He sincerely hopes that Kim Sung-chul will stop beating him like a dog and let him live. It's truly pathetic. Pa Aram is lying there like a wolf chop. Now he's lost his werewolf form and gone back to human form. So many bones in his body are broken. He can barely see anything. Bruises and bloody bruises cover his eyes. He's threatening. He says that if Kim Sung-chul kills him, he'll be in trouble himself. This news really surprised Kim Sung-chul. Is it really true? But Park Aram had only recently become a conscript. How could the commander of the Iron Blood Order be his father? Park Aram doesn't know himself. It seems that the one who came back from the other world came to him and told him so. Cute little tale. A dog almost beaten to death says he is the son of the commander of a powerful order and can enjoy wealth and glory in this world. Those who returned to Earth were found and recruited to the other world as sons and daughters of the strongest. Now he was beginning to understand the conditions of the selection of candidates. The commander of the Iron Blood Order had 3 children, but because of the curse, he had lost them all. It was the payback for the power. Kim Sung-chul wonders, whatever disaster threatens the world, how can a freak like Park Aram be brought in and given power? Park Aram asks Kim Sung-chul that he's doing all this because of Ha Young-jun, the guy whose body he found near the castle ruins. Park Aram starts making excuses. It's not his fault he killed him. He was the one who started treating him so badly first. That's why he paid the price. Kim Sung-chul clutches the club in his hands tighter and tighter. He just can't take all the bullshit and lies coming out of Park Aram's mouth. So he shoves this wooden club into his mouth with all his might, knocking out a few of his teeth in the process. Kim Sung-chul is talking openly to his enemy. He wants to make one point, just one thing to understand. In this world, power is everything, but don't rely solely on your power. Park Aram starts waving his arms around. He's trying to say he's got it all figured out. Slowly, he starts drinking his own blood. Kim Sung-chul is well aware that there will always be someone stronger than him. One more thing. In this place, there are no suspended sentences or pardons. Everyone gets what they deserve. And with a deft move, Kim Sung-chul takes the club out of Park Aram's mouth and tosses it aside. He spared him. He didn't kill him, but he warns him. One mistake by Park Aram, and he'll be dead for sure. Let him thank Mother Nature for accepting stinking scum like him. Park Aram now looks like a properly battered, pathetic, toothy wretch. A proud werewolf who kills defenseless girls. Now he looks like a beaten, pissed-up hobo with a black eye. Well then, bright red small lights appeared in the darkness. They were getting bigger and bigger by the minute. Kim Sung-chul warns Park Aram, blood demons are about to come at the smell of blood. They're scavengers. They're only interested in prey. They don't care about wealth and power. The only thing they want is fresh flesh and blood, and they always get what they want. Park Aram realizes that he was spared by Kim Sung-chul and not killed by his own hands. But that doesn't mean he'll stay alive now. He's getting hysterical and yells at the demons to get lost. He's the son of the commander of the Order of the Iron Blood, but the blood demons don't care. They're closing in on their prey. There was a terrible human death scream, and a fountain of blood spurted out. The bastard had found his end. The two moons turned blood red. Kim Sung-chul felt a breeze that made him feel better. The blood demons are getting closer and closer to their coveted prey. They're so hungry. A beaten Park Aram squeals like a pissed-up beaten dog. He threatens them and tells them not to come near him. There's a terrible human death scream, and a fountain of blood spurted. The earth is cleaner. One less bastard. Kim Sung-chul smiles to himself. Today is a good day, and he did a good thing. But then he abruptly noticed a shadow on the earth. Someone approaching from behind. So someone's trying to take him by surprise. And the worst part is he didn't notice the presence of an intruder. And that's very rare. It was that girl who used the spirit wolf staff skillfully. It's a shame she wanted to kill him, but Kim Sung-chul beat her to it. She came alone to kill a werewolf. She's not just a recruit after all. Kim Sung-chul really wants to know who she really is. He quickly activates the Eye of Truth. The girl's name is Lee Soo-jin. She has a very decent level of strength, dexterity, and health. Her intuition magic power is at a high level. He doesn't see anything special in the readings. Maybe she's a returnee. Lee Soo-jin tells Kim Sung-chul that he's always been so quiet. Or maybe it's a precautionary measure. He wants to know what she needs, and warns her that she'd better think very carefully before answering. Lee Soo-jin speaks without any formalities. Judging from the fact that he dealt with that creep Park Aram, she thought Kim Sung-chul was a good person. That's why she spoke up. Although she felt he was an unusual recruit before, Kim Sung-chul says that Lee Soo-jin doesn't look ordinary either. You got it right. But she won't say anything else, and she won't ask him. She's a necto. If he's seen the tablet at least once, he knows her name well. Lee Soo-jin holds out his hand, as a sign of friendship. He knew it was that girl. She won first place in the first ranking battle. She has a reason why she really needs high scores, so she's looking for a capable assistant. Kim Sung-chul guessed it right away, so she saved Jong-sik. Lee Soo-jin understands everything. Kim Sung-chul saw everything with his own eyes. Yes, indeed, Jong-sik is an excellent warrior with leadership skills. Kim Sung-chul really wants to know why she wanted to kill Park Aram. He could have been a powerful weapon in the remaining battles. After all, he was a werewolf. Lee Soo-jin is sure that he wouldn't do any good, only harm. She would have much more to lose with him. Kim Sung-chul got the answer he liked. He agrees to join her, but he has one condition. Had she ever heard of hidden quests, especially those involving magic? It's okay if she didn't hear, he'll tell her. Kim Sung-chul introduced himself to her. She repeated his name. Kim Sung-chul questioned Lee Soo-jin, is there something wrong with his name? No, there's nothing wrong. He warns Lee Soo-jin to leave this place soon. Uninvited guests will be here soon, and the two of them will have to explain themselves somehow. Lee Soo-jin looks at Kim Sung-chul's back. On the bloody ground lies the torn piece of Pakaram's corpse. Dalrance Winterler realizes now how fucked up she is. She couldn't keep an eye on that bastard, and now he's dead. Now the witch is very angry. Why the fuck is he dead? Park Aram's corpse is missing an eye. Dalrance Winterler won't let it go. She had such a hard time getting up. The face is almost intact. She can use it, even if it's already dead. Clear skies, beautiful weather. The sun is shining over the summoning palace. Pakaram appeared in the arena wearing a cape. Everyone started talking amongst themselves. Something must have happened to him. You shouldn't go near him today, he's a bit strange. Kim Sung-chul gives him advice to stay away from him. But he knows there's nothing to be afraid of. He killed him yesterday. It looks like Pakaram was made into an air puppet using necromancy. They also cast magic to prevent the flesh from decomposing. Kim Sung-chul has a very bad feeling. You can hear the screams. That's Krill Leigel's voice. He doesn't believe Pakaram is dead, but Dalrance Winterler is asking for help and calls Krill Legal to follow him, but he's very interested in what was done with Park Aram's corpse. Dalrance Winterler tells him not to stop. Krill Legal quickens his step and catches up with her. The white square is held for the slaves. Krill Legal asks his superior why they are here. She holds out a vial of blood to him. Krill Legal guesses what it is. Dalrance Winterler says it's werewolf blood, and you have to be careful. It's very valuable. Krill Legal knew immediately what this crazy woman wanted. Dawn is breaking over the arena of conscription. Krill Legal sent a message to Kim Sung-chul. In it, he says that Dalrance Winterler has lost her mind. She's going to kill everyone in the white square. It was the 6 werewolves from the Spirit Wolf's staff. Kim Sung-chul immediately realized what a disaster was coming. Compared to this disaster, the giant monster of Tam Tam is a mere child's play. Krill Legal pointed out in the memo that Dalrance Winterler has just lost her mind. That crazy bitch is going to kill all the members of the White Square, and she has a special plan. With 6 werewolves in Blue Square, Kim Sung-chul realizes that the candidates are the main target. He clenches the note in his fist. The White Square was incredibly noisy just because of one werewolf. What would happen if there was a whole pack of them? The reaction of the candidates can be easily predicted. They will all have animal fear and terror. They won't be able to fight. Kim Sung-chul was thinking about this very thing. He didn't care about anything else. The ranking battle would simply become a bloodbath. With this state of affairs, he wouldn't be able to reveal his true identity. And right now, he's just at a loss. It might be worth grasping at straws. Kim Sung-chul opens a portal to his own treasure trove and pulls out a living alchemy book. Bertelja wakes up and pulls herself up. She wants to know from her master why he woke her up. Kim Sung-chul asks her if there's anything in alchemy that can take down several werewolves, or rather a whole herd of them. And it's not something that can be made by a magician, but by an ordinary person without magical powers. Bertelja said it was obvious. She is alchemy itself, and she started looking for it right away. And I found what Kim Sung-chul was looking for very quickly. The system showed that there was a remedy against werewolves called Eternal Flame. Kim Sung-chul didn't quite understand what it was. Eternal Flame. Werewolves can't stand flames? It's basically a good possibility, especially since it doesn't have any magical abilities. But Bertelja smiled very slyly. After all, the ingredients for the Eternal Flame are extremely difficult to obtain. It is beyond the power of a mere mortal. Beautiful weather, clear skies, clouds floating across it. Kim Sung-chul hooked the rope onto a dried tree snag and climbed down into the gorge. That's where he'll find the first ingredient in the mountain gorge. The first place to start is with the golden stone. It's a second-level element. It is a rather plastic material. Kim Sung-chul beats his hammer on the ground so that he can be picked out of the rock. Queen of the blood pudding, terrible creature, a giant slug that reeks of rotting meat. She's still just as big and disgusting. The next item in line is the blood of the queen of the blood pudding, plastic material. Kim Sung-chul kicked her hard, then he cut off a piece of her. There's one last element left. It's the heart of a manticore. Kim Sung-chul tracked it down and killed it with his bare hands. Then he ripped out its heart. The heart of the manticore is also a malleable material. And the basis for the eternal flame, it binds all the elements together. Bertelja herself is shocked at how her new master managed to get all these ingredients. She wants to know who the hell is he. All right, all the ingredients have been gathered. Kim Sung-chul doesn't know any magic or alchemical recipes, and there's hardly a library with free access in the Palace of Conscription. The potion itself took on a blood-red hue. Bertelja starts giving instructions. As soon as the blood pudding begins to boil, you must throw all the ingredients into it. It is the base in which all the elements for the eternal flame are combined. She noticed that Kim Sung-chul thinks of alchemy as cooking, but that's the wrong way to think about it. It's more complicated than he thought. The compatibility of the ingredients is increased by using manticore heart juice. Bertelja saw Kim Sung-chul starting to prepare the eternal flame on the fire and offered to help. He had already thrown in all the ingredients with only the golden stone left. Because of its strong firepower, it is mostly used by dwarves as fuel. Therefore, it should be poured in a little at a time. The system reports that the smelting has been successfully completed. A dark maroon-colored liquid bubbles and overflows in the cauldron. The eternal flame is a flammable material that will ignite even more if doused with water. Kim Sung-chul did some research. Since he cooked according to the recipe, it wasn't that difficult. Bertelja can't believe that the smelting was successfully completed. The man did well. Bertelja is asking Kim Sung-chul, I guess he was actually a cook? Dorrance Winterler wants to destroy all the candidates, but her plan is actually different. Kim Sung-chul carries Park Aram's body wrapped in a cloak. She tries to cover up her mistake by getting rid of Park Aram. Kim Sung-chul prepares his corpse for her scheme. With one swipe of his hand, he rips the cloak off the corpse. Kim Sung-chul stuffed the belly of Park Aram's corpse with glass jars with eternal flames inside. He turned that bastard's corpse into a walking werewolf bomb. This ranking match is a real death match, a meat grinder. But Kim Sung-chul is confident that there will be extra time to show the result of the qualifying battle. All that's left is to guess what other monsters await them in the arena. According to the rules of the competition, each team chooses 3 captains. During a death match, the captain usually hides behind his teammates. Naturally, the blue square's confidence is kicking in since they have at least 6 werewolves with them. Maybe more. Since the death of werewolves couldn't even be imagined, they would also try to choose a captain from the werewolves. But Kim Sung-chul would put them in the front line so they wouldn't have to fight extra time. What's the final result? The candidates for White Square captain are Young Jong-sik, Kim Hak-chul, Nekto, Lee Ye-hoon, and Kim Sung-chul himself. That's 5 people in total. Naturally, 1 seat is assigned to him. The question is, who will take the remaining 2? The next day in the arena of the Summoning Palace, Lannis walked up to Kim Sung-chul. He wondered if Kim Sung-chul had anything to say to him. It was as if Kim Sung-chul suspected that it was the bespectacled man who was dissatisfied with his past battle. He's not even hiding it. The person in charge said that this time, the extra time of the ranking battle will be a qualifying match. They'll have to choose 3 captains, and he thinks Kim Sung-chul is a good fit for the position. He'll have to hide behind the candidates. Of course he's going to act contrary to his proposal. Well, that can't be helped. Some candidates are rotting away. They'll be the front line in this mortal combat. In fact, they're all suicide bombers. Kim Sung-chul is well aware that Leonis may die before anyone else. Leonis thinks it's cheap intimidation by Kim Sung-chul. Well, if that's the case, then Kim Sung-chul won't force Leonis anymore. As he planned now, the selection of this asshole's stupid candidates is taking place. They are probably as stupid as he is. In the camp of the White Square, a conversation behind a high wooden fence. Kim Sung-chul is being interrogated. Many fighters are very tired after training. Anyway, their group is the biggest, and they have a conscience. The front line is in the most danger. If they get too active, someone will run away. That's a likely scenario. Lee Ye-hoon's group should go forward. That's why you have to keep an eye on her. And most importantly, don't dare to die. It'll be enough to give you any chance of survival. It may be ineffective, but Kim Sung-chul can't let his fighters die. The second position is taken. You can hear Young Jong-sik's disgruntled exclamation. What is it this time? Kim Sung-chul asks him not to come forward. For Jung Jong-sik, asking for Kim Sung-chul sounds very unusual. He senses some kind of trick. Kim Sung-chul is asking him to try not to go to the front of the line. He should wait on the sidelines. He needs to save himself for the battle ahead. Young Jong-sik got mad. He started yelling at Kim Sung-chul. His bastards are raising their scores. Kim Sung-chul calmly replied to him, if points are more important to him than life, he can ignore his words. But he wants Jong Jong-sik to be the captain in the elimination game after the death match. Jong Jong-sik was very surprised at such a suggestion, but he will be one of the 3 representatives who will fight in the final fight. That's Kim Sung-chul's plan. Jong Jong-sik laughed really hard. He appreciated Kim Sung-chul's humor. It's not every day he hears such good jokes, but still, he'll believe him once. All the squares on the chessboard are now occupied. All positions are agreed upon. It's just a matter of putting the plan into action. Kim Sung-chul found Lee Soo-jin. She's practicing on stuffed animals with her sword. She praised Kim Sung-chul's appearance and correctly realized that he did well. He believes that Lee Soo-jin can survive alone, but one must try to get the hidden quest after the death match. You can't do it alone. The map shows that the 3rd battle is about to begin. This is a mortal combat. The main objective is to kill the other summoner mages. The magicians of the blue square summoners are just as human as the participants of the white square. Preparations are underway for the battle outside the arena's huge iron gates. In that sense, the deathmatch rules are going to be just awful this time around. It's one thing to kill monsters. It's another thing to kill people. Not everyone can kill their own kind. Survival alone is of no benefit. Leonise is getting clever. In this deathmatch, one must make their presence known, contribute to victory. He's got a temper, but it's finally dawned on him that he won't be able to survive just by existing. Kim Sung-chul hears a voice behind him telling others, even if they die, not to run away. Fucking assholes. They were told to stay behind Lee Ya-hoon's group. They messed up and rushed their orders. In this ranking battle, they need to get a good grade. Die, but don't you dare run away. But some people are not thrilled with such words. The map shows that the battle is about to begin. You must fight for the sake of sacrifice to a neutral god. The duration of the fight is 30 minutes. The gates of the arena begin to open. Smoke and steam come out of them. The timer starts its countdown. Out of the gates fell the opponents of the blue square. White square participants advance towards them. Leonidas begins to play the true warrior, and with sword in hand, he runs in the front ranks of the enemy. But his first lunge is easily reflected by his opponent. You can smell the dead. Blood-red eyes and a bestial grin with fangs. Leonis can't believe his eyes. In an instant, the dead man is transformed into a horrible monster. Goggles realizes with horror who will confront them this time. In the front ranks against them came the unusual fighters of the blue square. Real werewolves, 6 of them. The countdown on the dial has begun. The battle has begun. Rivals from both sides start killing each other. Some fight with all their fury, others beg for mercy and salvation. It's like white square is just a bunch of cowards. They just let themselves be beaten with impunity. From the outside, it looks extremely pathetic. The big fat grandees thought the white square would hold out until the gong, but they're a complete disappointment, not even worthy of the attention spent. Dorrence Winterler addresses the nobleman and suggests he bet on the blue square this time. He must have heard the news by now. Isn't that a little sneaky? Dorrence Winterler calls it a simple calculation and taking the winning side. And in her mind, she's saying, let the fat one wait a little longer, because the real show is about to begin. Ma Sang-gil looks carefully through the telescope and tries to find Parkaram. Where is the son of the head of the Iron Blood Order even located? I haven't seen him lately. He's nothing but trouble. Ma Sang-gil wasted so much time with him. Goggles yells for everyone to scatter. They've been attacked by real werewolves. The monster appeared right behind his back, and with one swipe of its clawed paw, it punctured the bespectacled man's chest and ripped out his heart. The other candidates saw this, and all their ranks trembled with fear. They began to flee in a panic, and behind them, the werewolves were killing everyone behind them. It was Dorrence Winterler's perfect plan. The werewolves quickly dispersed the first rows of candidates from the white square. They had turned the entire arena into their own buffet. The blood feast was in full swing. Lannis was also injured. He was very badly wounded. He shouted to the other candidates to flee for their lives. He's slowly dying. The werewolves tore off his arm and leg. It's bleeding out. Now he realizes that he should have listened to Kim Seong-chul. The remaining 3 candidates are keeping Parkaram's hovering corpse safe. One has an energy shield. Another has a military crossbow. Kim Sung-chul is standing right in front of that trio. It comes down to one thing. It was a non-lethal match. And the other can't understand. How come there were 6 werewolves on the opposing team of the blue square? Kim Sung-chul is sure that the summoning palace lacks common sense, and if they want to survive, then let them hold on to the items he gave them better and tighter. Park Aram's corpse is floating in the air. It's emitting a foul odor. That scent attracts one of the werewolves. It's the smell of magic saving the dead. A blood moon appeared in the night sky, just in time for the arrival of the werewolves. The werewolves are running in the direction the smell is coming from, and they want to eat everyone they find there. The rest of Trinity is terrified. The werewolves are running straight at them. Kim Sung-chul tells them to calm down and prepare for battle. And then he commanded fire, and a cloud of arrows flew at the werewolves. They begin to realize that the arrows are clearly not working. Bae Sung-hin prepares the moonstaff and begins to use it in battle. Die, you fucking werewolves! Bae Sung-hin hits the werewolf with his staff and beats them one by one. In this sense, the staff was much more useful and effective than crossbow arrows. One werewolf was hit in the face with the staff and promptly went for the knockout. Park Aram's corpse also levitates in the air and continues to emit a stinky odor. One of the werewolves spotted him and realized who he was. What a rat! He's hiding in a place like this. Kim Sung-chul immediately kicks him in the jaw like a garbage dog, and the werewolf does a somersault and flies off towards its brethren. Kim Sung-chul is shouting for all the candidates to scatter immediately. Now they must come out just as planned beforehand. You can't change the plan during the battle. He asks all the survivors not to be foolish or dare to die. They must flee now to save their lives. The werewolves don't know which one to chase. Kim Sung-chul is trying to focus all the werewolves' attention on himself. Why did they relax and stop? Isn't Park Aram their true target? And the monster rushed towards Kim Sung-chul in a flash. They think now that they'll tear him to pieces in a heartbeat. Kim Sung-chul's trap worked like clockwork. All the werewolves fell into it. Kim Sung-chul takes a high jump and dodges the werewolves' attack by leaping over them. He leaves Park Aram's corpse floating in the air instead. Very quickly, they start tearing the corpse to shreds, but somehow they don't feel fresh blood. Tearing open the corpse's stomach, they found a great many clear glass jars with an incomprehensible liquid inside. Kim Sung-chul jumped up as high as he could, and right below, right under his feet, the eternal flame exploded. Kim Sung-chul decided to add heat and increase the effect of the eternal flame. He threw a flask of water into the fire. Adding water directly to the eternal flame is a great idea, so that there would be nothing left of those monsters, for sure. It's like putting oil on a good fire. There were terrible screams and howls from the werewolves. They were burning alive. They snapped into action, and from afar they looked like fast-moving torches. With all their might, they tried to put out the flames on their burning skin. One of them rushed forward and attacked Kim Sung-chul to take him with you to the next world. But the other candidates fired a hail of arrows at the burning werewolf from their crossbows. The werewolf was furious at the candidate with the shield. Damn bastards, they managed to outsmart him. He's dying and the flames are eating him alive. Well, the candidate put up and was able to protect Kim Sung-chul with his shield. The light of the moonstaff gleamed in the darkness. That glow was hitting the werewolf directly, not giving him a moment's hesitation. And finally, that light cut off the head of the burning werewolf. That was the end of him. Bae Sung-hin was able to support her commander in his time of need. Kim Sung-chul himself was surprised at the effectiveness of his plan. He was a great asset. Even the weakest of candidates became a great asset in battle. And it's all thanks to his thoughtfulness. The entire arena is strewn with corpses. The carcasses of slain werewolves are burning against the wall. But here's a question for the observers. How did the candidates know that werewolves would be involved in this battle? White Square and Jeongjong-sik are going to fight. Let's go. We have to kill everyone. The telescope fell into the ground and shattered. Ma Sang-gil is just out of control with rage. Park Aram was clearly there. What the fuck is going on? The fat nobleman mocks the Iron Blood commander. It's as if Ma Sang-gil himself doesn't realize what's really going on. The fat man turns around and trusts his slaves to carry him closer to the blue square. He has made a very favorable bet, on Dorrance Winterler's advice, on the blue square, and does not want to lose. Ma Sang-gil realized who was behind all this. It won't be enough for him to tear that bitch Dorrance Winterler apart. He will kill her very slowly and painfully. Dorrance Winterler realizes that things are changing very quickly. It's up to her to make the most of them all. She also knows that Krill Legal had information and helped White Square destroy the werewolves. Krill Legal is starting to get it. Damn it, if anything goes wrong, he's the only one to blame. and he will be punished to the fullest extent of the law. Either way, we need to aim for extra time. Dorrance Winterler orders Krill Ligel to call the gladiators. She got very angry when he interrogated her. Dorrance Winterler gets very angry when forced to repeat her own orders. The map shows that the battle is over. White square has fewer combatants than blue square, but there are more survivors in the white square. The mandatory magician's count for recruits to stay in the field has begun. This is one of the most tense moments. Leonis crawls around the arena, bleeding without an arm or leg, but he is glad they survived and won. And then he takes a big boulder to the side of his head. Blood spurts from the wound. The homunculus tries to finish him off. Leonis screams and asks why they want to kill him. He survived. He fulfilled the terms of the battle. The homunculus answered him that outside the summoning palace was even more horrible than here. Better to die immediately than to live as an invalid. So killing him, on the part of the homunculus, was a real mercy. Leonis screams pitifully under the homunculus' merciless blows. He wants to live, even if he's a cripple. I truly pity the poor man. He wasn't the only one. The homunculi ran around the arena and finished off the half-dead candidates. The homunculi ran around the arena and finished off the half-dead candidates. The other survivors realized how cruel and inhuman it was. They were wounded but still alive. The map shows the count is complete. Adjusted number of survivors. Tie between blue and white square. Kim Sung-chul thought how disgusting this was. He didn't know that they would stoop to such a level to achieve equality. He didn't think they would finish off the wounded and maimed. If they were to get out of here, they would need to get rid of this trash destroying the world. The results of the fight are tied. An additional match will begin immediately to determine the champion. After the battle, the candidates come to their senses. They are completely exhausted and worn out. Not to mention the wounds. Some can't believe they are still alive. And some people moan about killing people with their own hands. But there was no choice. You either kill the enemy or he kills you. I just want to know when this shit's gonna end. I'm sick of it. The map shows the results of the death match. The system says it's a draw. Immediately after the extra round, the elimination game will begin. Each team must choose 3 captains. An extra round? It was clear to all the participants that those bastard organizers weren't even thinking of letting them live. Kim Sung-chul is telling all the candidates to be tough, that if they want to live, they should immediately quit whining and join the assembly. Meanwhile, back at the blue square camp. Of course, they hadn't expected the loss of the werewolves to throw them off. No one had counted on the white square being able to handle them. That's why the people at the top sent an aide. It was Krill Ligel. He was the one who had been sent to help, but the rest of the blue square fighters began to sneer at him. He's a spineless, bespectacled, goggle-eyed brat. Does he know how to hold a sword properly? One of the chiefs pointed his sword at Krill Ligel and told him to stop talking nonsense. They don't need the help of some suspicious scumbag, and they certainly won't believe him. Krill Ligel makes a snap of his fingers, and one of the ringleaders immediately loses his head on the spot. It catches fire like a big firecracker, and the head now burns like a terry torch. Believe it or not, that's their choice, but it will still have all the consequences. This guy's head is now a charred skull, and Krill Ligel wants to know if they've changed their minds now. As far as he understands correctly, they are secretly changing the gladiator at the moment, and he arrived at the blue square camp just in time. Now the big question is how to defeat the white square in an elimination game. What a sly fox he is. Krill Ligel wants to know Kim Sung-chul's plan. One thing he's sure of is that it's not going to be easy and it's not going to work. A middle-aged warrior with a sword in his hands reads the letter carefully. The letter says it's addressed to Zhongsheng Taishong and the magician who's responsible for his son. Pakaram, he has important information to tell him. Masangil himself jeopardized his son's life. Parkaram's death is on his conscience. With anger, he clutched the piece of paper like a rag. Zhong Song Taek is the head of the Iron Blood Order. Now Ma Sang-gil's head is going to explode. He's going to be pulled out from under the earth. Someone in the fortress is desperately looking for Dorrance Winterler. It's Ma Sang-gil trying to find his subordinate, but the magician is long gone. The Iron Knights have found Ma Sang-gil and are relaying Young Sung Taek's instructions. Ma Sang-gil must immediately go with them to the head of the Iron Blood Order. Ma Sang-gil starts shouting fearfully to be let go. There's been some kind of misunderstanding. He realizes here that he didn't keep Parkaram safe and what he's in danger of doing now. If it doesn't work out, we should try to make it work in the end. The arena is preparing for the final fight. Dalrance Winterler was able to set up Ma Sang-gil. In Jong Sung-tek's eyes, he is the main culprit. She made a big gamble. She's going to the disciplinary officer now. He confirms her words that they will do whatever it takes to get it right. Dalrance Winterler tells the disciplinarian to go into the arena and announce the new rules. An old, shabby homunculus enters the arena and announces good news for the members of the white and blue square. The survivors look at and listen intently to the new disciplinarian. The new disciplinarian informs everyone that there will be no Exodus battle predictions this round. Krill Legal scrolled through his thoughts in his head. If there was no prediction of victory and defeat, maybe it would be enough for Ma Sang-gil to guess who had set him up. Maybe someone's not feeling well. The candidates don't understand what's going on. They're just changing the rules as they go along. Even Kim Sung-chol isn't amused by this. The God of Order's summoning palace is a place that is ruled by neutrality, kindness, and honesty. It's a new story. The disciplinary director says they will choose a captain according to points scored, reflecting activity in the ranking match. He looks really ugly. He was sewn together this time disproportionately from pieces of other homunculi. The map shows that we need to choose captains. From blue square, Yi-taek Cho, Pei Yu-nil, Kim Yu-nam. From white square, Young-yong-sik, Nekto, Kim Seong-chul. Now the most important question is who to pick next. The other square captains can choose too. Which of them should we trust? Kim Sung-chul thought for a moment. What is the plan now? Not knowing the opponent's forces, they will choose the captain of those who belong to their square. The disciplinary supervisor asks if everyone has made a choice. Only the team captain will determine whether they survive or die. The candidates are outraged. They realize they are just being slaughtered like cattle. Nothing depends on them now. The disciplinary supervisor informs candidates that survivors will receive a double award. The map showed the conditions of the fight. To win, you must destroy your opponent within 10 minutes. The winner will get the recovery of 2 people. The loser will get rid of all team members. The white square fighters are happy with these conditions. They're confident that Jong-sik won't let them down. He's a good fighter. Kim Sung-chul spotted someone in the crowd of the blue square. He recognizes that face. It's Krill Legal. Kim Sung-chul wants to know why this jerk is on the side of the blue square if he's been supplying him with very important information all along. He has the eyes of an observer. It's a sure sign that Krill Legal has gone over to Dalrance Winterler's side. Jong-sik realizes that he has the lives of the white square fighters in his hands. He won't let them down. He firmly believes that he will win. Where's the blue square? He's anxious to meet his opponent. He wants to see what they can do. Towards Jong-sik is running and someone is yelling hard. It's some fool with wooden armor and a blunt sword. He's threatening to kill Jong-sik. Jong-sik kicks the corpse's head with his foot, and it flies towards that fool like a soccer ball and hits him right in the legs, throwing him off balance. And the blade of Jong-sik's sword ends up right in front of the throat of that fool in wooden armor. In an instant, his blunt head flies off his neck like a cut cabbage sprout. One strong, accurate punch, and his goofy carcass is lying somewhere out there, far from his head. The card shows Jong-sik winning the bout. Headless fool's body bleeding. 10 blue square fighters rise into the air. It's as if they've lost weight. And then they just start to get airborne and tear them apart. It's like they're caught in an air grinder. Jong-sik is pleased with the sight, even though there is blood splattered on his face. Everyone was pulverized at once. It's very comfortable and enjoyable. A map appears that tells the blue square to prepare a second captain. The next bespectacled guy with a respirator on his face shows up and starts correcting Jong-sik. Let him keep his tail between his legs after killing just one bastard. He pulls out his kukri sword and threatens Jong-sik. He's sure to die here too. They are equal in strength. The bespectacled man is trying his best to get Jong-sik just a little bit. He eventually makes one thin cut with his kukri sword on Jong-sik's cheek. It's all set now, it's done. Jong-sik runs up and kicks him under the breath. Has he thought about getting a job at the circus? The bespectacled man must really like leaving little scratches, like from a little kitten. But the bespectacled man coughs and laughs. Jong-sik is not messing around. He got this weapon from a quest he completed, and it's called a bleeding kukri. Even a small wound causes unstoppable bleeding, and that's certain death. Kim Sung-chul realizes that things are really bad. Glasses knows he'll win. He'll squeeze every drop of blood out of Jong-sik. Jong-sik fights off all the enemy's blows, but his face is full of fear. He's losing precious blood with every second. It's very dangerous for his life. We have to end the fight quickly. But Goggles and a respirator is in no hurry to go anywhere. He seems to owe Jung Jong-sik a missed kick. He jumps high in the air. Jung Jong-sik doesn't have time to react. And the bespectacled man kicks his leg right under Jung Jong-sik's breath. He flies far away and then rolls on the ground screaming in pain. Now all that's left is to finish him off and equalize the blue and white squares. The captain's death will help with that. In the midst of an attack, even a wound that isn't deep is dangerous. He approaches his victim at a leisurely pace. He knows that a wounded enemy is not going anywhere. Jung Jong-sik is holding his cheek with all his might. A scratch as small as this is bleeding like a pig that's been slaughtered. That's it! The bespectacled man decided to finish him off with the final blow. Jung Jong-sik is finished, but suddenly a black liquid flowed out of the bespectacled man's eyes, and all her veins began to dilate. In an instant, his eyes burst open. A black slurry began to gush from the eye sockets. Glasses dropped dead, and behind him the blood tornado was circling. Jung Jong-sik and the two alive couldn't believe his happiness. It seemed like he had won this fight. But Kim Sung-chul was well aware that someone had interfered in the fight. It was most likely Krill Ligal. But why? Krill Ligal killed the captain of the blue square as ordered, but he himself doesn't realize what Dorrance Winterler is up to. The observer says Ma Sang-gil has already been arrested, but there's no extra time. They have to get rid of White Square, and in doing so, attract the attention of Blue. Exactly until that asshole is released. Dorrance Winterler clearly relayed the instruction to Krill Ligal through the observer, but he doesn't like that shit at all. The map showed that the system was requesting the last third captain from the blue square to exit. Lee Soo-jin asked for a replacement player. The old homunculus says that's not in the rules. Lee Soo-jin insists on his own way. Unless they're going to kill them all, there's no reason for the homunculus to refuse. The old homunculus is also under the observer's influence and agrees to replace the captain this time. The map shows that the system has made the switch. The second captain should be going into battle now. Lee Soo-jin tells Jung Jong-sik that he's been good, and don't let him talk shit about how he owes her. At least he survived. Kim Sung-chul warns Lee Soo-jin. The third captain exudes an unusual energy. Looks like he's not an easy candidate. Most importantly, his weapons can't be found in the summoning palace. You have to be very careful with such an opponent. You can tell he's not human. They both realize that from the last third captain, and something strange. He certainly doesn't look like the other candidates. More like a dead man resurrected. Kim Sung-chul warns Lee Soo-jin. She mustn't forget that they're working together. If something goes wrong, let her signal immediately. Lee Soo-jin asks Kim Sung-chul a question. She has doubts about them handling this opponent. If they break the rules of the fight, Kim Sung-chul will surely die first. Kim Sung-chul doesn't care at all. It doesn't matter now, because there's nothing like rules in the summoning palace. They just need to find the right way to win. Anyway, he asks Lee Soo-jin not to die. He likes her for something. The old homunculus gives the command. May the next battle be worthy of the finals. The last captain of the blue square begins to unwind the battle chain in his hands. Lee Soo-jin prepared her sword for battle. In such a wide space, it's difficult to attack suddenly. She is very agile, but this time, she won't be able to use the surprise effect. So she decides to attack head-on, and the enemy throws a chain at her. Lee Soo-jin's first lunge was repelled, but she didn't expect the chain to wrap around her sword. It happened so fast. He can now manipulate Lee Soo-jin's weapon, and in one swift motion, the dead man rips the sword out of her hands. Lee Soo-jin yells at him for being stupid. The ground is full of swords from slain candidates. She quickly picks one up and strikes the dead man with lightning speed, a sword blade through his shoulder. But he doesn't react at all. He stares at his wound indifferently. A dead man can't feel pain. Lee Soo-jin can't believe his eyes. Dead man swings his fist. He punches Lee Soo-jin hard in the face. She flies to the side from that punch. The enemy takes a step forward, and Lee Soo-jin counterattacks with his spear. She barely manages to dodge the blow, and by inertia slips on his feet. He managed to hurt her a little bit after all. Lee Soo-jin has a small cut on her cheek. The Watcher tells Krill Ligal that everything is going as well as it can. All that's left is to bring out all the other dead gladiators. Krill Ligal realizes that this is not the rules of the arena. After all, they have to fight one-on-one. But Dorrance Winterler, through the Watcher, starts yelling at Krill Ligal and gags him. He dare not disobey her instructions. The rest of the gladiator dead appear in the arena. There are already 3 of them against Lee Soo-jin. In any case, no one will care whether the rules were followed or not. No one's going to get out of the conscription palace alive, because it's simply impossible. But Lee Soo-jin keeps her cool, even though she was very much surprised by Blue Square's treachery and cunning. They have gone too far in their meanness. Lee Soo-jin is using the Spirit Wolf Scepter, a perfect opportunity to even the score. She summons a wolf spirit and orders it to tear the enemy to pieces. 2 werewolves appear, and they start attacking the first dead gladiator, skinning it and fleshing it out. Still, it's too early to celebrate. After all, the rest of the gladiators are helping him fend off the attack. Taking advantage of Lee Soo-jin's hiccup, he attacks one of the gladiators from behind, but suddenly realizes she's walking into a death trap, and at the last moment jumps up high and gets out of it, before the giant garden shears try to bite her in half. On the first one, Gladiator has already launched his spear, and it pierced through Lee Soo-jin's shoulder. They handled the werewolves very handily. The gladiators were much stronger than the dead. Lee Soo-jin realizes that she can't just die in the arena. After all, besides survival, she has another very important mission to fulfill. The first gladiator dead man takes a blow, and his head flies off his shoulders like a rotten cabbage. Decapitated, the dead body lies on the ground in a pool of blood. Lee Soo-jin's backup has arrived. The remaining living dead gladiators looked at the one who had destroyed one of them. The old homunculus began to roar. "This is an outrage. This is a real violation of the rules." Kim Sung-chul takes the severed head of Gladiator by the hair. "What kind of rule violations are we talking about? What's that old homunculus rattling on about? If that guy's mask hadn't fallen off his face, they wouldn't know anything." He holds the severed head of Gladiator in front of him. Kim Sung-chul is waiting for an explanation. Kim Sung-chul is very curious, but does Jung Sung-tak, the head of the Iron Blood Order, know what they're doing here and what they're up to? Krill Legel is very much on the fence. He waits for instructions and turns to Dorrance Winterler. He's scared and doesn't know what to do. Kim Sung-chul seems to know the chapter. And then the Watcher bursts like a festering boil. Krill Legel realized that Dorrance Winterler had set him up and left him, the filthy thing, so she could die in agony. Kim Sung-chul asks the disciplinary officer if he will eventually announce the result of the battle. The old homunculus twitched and became nervous, but he didn't refuse to announce the result. The map shows that a draw has occurred. All contestants have passed the trials and qualifying round of the Draft Palace. The other candidates froze absolutely stone-faced, and then shouts of joy swept through the arena. Everyone began to cry and shout. Finally, the torture in the Summoning Palace was over. They had survived and remained unharmed. "There's no time to mess around. We've got to get out of here." The old homunculus disciplinary overseer with the big sack can barely keep up with Dorrance Winterler. Right now, of course, they are forced to run away, but someday they will return to the Summoning Palace again. Suddenly, someone grabs Dorrance Winterler's head hard and pins her against the wall. Now the question came, would she be able to survive now? It was Ma Sung-gil, all battered and wounded. He was tortured for a long time, but then they let him go. And he finally got to that bitch, Dorrance Winterler. Now he's going to get even with her. Finally, the second Summoning Palace has been passed. Then after it, there should be the School of Magic. Kim Sung-chul lies quietly on the lawn and relaxes. He needs to gather all the information he can about the Golden City. But then he hears a strange voice. He's been found. It's Krill Legel with the remaining dead gladiators. He blames Kim Sung-chul for causing them to fail. But thanks to him, he was able to kill 2 annoying flies in one go. The Summoning Palace is now his domain, and Krill Legel wants Kim Sung-chul to be his slave. He wants Kim Sung-chul to fulfill his every whim and wish. Kim Sung-chul called Krill Legel a complete moron. If he had kept his head down, he would have let him live. But he doesn't think Krill Legel would have lived long with his insight. Kim Sung-chul takes off his disguise and assumes his true colors. Krill Legel recognizes the enemy of peace. Can't believe his eyes. He saw the true appearance of Kim Sung-chul and realizes that he will be killed right away. With one blow, he rips the dead gladiators to shreds. The punch was very weak. Kim Sung-chul didn't even bother. And now he would finish off the rest. Jumping high, he swung his hammer, and he strikes a terrible blow. A force so terrible that the earth shakes and rocks rise into the air. From afar, on the edge of the forest, a giant column of dust could be seen rising high into the sky from the impact. The impact created a giant crater. Krill Legel rolls around like a pathetic piece of shit, swallowing his own blood. He's still twitching, but he's about to. Kim Sung-chul makes an interesting observation. It's odd that a magician was controlling a gladiator and brings his hammer down on Krill Lagel's head. The pieces of his brains fly off in all directions. Kim Sung-chul asks the slave hunter a question. Is this all his work? He wants to know the answer. Hunter Christian is shitting himself with fear. He begs to be spared. Kim Sung-chul is very curious. Why should he let him live? Hunter Christian says that if he is spared, he will serve faithfully until death, and forms a blood crystal in his left hand. And then he grabs this crystal and stabs himself in the heart and makes a blood oath. Hunter Christian swears on his life to serve faithfully. The crystal won't let him lie. Kim Sung-chul became very curious. It doesn't sound like idle chatter. Maybe this slave hunter will be useful to him. The map showed graduates to enter the altar of light and reveal the class change folio. A bright pillar of light appeared in the middle of the arena, and many of the candidates began to approach him. A scroll that emits light and energy appears next to Kim Sung-chul. The map shows that he was endowed with the blessing of the echo. The scroll glowed even brighter. The card congratulates the holder. He has received the Echo Mage class. Kim Sung-chul begins to absorb the power and wisdom of the scroll into himself. But someone distracts him. He hears a voice behind him. It's Lee Soo-jin. She reminds him of their arrangement. As she promised, she'll show him the hidden quest. Doesn't approach the angel standing in the middle of the swamp. Lee Soo-jin advises Kim Sung-chul not to choose the highest difficulty level. And she's warning him that if something goes wrong, he may not survive. She waits exactly 3 hours. If he doesn't make it out in that time, she'll officially consider him dead. Kim Sung-chul told her not to wait for him in that case. Lee Soo-jin wishes him to stay alive. The angel statue was headless and quite large. Kim Sung-chul starts wiping the inscription on the statue with his hand. He wants to see what kind of quest it is. The inscription suddenly begins to glow with a bright light. Kim Sung-chul has traveled down the road of grief. Everywhere is sand and scorched desert. No life. Scorching sun. Sand in my eyes. This must be the devil's path that leads to the underworld. A hidden quest appears. The forgotten path of the 7 heroes, Sachatos. Kim Sung-chul immediately remembered that great name. Sachatos is a mage of many words. Unlike Vestiar, who used Echo to repeatedly repeat the same spell and amplify it, Sachatos used energy shields as a defense, and he was the only multitasking mage. He used several different types of magic at the same time. So this is Sachatos' hidden quest. Kim Sung-chul was very happy. It meant that he was really lucky and had found something worthwhile. The system showed him that he had to choose a path. The path determines the difficulty level of the trials. Level 1 is a slow climb. Level 2 is a steep descent. And the 3rd level is an unexplored road. Kim Sung-chul didn't hesitate to choose the highest difficulty. This is Level 3, the unexplored road. And then Kim Sung-chul realizes he's in the mouth of a giant worm. The system warns you to watch your step. The jaws slam shut just like a trap. Kim Sung-chul didn't even have time to react. No one even warned him in advance. The worm had already slammed his jaws shut and quickly began to crawl underground. It's like he never existed, just poisonous scorpions walking on the sand. Suddenly the sand trembled and the severed head of a worm flew out. There was meat and various torn organs sticking out of the torso. The whole thing looked like a picture of a stinking blood bag. Kim Sung-chul is free and walks calmly like nothing happened, just shakes the dirt off his clothes. The system has revealed a new character. He's a foolish king. Wanting immortality, he made a deal with the devil. The king's army never wears out, and the king himself looks like a walking corpse with bright, fiery eyes. He immediately realized that the mortal had chosen an uncharted path, so the hardest level of the quest. But before he can fight the foolish king, Kim Sung-chul must first defeat his army. Sachatos recreated his journey to the underworld. Kim Sung-chul pulls out his warhammer. Now they're all gonna have a good time. So to speak, he's going to break everyone's bones, and his hammer, like a ruthless thresher, begins to smash the soldiers of the army of the foolish king one by one. But eventually the bones of the fighters begin to rattle and move. And then they start to come back together again and rebuild completely. They're dead, but they're still getting up. So we need a different approach. Kim Sung-chul increases his hammer by several times and starts making the Mad King's soldiers just bone meal, grinds all their bones to dust, so there's nothing left to regenerate. The foolish king can't believe his eyes. Kim Sung-chul doesn't care about all his tantrums from the king. He's not his little boy. He's preparing to deliver the final blow to his head. That's exactly the point the clueless king missed. The enemy's attack for the king was very fast and strong. He was unable to defend himself. The important thing is that Kim Sung-chul must catch the captain. And with one punch, he knocks the king's head off his shoulders. The king refuses to believe it. He has a contract with the devil, but that doesn't stop his head from flying like a cut-down rotten watermelon. Kim Sung-chul smashes the head of the clueless king with his fist. The circus is over. The system showed that the foolish king's army was defeated. Kim Sung-chul is the clear winner of this bout. A bright light appears with a vial of pink liquid in it. The system indicates it's the elixir of finality, an effective means of raising the dead. This is the first time Kim Sung-chul encounters such a thing in this dimension. There is simply no limit to his happiness, and he rather reaches out with his hand to grab that vial. As soon as he grabs that vial, a bright flash of light floods all around him. A tree with beautiful pink flowers is visible, and in the trunk of this tree sleeps a beautiful girl. The elixir of the violet was gone. It's no use, it didn't work. A priest in a purple robe is approaching Kim Sung-chul. Kim Sung-chul realizes that at the moment of touching, someone outside has read his memories. The priest learns that the enemy of peace has a daughter. That's why he's so desperate. No one expected him to be such a great father. All the children of the other dimension died from the curse. But the daughter of the enemy of peace seems to have escaped the curse, and the priest mockingly sheds a tear. Kim Sung-chul is telling the priest to shut his mouth. He's already swinging his warhammer, but the priest quickly stops him. Next time they will fight, and it will be seen how deep and strong the love of a loving father is. It vaporizes, leaving behind only a cloud of black smoke. Kim Sung-chul still didn't realize where the priest had gone. The system indicates that the forgotten path of Sashados has been traveled and the quest has been completed. Reward magical power plus 25 points, and the magic blade Hellheart. The sword was quite rare, and it gave off an unimaginable heat. The blade emits an unimaginable heat. It's like it can cut through earth and air. Kim Sung-chul had expected a little differently, but the reward was indeed better than Westiar's. A blade like this will always be needed in battle. The system showed that the blade has the name Hellheart. It has fiery attack properties. The blade is called the masterpiece of a mad blacksmith who burned in the fire. Kim Sung-chul hears the priest's nasty laugh. He tells him that he has always had sympathy for Kim Sung-chul. Two objects appear in front of Kim Sung-chul and hover in the air. The goblin map is a map that doesn't know what it indicates. It's pure nonsense. The blue ruby ring is a ring made from the rare blue ruby, which has magical properties. Kim Sung-chul regrets that the descriptions of the artifacts are vague. Well, as they say, for free, both vinegar is sweet and chlorine curd. Night has fallen and the bright stars are lit up in the sky. They could be seen from the edge of the forest. The statue of the angel was destroyed by someone, but the pedestal remains. And right next to that pedestal, Kim Sung-chul was transported to this dimension, and he heard Lee Soo-jin's terrified scream. She was demanding to be released. The stranger waited for Kim Sung-chul to appear for a very long time and held Lee Soo-jin by the throat very tightly. She was like a rag doll in his hands. Kim Sung-chul recognizes a stranger. It's Ma Sang-gil from the Iron Blood Order. Ma Sang-gil is very angry. He calls everyone a beast who dares to cheat him. With one kick of his foot, he kicks someone's head. It flies through the air like a ball and falls right at Kim Sung-chul's feet. It's Dalrance Winterler's head. The bitch paid for her scheming. She thought she was smarter than everyone else. Dalrance Winterler died a very nasty death. Well, good for her. You have to take responsibility for everything in this life. Ma Sang-gil made a very interesting point. One rich magician is announced. Dalrance Winterler suddenly passes the white square and takes the blue square aside. Kim Sung-chul planned everything from the beginning. He's the reason why Parker Ram died. Kim Sung-chul praises Ma Sang-gil for being smart. He quietly takes the stone from the angel's pedestal. Ma Sang-gil warns Kim Sung-chul not to be impertinent. Otherwise, he'll easily crush Lee Soo-jin's throat, and he won't joke around. He wants to know what Kim Sung-chul is trying to accomplish. He doesn't understand the motives behind his actions. Kim Sung-chul gives a simple and honest answer, while swinging a rock. The most important thing for him is to graduate from the academy with top grades, and throws the stone towards Ma Sang-gil with very great force. He didn't move away from the angel's pedestal at all. His throw was like a cannonball being shot out of a cannon, just as strong and precise. The stone hit the target. It tore off Ma Sang-gil's hand that was holding Lee Soo-jin's throat. But that was just the first shot, and 5 more followed. They hit Ma Sang-gil's body like projectiles. He began to scream in pain. But the beaten Ma Sang-gil was not willing to give up at all. Kim Sung-chul ran up to him at high speed and pulled out the blade of the infernal heart. They all died because they were weak. Kim Sung-chul is convinced that Ma Sang-gil should follow the laws of this dimension and die. After that, he is ignited by the blade of the infernal heart like an oiled rag. All that's left of him is a charred corpse. No one would recognize this corpse as the former Ma Sang-gil. Lee Soo-jin says out loud that she almost died. Ma Sang-gil was a real monster, but she's very curious about where Kim Sung-chul got the Hellheart blade. Kim Sung-chul replied that he received this blade as a reward for completing the highest level quest. Afterward, the two of them sat down by the fire. Kim Sung-chul has good skills as a chef. Lee Soo-jin praises him. It's been so long since she's had such delicious food. Lee Soo-jin now sees the true face of Kim Sung-chul. She thinks Kim Sung-chul is a top-notch cook. Tonight's dinner she can confidently call the real best. It's good for one bite. Kim Sung-chul honestly admits that he has a very low score in cooking. Lee Soo-jin is a little surprised. She didn't know that cooking could grade as well. True provided that, if the skill is present. Kim Sung-chul was a little confused. He didn't know what to say. Lee Soo-jin became very curious. She doesn't usually ask questions, but she wanted to know what kind of rich magician she was talking about. Kim Sung-chul immediately told her that he was bribing the person in charge. He needed it to get information about the ranking match. But that fact was known to the management, and Lee Soo-jin probably thought that he had pressed charges. But now it's all coming to a head. Now it's clear why Kim Sung-chul passed the test every time. But she also has a secret to reveal. Lee Soo-jin is actually a regressor. Kim Sung-chul made a goofy face. He doesn't know what it is. Lee Soo-jin came from the future. What's in store for them in 10 years? The news made everyone lose their appetite. Kim Sung-chul doesn't quite understand why she needs a recruitment palace then. It must be very convenient to live if you know what's coming. Lee Soo-jin confessed that I just needed a hidden quest called White Shadow. White Shadow is the ultimate assassin of the 7 heroes. There is a very expensive reward for completing the hidden quest. Kim Sung-chul really wants to know what she got for this quest. It must be something very special. What she got would help keep the world from being destroyed. Lee Soo-jin made her face more serious than ever. For Kim Sung-chul, the news came as a shock. He couldn't believe that the world was going to die. He's been working so hard, it's all for nothing, and he can't save him. Kim Sung-chul begins to go over the options that could have been the cause of the world's demise. Lee Soo-jin quietly said that the second calamity of the 7 heroes has been overcome, just like the third calamity predicted by the Book of Calamities. However, they face something in the future that couldn't even be compared to the problem of the 7 heroes. Kim Sung-chul got a little worried. Are there any obstacles more terrible and difficult? Lee Soo-jin said that the enemy of the world would be to blame for the demise. Kim Sung-chul. Kim Sung-chul was very much surprised. Lee Soo-jin saw how embarrassed he was by the name and tried to reassure him. After all, she and he were completely different. He's much older and he looks like a demon. The look in his eyes confirms it. Kim Sung-chul is really down and upset. No, he doesn't believe it, because it can't be true. Lee Soo-jin patted Kim Sung-chul's shoulder and told him not to worry. She had traveled to that time on purpose to prevent the world from being destroyed. She quickly begins to walk away from the fire and gives him advice not to linger long. With gratitude, she will never forget the price of her life. Kim Sung-chul just falls to his knees from helplessness. Dawn is coming, and the sun comes out from behind the mountains. The last embers of the fire are burning out. Kim Sung-chul begins to convince himself. The future that the regressor has gone through is not final. Things can change at any moment. There's no way he's going to turn from the righteous path. Kim Sung-chul approaches the new city. It's time to start the journey to the School of Magic, a place that defies no powers. It is the Golden City. It's where the newcomers prepare to start. Congratulations are on the billboards. The Palace of Conscription gets 50% off at the Armory for fresh blood from another world. This Golden City is home to famous schools of magic. Cheap. You can walk up and take a look. How can an experienced fighter walk around with an entry-level sword? Kim Seong-chul is very happy. This is the best place to learn how to master magic properly. He got exactly where he needed to go. Kim Sung-chul is accompanied by Hunter Christian, and the former is waiting for a report from the latter. Hunter Christian received permission to enroll Kim Sung-chul. He paid much less than he had planned. But there's a problem. There's a rumor that the school's going to have disaster adherents, and that's not good. This is the first time Kim Sung-chul has heard of them. People who believe the disaster holds the key to unlocking a magical mystery. They're kind of religious fanatics. For them, the end always justifies the means. Hunter Christian recommends this place to his master Kim Seong-chul for training, because he studied there himself. But at this particular moment, he has his doubts. Terrible things always happen where there are adepts of calamity. They are assholes. Kim Seong-chul likes this kind of difficulty. He took it with enthusiasm. Aerofirth School of Magic. At the entrance to the school hang the corpses of disobedient and delinquent students, and above them is a sign that says death awaits those who succumb to heresy. It's probably the work of the Holy Inquisition. School rules are a little harsh, but this is the first time Hunter Christian has seen a hanging. It's overkill. Kim Seong-chul tells Hunter Christian that they are breaking up at this point. Hunter Christian warns him that if Kim Seong-chul meets up with his old acquaintances, there could be trouble. He asks us not to forget that Kim Seong-chul needs to get a referral to the Repentance Corps. That's the most important thing. The main building of Aerofirth, admissions office. Kim Seong-chul received a stamp of enrollment in the academy in his personal file. Robert Danton, dean of the School of Cryomancy and head of the admissions committee, informs the new student that the admission procedure is over. The next step is to be assigned to a dormitory. Robert Danton, looking at the precious emeralds, asked Kim Seong-chul. Since he had chosen to study at Aerofirth, he must know about old Jogbart. Kim Seong-chul replied that of course he doesn't know. A toothy spreading hat appeared in the air. She was quickly above Kim Seong-chul's head and instantly opened her violet eye. Hunter Christian warned his master before entering that one should shout the name of the desired dormitory 3 times to himself. This is the core of contrition. Kim Seong-chul concentrated and monotonously repeated these words to himself. He also warned the hat that if it didn't listen to his thoughts, Kim Seong-chul would tear that old pot to pieces, or soak it in dirty water for a week or 2, or better yet, burn it. That statement made the hat's eye get even bigger, and the hat screamed for distribution to the cores of contrition. Robert Danton was very much surprised by this choice. After all, the core of penitence is a closed dormitory. Kim Seong-chul brushed it off, citing that he was following the hat's instruction. Robert Danton asked Kim Seong-chul if he had heard rumors about their academy. Kim Seong-chul replied to the rector that he knows about the Adepts of Calamity. Robert Danton thought it was strange, even though Kim Seong-chul had dared to come here. Anyway, welcome to a dying school. Kim Seong-chul is already starting to wander the gloomy corridors. As he walks past one room, he notices something. Almost everything's fallen apart, all dilapidated and old. There's a dormitory building there too. The sign says Forge Building. Kim Seong-chul knew that alchemy was unpopular, but this whole thing was just too much, spewing down a steep staircase. The stairs themselves proved to be too long. Kim Seong-chul finally reached the building, which was all overgrown with weeds and grass. This is the closed dormitory source of knowledge, the body of contrition. This isn't how Kim Seong-chul envisioned it. It's too dark. The door opens, and old furniture draped in cloth stands before his gaze. There is a pile of dust and cobwebs on the ceiling. Kim Seong-chul slowly walks up the creaking wooden stairs. He heard a scream. Who dares to disturb the peace of the lady of the house? This left Kim Seong-chul in a daze. He knew right away it was a ghost, and there was nothing special about it. The voice shouted again. Who had the audacity to ignore his warnings? Out of the gloom, a lacy dress and the girl's small feet and hands appeared, but at the same time stared bright red evil eyes. It was Sarasa Zero. She asked Kim Seong-chul if he wanted to die. He must have lost his fear to come here. Kim Seong-chul immediately estimated her age. She was somewhere around 15 or 16 years old. But if she was that old, then she had escaped the curse of extermination. But it looks like she's a walking corpse. She's not alive. That's because she's head over heels in the magic of preservation. She's got some kind of crazy fascination. And then, a vase smashes against the wall right next to Kim Seong-chul's head. She's the one who decided to scare him. If he's scared, he can get the hell out of this house. No outsiders are allowed in here. Kim Seong-chul pulls out his contract in the academy seal. He is a student, and he's not a stranger. He has the right to stay in this house. Enrolled today, Robert Danton assigned him to this house. Sarasa Zero, and for a second she was at a loss for words. And near her, all the objects that were flying in the air abruptly fell to the ground. She doesn't believe Kim Seong-chul's words. But Kim Seong-chul is standing upright with the contract in his outstretched hand and shows her the authentic seal and signature of the director. Sarasa Zero says it can't be. It's a real tradition. but she still introduced herself to Kim Sung-chul as required by the rule of good manners. She's from the cryomancy school. She's been here for 5 years. There are girls living on the second floor, and if Kim Sung-chul sues, she'll die immediately. Kim Sung-chul thought to himself, an undead who hasn't come to terms with his death yet. This is the real perfect dorm mate. Yeah, he was told it was a school of aromancy. Kim Sung-chul is climbing up a giant spiral staircase. It was placed at the top to justify the name of the school. And the stairs do look like a big deep well. Everyone thinks the school of pyromancy is the strongest, but the school of aromancy, which uses the powers of the heavens, is superior. Kim Sung-chul recalls Hunter Christian's words. Maybe this is all for Meteor. Isn't that magic used in large-scale wars? It's hard to imagine, but this magic is capable of creating a very powerful weapon out of a flash of light. Alone, a single mage possessing such magic is able to fight a dragon. Kim Seong-chul wants to know how long it will take to master this magic. At least 5 years. It's not easy to pump magic power and intuition to 100. Hunter Christian is trying to prepare his master morally for the challenges ahead. Hunter Christian suggests that Kim Sung-chul transfer to Logothed. Schools of cryomancy and pyromancy vie for power. It's been 3 years since the principal's questionable death. His seat is still vacant. Kim Sung-chul doesn't take his servant's advice seriously. A school without a principal is mired in a power struggle. Besides, the adepts of the Scourge are close by. Hunter Christian could see that Hunter Christian was very angry. Kim Sung-chul, you want to know the information on Logothed? Maybe there are at least normal directions in magic there? Hunter Christian heard that Logothed is a new prestigious school, and the best faculty there is the faculty of necromancy. There are very strong sorcerers teaching there. At least they have enough material for their experiments in the form of a pile of corpses. That's all he knows so far. Kim Sung-chul realizes that necromancy is not what he wants. He wants to know his servant's opinion about the aromancy teacher at the aromancy school. Hunter Christian immediately told his master that he was one of the strongest wizards in the school, and his name is Altutius Zero. This is the first time Kim Sung-chul has heard of him. Is he famous for something? Rumor has it that as a young man he killed the deputy head of the Assassin's Guild in a duel, and he was a serious warrior, and it took a lot of skill to take him down. Kim Sung-chul was very much surprised by what was said. An enemy of the mage? This deputy was the second strongest fighter of the guild and died in a duel. But didn't the assassins avenge the deputy? We don't know for sure, but they say they made a deal. Maybe that's why the old man's been laying low at school, and so far he's keeping a low profile. Kim Sung-chul understood. Hunter Christian asked his host Kim Sung-chul if he was getting ready to transition to Logothed. Kim Sung-chul said there's no need to do that. He's staying in Era Fortress. You can't miss the opportunity to learn the magic that eliminated the deputy head. This is the most important indicator. Although 5 years of training is a long time, we need to master aromancy as soon as possible. The training room of the School of Aromancy. Kim Sung-chul is really very surprised by her size, but he was no less surprised by the amount of dirt and dust here. He ran his finger across the table and saw how long it had been untidy. In any case, his servant said it was the strongest school. And knowing Christian, it's safe to assume he wasn't lying. His life depends on it. A bespectacled man with large lenses over his eyes and an old book in his hands was sitting on a hammock. The bespectacled man asked Kim Sung-chul if he was new. Then he quickly jumped off the hammock and apologized. The bespectacled man was not used to socializing at all. There had been no newcomers here for quite a long time. He introduced himself to Kim Sung-chul as Altuchi's apprentice, and his name is Renaud Sant. He represents the School of Aromancy and Pyromancy, a very rare double specialty. Kim Sung-chul shook his hand in return. Renaud Santam laughed and said that Kim Sung-chul has a terrible name. He started yelling and calling for the professor, because a new student had arrived. The book quickly slipped out and fell to the floor in front of them. Kim Sung-chul and Renaud Santam froze for a moment. There was a table in the far corner near the wall, and an old man was sitting behind it. He said he had grown old and retired. He had nothing left to teach. Can wait for this book. It was the professor of the School of Aromancy, Altutius Zero. He suggests that Kim Sung-chul enjoy reading. In a week's time, there will be an opportunity to change majors. Kim Sung-chul calmly picked up the book. It's clear he's very uncooperative. If only that old man was the strongest magician in Erefurth. Renaud Santam climbed back into his hammock and continued reading. Kim Sung-chul sat down at his desk and began to read the book thoughtfully. His attention was caught by the circle-shaped symbol in the book. He seemed very much familiar to him. The direction of the magic circle image is shown. The picture is very similar. The map showed a hidden quest, Mage Echo, then specified the active skill, the use of magic. Kim Sung-chul was very happy when he saw this. He touched the symbol with his finger. It glowed brightly. The map showed that this was the correct answer. Understanding the magic circle. Beginning level. The reward for this is a boost in intuition. The magic circle in the book glowed more and more strongly. Kim Sung-chul realizes that this is no longer the summoning palace, and laughed heartily at the quest. Renaud Santum glanced suspiciously at the new student. Planetary model of the solar system at the main observatory of Aerofirth. Kim Sung-chul calmly places the book on Altusius Zero's desk. He tells the professor that he has read the book and has figured it all out. In short, he has solved the problem. Altusius Zero looked at the young man in disbelief, as if he could figure out everything in this book in just a quarter of a day. Kim Sung-chul told the professor to prepare another book for him. He'll come for it tomorrow. The old professor had some questions. It takes at least a month for newcomers to finish this book. This one did it in 6 hours. Altusius Zero started looking through the book. Whatever anyone says, but all the answers are correct. How is it possible for drawings to control magic? Altusius Zero looked at the list of Aerofort students. He was very interested in Kim Sung-chul. And just as he was getting a file on a new applicant, Altusius Zero really didn't like Kim Sung-chul settling into the dormitory of the Penitence Corps. There's a reason for this. Maybe Sarasa's in danger. Altusius Zero quickly ran into the dormitory and started calling out to Sarasa. The girl, sleepy asleep, came out to him. She could not understand what her grandfather wanted from her. It's so good that she's okay, and nothing happened to her. Sarasa is very surprised at her grandfather's reaction. It's probably because of the new guy old Jogbart put in here. The old professor realized that his granddaughter had guessed everything. Sarasa began to comfort her grandfather. He was at it again. He should have taken care of himself. Kim Sung-chul overheard their conversation. It turns out that the old professor is that girl's grandfather. That's very interesting. Kim Sung-chul is looking at the book very carefully. He's done everything properly. He can't figure out what the problem is. He seems to be able to read the ancient language. But in this case, he doesn't understand at all what we're talking about here. He's already looked at it from different angles and sides. This is a nightmare. He really doesn't know what's going on. In his despair, he clutched his head with his hands. He looks really pathetic from the outside. Kim Sung-chul's voice came from behind him. If he doesn't understand, why doesn't he ask for advice and seek help? Sarasa Zero asked Kim Sung-chul one more time. After all, her grandfather had to tell him everything. He said that a student had been reading a book for a week without asking any questions. Kim Sung-chul replied that that was correct. It's not like he's an official student of the school. And then he pointed out that the professor is her grandfather. That's why she knows aeromancy quite well. And Kim Sung-chul is still not good at understanding the contents of this book. Sarasi Zero is very curious. Has Kim Sung-chul studied any magic before? Honestly, no. He hasn't studied anything like that. So it's only natural for him to fail. Sarasi Zero is studying cryomancy herself. There may be points she doesn't understand. To know aeromancy, you need to have a very high level of intuition and potential magical power. These numbers are much higher than Kim Sung-chul expected. This is a very unpleasant surprise for him. Even if he gets expelled, he can at least try on his school uniform. And to do that, you have to take your clothes off. Kim Sung-chul changed his clothes and he is very uncomfortable. Sarasa Zero started laughing really hard, but she feels like it's much better than these rags he usually wears. At least the uniform is clean. He's very interested in certain exceptions that Sarasa Zero talked about. Well, these expulsions are nothing special. If you don't find a supervisor within 10 days, the student is expelled from Aeroforth very quickly. Kim Sung-chul caught on very quickly, as if she couldn't have said it before, but he was just in time. He was already strolling down the street. The sign of the Forging Corps caught his eye again. It was gray and unremarkable. In some semi-basement room, the students of the school were lying on the floor. They were holding glass flasks and books of all kinds. At first glance, it looked like they were on drugs. Anyway, Kim Sung-chul saw them as drug addicts right away. They're a dying generation. He can't believe they've been doing this their whole lives. He stated in a voice that he is looking for a leader. He needs a teacher. There was a chemistry teacher lying on the floor in front of him. He's a middle-aged man. He has a pile of pillows behind his back and a hookah pipe in his hand. The teacher's name is Basil Phyllis. Basil Phyllis laughed a little. Could it be that a graduate of the summoning palace had gotten to them, and now he wants to become an alchemist? The chemistry teacher had the smirk of an addict. He was probably inventing new potions and trying them out himself. He was very interested in why the young man had come to an almost defunct alchemy school. Kim Sung-chul was uncomfortable with him, but there was nothing to be done. He held back and calmly replied that he needed to improve the ability he already had. Basil Phyllis began to scrutinize Kim Sung-chul's profile. It's all clearly written on the form. And the specialty and the second specialty, and even the dormitory. Basil Phyllis had a good laugh and agreed to be Kim Sung-chul's supervisor. Anyway, it's better than nothing. Kim Sung-chul won't be expelled from school now. He's fulfilled all the requirements. Basil Phyllis realizes that he is now Kim Sung-chul's patron, but his student is curious about where he should start learning alchemy. The new teacher waved the student away. He told him to read some books of his own choosing. Then he yawned, turned around, and started to fall asleep. Kim Sung-chul certainly realizes that it's all a real mess. But the important thing is that he has a leader now. That's what he wanted. He went to a rack of books. He began to choose with his eyes what to take to read. Finally, he was told that he could have any book he wanted. The basics of alchemy should be, and ogres will figure it out, so it should be no particular problem for him as a human. The weather was overcast, and the sky was particularly gloomy and gray. Kim Sung-chul was standing under an awning by the Barnes studying a new book. You can hear Bertelgia screaming. She calls the authors of this book real dumbasses and parasites. She can't believe that the authors of this book call themselves real alchemists. Kim Sung-chul and pays attention to her squeals and tantrums. Then Bertelgia calmed down a bit and noticed that the school was prestigious after all. It was probably equipped with all the necessary materials for the development of talents. Surely Kim Sung-chul will study the entire textbook and boost the stats with awards. The process itself doesn't seem that difficult for him. In fact, it's even fun. The card showed that success had been achieved, and the healing ointment was obtained. The map showed that again a good result was obtained. This time it was possible to create a tincture of water slime, and after that, an infusion of the dog's transformation. The resulting rewards are increased intuition and magical power. Yes, indeed, not a bad reward even if it was a beginner level, but isn't its master going too fast, so thought Bertelgia. The clatter of 2 peanuts suspended on strings can be heard in the air. It's Bertelgia playing with a squirrel, while Kim Sung-chul carefully reads the message on the leaf. The rules of good manners dictate that every school of magic should have at least one good scarecrow. The reason he must go to the core of contrition is right here. Hunter Christian warns his master. Because it was the core of contrition that was sealed up tight because of this quest. Kim Sung-chul grimaced properly. He was probably going to be attacked again. A large shelf of books opened like a door. The entrance to the dungeon appeared, and Kim Sung-chul began to quietly descend. He saw a strange door sealed shut and walked right up to it. The note also stated that if at midnight on the last day of the lunar month after moonrise blood leaked from the doorway, the real quest would begin. It was Hunter Christian's message to his master. Kim Sung-chul was properly wary. Suddenly, the front door began to suddenly soak in blood. The quest must have begun. With one kick of his foot, Kim Sung-chul kicked that door open. Wooden scraps along with crab spatters flew around. The system wants to know why the subject grabbed the doorknob after all. The reason may be curiosity, recklessness, or courage. Kim Sung-chul would have loved to choose the recklessness answer, but Christian said to answer curiosity. The system immediately answered him. Curiosity for a wizard is the flame of knowledge. But sometimes the price of excessive curiosity is death. The system wants to know the subject's level of training. It asks what this magic circle means. Kim Sung-chul saw the bloody circle in front of him that formed the faces of the planets and their satellites. This is exactly what he was looking for. Luck smiled on him big time this time. And circle this turned out to be an admission. Suddenly doors opened in the distance. Kim Sung-chul finds himself in a strange room. It reminds him of a torture room. There was a sinister laughter. It must be the long-awaited guess. It was an evil demon who sat on a throne and was chained to the wall by a large number of chains. In front of him were 3 large bowls. He couldn't wait to see how they would have fun this time. The smell of old dirty blood, and you can't confuse it with anything else. Looks like no one's been in here since the dormitory closed. Kim Sung-chul is stepping forward confidently. The demon laughed sharply. Indeed, he had no visitors at his house. He got bored, so he decided to run away. But now he's got guests and things are looking up. Kim Sung-chul was amused by that. A bluff from a prisoner, but he decided to play with him. The demon noticed that the man came unarmed. That's very good. The demon throws a dice into one of the pots. The rules are simple. You have to guess the pot in which the dice is placed. If he guesses, he gets a reward, and if he's wrong, he gets punished. Well, it's up to the man now. Kim Sung-chul realizes it's a real deception. That's very nice of the demon. Of course he gives the go-ahead for the game. The pot starts spinning very quickly in front of the demon, and he wants the man to point out where the dice actually are. It's impossible for the human eye to keep track. Kim Sung-chul points his finger at the middle pot. The cards showed that he had won a wager with the devil and gained a plus to his magic power. It certainly breaks brains pretty good, but the reward itself isn't so bad. The demon started making excuses for the man. It's been a long time since I've done this, and it's getting really ugly. He suggests that the man play for 2 more units of magic power. Kim Sung-chul passes now. It's insignificant to him. He turns around and leaves. The demon goes all in and offers 10 units. Kim Sung-chul was waiting for this. The demon fell into his trap. But even a demon can't just give away a reward like that to keep things fair. A person has to place a bet. Kim Sung-chul asks demon what he wants as compensation. The demon immediately says that man is the most insignificant creature, has nothing but his soul. At last he revealed his true intent. Hunter Christian warns his master that the devil is a skillful liar. The first 2 games he loses on purpose, then raises the stakes to eventually take his soul. Kim Sung-chul remembers his servant's words well. He immediately realized that the demon was alone after the dormitory closed, and a fresh new soul was tempting him. Kim Sung-chul suggests that the demon raise the reward to 20 points. Maybe he'll think about it. It's too cheap. The demon was just pissed off at the man's antics. He didn't call him a complete freak. How dare he play with him and fool him? Kim Sung-chul told the demon that he has a head on his shoulders and has 500 units of willpower. He's too much for the unclean to handle. He's probably afraid to let him go. Demon drool ran down his chin. A soul with such willpower. It's very rare. And the demon agrees. The game begins. Now he's going to show the real skill of the crucible. The clay pots start flying left and right with great force. The demon's eyes are shooting sparks out of his head. And the pots are about to smash against the walls of the room. Kim Sung-chul immediately realized that the person in front of him was a very serious fraudster. The demon stopped the pots, and they hung in the air. Today, the fate of man is being decided. Kim Sung-chul quickly grabbed the demon's jaw and squeezed it properly. In pain, the demon opened its filthy, stinking mouth, and in it was a dice that should have been potted. And the man told the demon, looking at his mouth, that the dice was in his mouth. Now Kim Sung-chul is claiming his magic power. Demon started yelling and offering the last batch the biggest. Naturally, the man didn't fall for it again and walked away from the demon. The map showed that the man had defeated the devil and gained status from the dreaded Dodger. Reward magical power plus 20 units. Yes, now Kim Sung-chul's physical energy characteristics have improved significantly. The main thing is that the magic power has started to grow. Of course, against the background of other indicators, it is very modest. But as they say, the main thing is to start. Of course, Kim Sung-chul realizes that it's still not enough. He lacks magical power and intuition. He came to the dormitory of the Penitence Corps. Mana Infusion quickly restores a character's magic charge for the following spells. In Kim Sung-chul's hands is a soul inhalation stone. Bertelja wants to know if there's any reward for destroying this stone. Kim Sung-chul is opening a bottle of mana tincture. He's going to test it now. He realizes that this is the fastest way to raise magical power and intuition. Such is the danger he is willing to take on. The map welcomes the visitor to the Aerofort School of Magic's magic power meters. The system warns that the soul may run out. So if the holder of the stone feels dizziness and tremors in his legs, he should immediately release the soul exhalation stone. The stone lights up brightly in Kim Sung-chul's hand. Immediately, there is a warning that the mana is running out at a very high rate. Kim Sung-chul doesn't pay attention and starts drinking the mana tincture. Bertelja is very angry. She's not happy because she realized she was tricked. She called her master a cheater. The map showed that the soul inhalation stone had been destroyed by magical power. In the end, Kim Sung-chul was rewarded with magical power and intuition. Kim Sung-chul drank a lot of vials of mana tincture in one sitting. Now he can move on. His hand was very badly blackened by the stone. The map again warns that mana is on the verge of depletion. Kim Sung-chul's hand has finally turned black and started to deteriorate. Bertelja watches in horror. The number of empty mana infusion bubbles was getting larger and larger. Bertelja begins to shout to her master and warn him that you can't go on any further. It's very life-threatening. Kim Sung-chul's teeth are starting to clench in pain. He frantically tries to find more vials of mana tincture with his hand. Damn, it's almost over. What a shame. Kim Sung-chul opens a portal. He must find all the mana tinctures that are in this city. Even Bertelgia realizes that this many vials cost a fortune. That's a lot of money. And where did her master get so much of it? Kim Sung-chul did not want to answer that question. Instead, he said that he has things to do. There's no need to worry about it all being safe. The city's magistrate's building. A high-ranking official sits at his desk and asks his subordinate where the thing he is looking at was discovered. The servant replies that it was first found in the Golden City. The official examines the gold coin in his hand very carefully. This man is the head of the coalition of merchants, and his name is Governor General Hornico. A servant asked the governor if he was sure that this guy who robbed the vault 8 years ago. It's just a rumor, but they say that there was a very strange guy in the summoning palace recently, and he has the exact same name. Governor General Hornico is very curious about how Kim Sung-chul was able to get into the conscription palace. The servant answers him that the reasons are unknown, but he did appear there, so he should definitely show up in the Golden City. Governor General Hornico gives instructions to contact the Assassins Guild, and do not worry about money, everything will be paid for. Let them send the strongest, skillful, and brave. The servant turns around and goes to do his master's bidding. Governor General Hornico has no intention of missing Kim Sung-chul this time around. Lightning flashed over the castle deep in the night. The request has been received, but the opponent is very difficult. This is the Almeria family estate, Duisi's office. But they don't recall an order they didn't fulfill. There's no one that couldn't be killed. The offer itself is very intriguing to the performer, and he receives from his hands an envelope with a name on it. He is the enemy of peace, and he must be killed. And the rewards must be fantastic for this order. Kaz Almeria wants to find out from his father how brutal a way it takes to kill this enemy of peace. The main courtyard of the Aeroforte Academy Castle. Kim Sung-chul strides confidently up the grand marble staircase, and then rushes into a large empty auditorium. Renard Santom was lying in his hammock reading his book as usual. When he heard footsteps, he turned around. He was extremely curious to see Kim Sung-chul. Didn't he transfer to the alchemy school? Although it was much better than their drug den anyway. Altusius Zyro hears these conversations intently. Renard Santom is starting to tease Kim Sung-chul. He can't do magic yet, but training with a new one will take 300 years. Kim Sung-chul doesn't pay attention to these jeers. He throws his hands up. A glowing folio appears before him. The cards showed that the reading is complete, this book of the fundamentals of the school of aeromancy. The knowledge of the heavens and the universe is within the one who reads this book. The folio glowed with heavenly light and accumulated energy. And then a pillar of light shot high into the sky. And even if the observatory had a roof, it wasn't an obstacle to him. The impression was that he jumped it like a red-hot butter knife. Altusius Zyro jumped up from his desk when he saw this power. The energy was hitting a powerful, dense giant pillar, and it came from new student Kim Sung-chul. The cards showed that the third rank of aeromancy, brilliance, had been mastered. The heavenly light would be able to sizzle the enemy. Kim Sung-chul was literally glowing with that beautiful bluish energy. It seemed like he was just like a magical vessel filled to the brim with power. Reynard Sandom can't believe his eyes. How did a freshman slacker achieve such results? Kim Sung-chul smiles slyly at his opponent. He had indeed raised his magic level seriously. The points he received from the demon as a reward went in his favor. Altusius Zyro had never seen such a thing before. We would very much like to know how a student achieves such a result in such a short period of time. Renaud Santom is getting hysterical. He realizes that he has been outmaneuvered and left far behind. It can't be impossible with monkey-level intuition. Kim Sung-chul saw the true face of the envious Renaud Santom. He received the reward for the alchemy quest and began to fulfill the conditions for comprehending aeromancy. Altusius Zyro decided to praise the new student. He had never seen such rapidly progressing students. This is a real pride for the teachers. Renota Santom is like a little girl. Now what's the professor going to teach this idiot? Maybe the book the professor gave that idiot wasn't special. Altusius Zyro calmly replied that he hadn't said a word about training. Kim Sung-chul has dealt with the experience of a bespectacled man. That's pretty harsh. Renota Santom is genuinely worried about losing his seat to a new, more talented student. Renaud Santom rolled up his sleeves quickly and shouted to Kim Sung-chul, The damn freshman is about to get punched in the face. He grabbed Kim Sung-chul by the scruff of the neck. He told him to get the hell back to his drug-addicted alchemist in that filthy, stinking den. Kim Sung-chul's eyes are bloodshot. He tells the senior student to let him go. That look made Renaud Santom very frightened. It rattled him to the bone. An animal fear rose up inside him, and he quickly bounced to the next desk like a stung man. There was no way some filthy conscript would suppress him with a single glance. Renaud Santom uses fire magic out of frustration and bursts into flames like a match. Kim Sung-chul, calm as a dead man, asks his opponent, "Rumor has it that he killed his opponent in a duel. Is that true?" Since the arrogant freshman knows everything, Renaud Santom will pluck out Kim Sung-chul's eyes. Let him suffer and crawl. Altusius Zyro yelled at Renaud Santom that he should not cause any more trouble or he would not be able to avoid the consequences, and they would be really hard for him. After all, he hadn't gotten a full pardon yet. Renaud Santom is just burning with anger. Is the professor really sticking up for that idiot freshman now? As a worm very much like the adepts of disaster, one must be very careful. Otherwise, Sarasa can be dangerous. Altusius Zero told the bespectacled boy that he was very worried about him. After all, Renaud Santom is his best student and a real treasure for the school. Renaud Santom interrupts his teacher and asks sharply why the path of the School of Aeromancy has not yet been revealed to him. Altusius Zero explains to the bespectacled man that it's too early, the time hasn't come yet. How much longer does he have to wait for that moment? When the professor says that time is needed, it is not at all clear when that time will come. Renaud Santom calms down. Kim Sung-chul seizes the moment and realizes he'd better leave. It's a showdown between a beloved student and an old professor. He has no reason to watch it. He closed the door quietly behind him. He'll come back next time. Renaud Santom is really annoyed by this freshman. Kim Sung-chul was able to put him in his place. Because of this bespectacled man, he wants to be expelled. Altusius Zyro instructs the bespectacled man again. No fighting to avoid being victimized by Freya's pursuit. No need to disappoint your old professor. Renaud Santom calms the old man down and says that the true mentor is he, Professor Altusius. He will not, of course, stage a deadly duel. It's enough to get rid of just one place where this cocky, underachieving freshman will be. Beautiful weather, clear blue sky, and clouds rolling through. The courtyard of Aerofirth Castle, where it's always clean and tidy. Kim Sung-chul feels an incredible surge of strength. The magic points he got from the demon have been good for him. It is necessary to fold alternately the parts of the magic circle in your head. Meditation is the best way to do this. It is only necessary to concentrate all your attention on this task. Brilliant, he's doing it. Kim Seong-chul summons the energy pillar again at will and releases it from his hand. This time the movement of force and energy is orderly. There is no chaos. The energy is channeled beyond the castle walls and strikes its ultimate target. Kim Sung-chul walked up to the target and looked at it. It is incomprehensible to him how he should catch Hisonus with this result. He is obviously very angry and dissatisfied. Let's face it, Kim Sung-chul realizes that he can't even kill a low-level magician, not even Max Hisonus. The shine spell is very hard to block because the spell is short and spreads almost instantly like a gunshot. It's the kind of thing he likes, though. You could try boosting the shine with Echo after all he was doing the quest and got the reward. Why not use it? He understands how to do it perfectly well. Kim Sung-chul makes another attempt and points his finger at the target. Once again, he uses the shine spell. It spreads almost like lightning, and he uses an echo spell to follow the beam. The beam hit the target, but not exactly on the 10. It veered a little to the right because of the sound waves. So the echo didn't work. Another try, this time the beam veered to the left. God damn, this is frustrating. It's not working. Kim Sung-chul is really pissed off, and he's been using a symbiosis of the glitter and echo spell, hoping that by increasing the number of attacks he can still hit the target. Well, he just turned the target into a colander for noodles. Kim Sung-chul is a little out of breath. The map shows him that a voice without a soul cannot hold an echo. He quickly pulls out his warhammer, and he swings it hard. And it hits the ground really hard. There's a big ripping wave. All that remains of the pedestal with the targets is a deep hole. And then an interesting thought occurs to him. When Renaud Santom threw a tantrum, he said he wanted to learn the way of the Aeromancy school. And that's something to hold on to. Well, it's worth a try. It's worth a shot. Kim Sung-chul must discover this path on his own. It's literally raining like a bucket. It's been a long time since there's been this much water, but Kim Sung-chul is more interested in whether Renud Santom is a disaster adept. A small light sparkles from the window of a local eatery. Yes, it is certain that he is the favorite of Fredius, the teacher of pyromancy. Hunter Christian had already managed to make some inquiries that might be of use to the gentleman. Kim Sung-chul wants his servant to elaborate on this moment. And so, almost 3 years ago, after the mysterious death of Magnus's past principal, his body was found with a dagger through his heart in his own office. He was sitting in his own chair, where faculty and aides found him. But it should be noted that the head of the pyromancy school, Fredius, is a man of very great influence and power in the Areforth school. The only one who can rival him in terms of influence and power is Robert Danton. He's the head of the cryomancy school. They divided the spheres of influence and the director's seat among themselves and started a fierce struggle. And that conflict has not been resolved to this day. And the adherents of the disaster appeared just after the death of Director Magnus. Rumor has it that Fredius himself collected them. It's circumstantial evidence that suggests he may have been responsible for Director Magnus's murder. In any case, adherents of the Scourge are fanatics who follow their leader unquestioningly. And one of these fanatics is the talented student Renud Santom. She fully supports her teacher's ideology. Kim Sung-chul now realized that they were even more disgusting than he thought. He sighed heavily as he did so. The thing was, he didn't want to deal with any fanatics. Hunter Christian told his master that there was something else curious and interesting. Rumor has it that Professor Altusius Zyro owes a very large sum of money to Fredius. He's not just a debtor, he's up to his nostrils and up to his ears in debt. In fact, his old ass has become someone else's property. Christian doesn't know the circumstances, but it's up to him to find out what the old man spends such a huge amount of money on. Kim Sung-chul's granddaughter, Sarah Zero, immediately came to mind. Could it be her? He praised his servant Kristen and tossed a pouch of jewels in front of him as thanks and encouragement for the work he had done. He needs him to compile the entire list of adepts of the calamity that is the school. Kim Sung-chul really needs to know who is the most important of the adepts. Christine told his master that everything would be executed in the best possible way. Kim Sung-chul calmly started down the stairs. He realized that things were getting worse and worse. Was there a single person in the school that he could trust? He doesn't know if old Professor Altusius Zyro is related to the Adept of Calamity. It's raining really hard. It's pouring down like a bucket in the dormitory of the Repentance Corps. The skin from Sarasa Zero's body has literally started to fall off in pieces. She already resembles an actual walking corpse. In fact, a zombie. Altusius Zyro is very nervous watching the ritual. 3 necromancers surround the granddaughter's bed. Using their magic to restore and sustain the undead, they perform a ritual of return. It's all necromancy. Sarasa's body is zero and stabilized from decomposition and putrefaction. She is all wrapped up in dead magic. The necromancer of Logotheta informs the old professor that the ritual has been completed successfully. Just like the previous times, Altusius Zyro bows gratefully to the necromancer and hands him a pouch of gold. But the price is too high, and that's just the parts per charge of the recovery ritual. The necromancer expected the full portion of the payment, but the old man didn't have the money in full. The old professor pleaded. He promised the necromancer that he would add the missing amount next time and fell on his knees before them. But the necromancers noticed that Altusius Zero had told them the same thing last time, but only because of the old scholar's authority would he believe him this time. But no more indulgences. Altusius Zero says he's going to pay them back. He won't pay back all his debts. The necromancers piled up and began to leave. They realized that for the last time, the high mighty mage Altusius Zyro was gone. Just a pitiful shadow. He had knelt so easily and humiliated himself. Altusius Zyro realizes that this time after the recovery ritual, the preservation magic will only last a couple of days. He needs to preserve his granddaughter's body, even if she is a walking corpse. In the Areforth school tower, Altusius Zero came to bow to a powerful man. It was Magnus Maxima, the Inquisitor Executor. He had been waiting for the old man for a long time after making him a certain offer. He had finally made the decision to save his school. The rain is just disgusting. A little more and people will be floating in the streets. Bertelja asks his master if he's going to the alchemy school again. Kim Sung-chul is walking calmly with an umbrella in his hands. He's not afraid of the rain. Even if he gets a little wet, it's okay. He explains to Bertelja that it's better to walk there for now. in spite of his considerable progress lately. Overall, he still has too little magical power. Kim Sung-chul swings open the door of the alchemy school and sees a scary picture. There are dead students on the floor, and there are burn marks everywhere. There's burnt trash everywhere. Books and glass flasks broken from potions. At first glance, it looks like someone spilled something flammable here and then started playing with matches. But one of the students turned out to be alive. Kim Sung-chul carefully lifted him up and began to find out what had happened. The living student could only squeeze out that suddenly a fireball flew in, and there was a terrible explosion. Kim Sung-chul was very wary when he realized that the fireball came out of nowhere for a reason. It's a case surrounding a pyromancer. And he went straight to the admissions building. And he made a very bold statement. The murder at the alchemy school was the work of Renad Santom. And he told Robert Danton all of this. Kim Sung-chul claims that the school of pyromancy is so strong that one person can create such a thing. Robert Danton began to wonder. Did he avoid communicating with him? He told the truth, that he hates Fregus and doesn't want to be banished like old man Altusius Zero. So in the end, Renad Santom only believes the old professor and runs away. We need to look at the signatures on the document for the exclusion of the alchemy school from the academy, and the stack was impressive. The meeting of the teachers of the professors of the Ereford school has begun. No matter how the alchemists position themselves, they all realize that in the eyes of the general public, they are just a pathetic bunch of drug addicts, and that's what's ruining the reputation of the Ereford Academy. Reputation is too important. Renad Santom wouldn't let it go. Basil Phyllis sat silent. He had nothing to say. So shouldn't they all immediately disband the chemistry school and restore the honor of the academy? The bespectacled man was just giving heat. But then someone called out to him very loudly, and he quickly shut up. It was Kim Sung-chul with Robert Danton, and they told him to shut his stinking mouth and stop talking nonsense. Renad Santom decided to bring everything down very nicely. He started smiling like a fool and sighing heavily. He doesn't like formalities, but in a public place, he asked the younger student to please keep his temper in check. Kim Sung-chul quickly took the bespectacled man by the scruff of the neck. He was well aware that this whole show was childish for the sake of his exclusion. Renad Santom inquired if the younger student wanted to challenge him in public. Altusius Zero intervened in their conversation. He said that this could not be allowed to happen under any circumstances. The bespectacled man quickly batted Kim Sung-chul's hand away, brushed him off like a dirty bug, and told the old man that his words were ridiculous. And so was he. Renad Santom told Altusius Zero that wasn't he the one who killed the deputy head of the Assassin's Guild and put the school in terrible danger? I wonder why everyone pretends not to know. The room remains dead silent. That's when all the trouble started. The past principal is murdered. Professors fight amongst themselves. So what will the students learn? Kim Sung-chul has realized now that the glasses man's true gut has emerged. He's having a lot of trouble controlling himself. He doesn't know what's going on, but he has the distinct feeling that he's involved in a family quarrel. An assistant ran into the hall and shouted, "Professor Phlegus has been murdered." Altusius Zero couldn't believe his ears. Robert Danton's monocle flew off his face in surprise. Renad Santom didn't believe this nonsense at all, but he cooled down very quickly. Kim Sung-chul himself can't believe that the head of the pyromancy school was killed. Who is so powerful that he could do this? Christian sneaks quietly through the city, thick fog mixed with rain everywhere. He looks around cautiously, just to be sure no one is following him. The rain had stopped, but the sky remained as gray and sullen. Christian began to climb the stairs very quickly. He's having a lot of trouble breathing. He barely made it up those stairs. He ended up choking to death. He quickly pulled a sheet out of his bag, and some sort of incomprehensible black haze appears over his head. Christian starts writing a message to his master, Kim Sung-chul. He feels like someone is following him, and judging from the incident at the shop, they seem to be tracking the master's gold coins. He asks Kim Sung-chul to keep himself safe. Then she quickly gives the note to the squirrel, and the squirrel starts running away. She has to deliver this note to the gentleman. A purple rope appears around Christian's neck. She takes a moment to squeeze his throat and lifts him high up. Christian can't stand on his feet anymore. He starts gasping and writhing in pain. He can't breathe at all. A dark figure materializes out of the fog, a distant resemblance to a man. The fog turned out to be a fake. The assassin Kaz Almeria appeared in front of him. He jumped out of the blue. A knock was heard on the massive doors. On the flip side, Robert Danton walks in. The assembly of professors and students see a terrible picture. The roof of the pyromancy professor's office is simply broken through and destroyed. It's like a meteorite hit the room, and in the middle of the room are two big holes, and the remains of the pyromancy professor's body. That's probably all that's left of Phlegius's body. Reynard Santom started to get hysterical and yell like a little girl. He couldn't believe that his teacher was no longer alive. Robert Danton stopped him in time and told him not to touch anything with his hands. And if this is indeed a murder, everything in here falls under the category of evidence. Everyone present began to scrutinize everything around them. Could he have been killed by a meteor? What else could have caused such destruction? The remains of Phlegius's body have an animalistic horror imprinted on their faces. Basil Phyllis wondered vividly who in the academy was capable of casting a spell of such power. Robert Danton strongly disputed the suspicion. If it had been the professor himself, the whole school would have exploded. It's probably the work of an apprentice, but a very advanced student. Maybe it's some kind of ridiculous coincidence, but right now there's a student of the School of Aeromancy right next to them. One of the students grabbed Reynard Santom by the scruff of the neck, insulted him, called him a bastard, and accused him of killing the professor, and he loved him so much. Reynard Santom started making excuses and said that he was not guilty of anything. He did not commit this terrible atrocity. Robert Danton quickly gagged him and told him to keep quiet until he was given the floor, because it was as if he'd decided to start a riot and now he'd killed the professor. He gives instructions to capture Reynard Santom, but the man starts to quickly lash out and yell that it's not his fault. He got away so fast, lousy asshole. Or maybe there really is only one perpetrator, and the meteor itself is a ruse, not the real cause of death. Robert Danton is a longtime enemy of Professor Phlegius, and Basil Phyllis has a very bad reputation as a drug addict and a simpleton. And Altutius Zyro himself is suspected of being an adherent of the Scourge. Everybody's got a snout in the sand, and everyone could have committed this crime. Kim Sung-chul doesn't know who to dig up first. What happens seems even more suspicious to him. The weather the next day from town was wonderful. Bright blue sky and clear white dots floating across it. Kim Sung-chul is walking calmly through the city, and a messenger squirrel flies up to him. She finds her master and flies right into his face with a swing. Kim Sung-chul didn't expect to get a message from Christian. Most likely something very important happened. He started reading the note. Tracking gold coins, apparently Governor General Hornico has taken decisive action. Yeah, now the aid is gone. Christian's dead. It's going to be hard to do business alone. It would be very nice to enlist other forces to help. The evil Governor Hornico can only be compared to the Emperor of Marlborough. Kim Seong-chul is being chased by two assholes right now. I wish they'd get off on their own and kill each other without any help. It's a good plan. Kim Sung-chul got into the store and the salesman greeted him. The salesman recognized his old customer. There's a new delivery today. It's a good time to have a customer. Kim Sung-chul quietly closed the front door of the store. He asked the clerk if he remembered the gold coins that Kim Sung-chul used to pay for his purchases. The seller says that, of course, he remembers the gold coins that were given for the goods. Kim Sung-chul is starting to take off his disguise. He heard someone bragging about getting them from him. The salesman recognized his client's true identity. It's the enemy of the world. He fell on his knees before him and begged for mercy. Begged him not to kill him. After all, he was just very excited about so much money. Judging by the reaction, this place hasn't been tracked down yet, and the enemy of peace throws a dagger in the direction of the vendor. A double-edged dagger with a golden handle, but he deliberately missed the salesman. The dagger flew a few decimeters from his head. This time he agrees to spare the seller. He instructs him to take this blade and bring it to the human empire now, and an audience with the emperor must be requested. But if the salesman fails this mission, his last moments will be the worst imaginable. The salesman ran out of his store like a scalded boil. He understood. He immediately ran out to carry out the instructions. Bertelja wishes him to stay alive and deliver the blade safely. She asked her master if he didn't like killing more. After all, it's worth covering the gold coins better. 10,000 is quite a lot. Kim Sung-chul replies to Bertelja that he doesn't kill people for fun, and certainly he only kills for a good reason, but Bertelja says he'll have to do it if he wants to survive. After all, the 7 main characters were the same way. Kim Sung-chul himself is such a great catastrophe that cannot be compared to other disasters. The enemy of the world knows no mercy or pity. He kills his enemies in droves and leaves behind mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. This was exactly what Lee Soo-jin had warned about in all seriousness. Kim Sung-chul remembers everything she said, but he's not like that. He's not a monster without brakes. The store's door sign says temporarily out of business. He closed the door quietly. The store remained intact. The letter is still bothering Kim Sung-chul. He needs to find Christian. The weather is beautiful. The sky is covered with white, clear clouds. You can barely feel the fresh breeze. There's a simple barn on the edge of the forest. It's hard to call it home. Kim Sung-chul opens the doors and walks inside. His pet squirrel did it much faster than he did. He was very surprised at what he saw. It's too cruel. A bound man with a severed arm sits half dead on a chair. Kim Sung-chul immediately realized that this was not Governor General Hornico's method. Was he wrong in his guess? Bertel just shrieks that this poor man until the death oath explodes. Kim Sung-chul quickly shut her up. After all, they might be watched by outsiders. Someone's really watching them. It was Basil Phyllis, but there's a reason he's here. Kim Sung-chul thought, damn it, how did this teacher show up at the wrong time? A man calling himself a professor was following Kim Sung-chul, and on top of that, he snuck up like a rat. Basil Phyllis looks intently at his student, and then he says he can't even believe his student is so cocky. That sounds really hurtful. Kim Sung-chul is not a polite person. Being polite annoys him even more than being followed. Basil Phyllis wanted to send words of thanks. After all, he was the one who had sat down to maliciously plot Renaud Santam's plan to disband the School of Alchemy at the professors' meeting. But as always, there's a but. This dead guy sitting on a chair, completely tied up and with a severed arm, raises a lot of questions. And they're not good questions. Kim Sung-chul doesn't understand dirty innuendo. He wants to know for sure what his alchemy teacher means. Basil Phyllis says that his student must surely know that there have been many murders at Aerofirth Academy, but the most shocking is the murder of the past rector, Magnus. But that's not the interesting part. His place of death looks a lot like where Professor Fregius was killed. Exactly the same MO and the same level of destruction. And also in terms of damage, almost the same amount of body left. Basil Phyllis would really like to know who is responsible for all these crimes. Kim Sung-chul tells his teacher that among all the suspects, Renaud Santam is the most suspicious. Basil Phyllis claims he couldn't say such a thing. If you pay attention to the light left on the corpse, it suggests some very interesting thoughts. What trace? Kim Sung-chul doesn't like it very much. Blackened bones may indicate dark care. This is a very complex spell that triggers the rotting of the flesh of living creatures. Not every necromancer can do it. Now that's more like it. And what's interesting is that it wasn't blood that ran under the corpse. It was water. And this evidence can only lead to a certain person. Ice melts to form water. So the killer was Robert Danton, who has a high level of cryomancy. He had a long list of reasons to kill Fregus. It's a legitimate theory. He has both motive and ability. Kim Sung-chul is tired of guessing. He wants to know what his alchemy teacher really thinks. Isn't everything very obvious? Whoever committed this crime makes them all doubt each other. Basil Phyllis thinks it's the work of Inquisitor Magnus Maximus. Although you'd think the junkie alchemist had lost his mind to come up with such a guess. The Magnuses are an ancient dynasty of wizards. Some of the former was the son of a concubine, simply put, the son of a whore. But thanks to his born talent, he was still able to be recognized by his family and took his high place of honor. The older brother was always compared to the younger. All his happy childhood he spent in the basement, caged like a dog, angry at the world, and holds a grudge against both his brother and the academy. So Inquisitor Magnus Maximus is best suited to helm the assassin. Until Kim Sung-chul arrived at this barn, Basil Phyllis points a finger at the seated bound corpse. Kim Sung-chul ironically asked his alchemy teacher if he thought he was a murderous criminal. No carrying your student on the list of suspects, and quickly pulled out a filled syringe with a needle. He wants to know from his student, is he interested in running the academy by any chance? Kim Sung-chul runs the thought through his head. Maybe take this junkie down right here in this horrible barn, and the case is over. Politely tells Basil Phyllis that even with these measures, he won't succeed. Basil Phyllis apologized to his student. Perhaps he went too far. If so, he's sorry. He just wanted to pass on the information. Robert Danton is expecting Kim Sung-chul. He wants to talk to him. The office of the head of admissions. Basil Phyllis reported in. He was able to bring in Kim Sung-chul. Robert Danton sat in a chair with a glass of wine. He hadn't expected them to arrive so soon, but he still greeted Kim Sung-chul as a dear guest. Kim Sung-chul sensed something wrong. In just a few hours, everything had changed dramatically. Could it be because Robert Danton was now in power? Basil Phyllis asked Robert Danton hopefully. After all, he would keep his place in the academy as they had agreed, wouldn't he? And he received an affirmative answer. Robert Danton does not throw away valuable qualified personnel. And the alchemy teacher said he would only be loyal to Robert Danton as a token of his gratitude. Kim Sung-chul had a higher opinion of the alchemy teacher. What a filthy and disgusting thing it is. And disgusting. Robert Danton offers his student a drink. Kim Sung-chul gets right to the point. He wants to know what the new academy rector needs from him. Robert Danton looked appraisingly at the boy. That meant he had not failed. He realizes they both come from the same place. He can still smell the blood of the summoning palace. Kim Sung-chul immediately realizes that he's being followed. There's nothing so supernatural. It's just an ordinary interest. But he really wants to know who Kim Sung-chul's patron is. Kim Sung-chul replied that his patron is an ancient kingdom. But if that's true, it explains a lot to Robert Danton. That's why he couldn't find out anything. But doesn't this ancient kingdom deny magic? Kim Sung-chul doesn't care about that at all. That's why she enrolled in the Aero Future Academy. Robert Danton laughed heartily. He liked Kim Sung-chul's answer very much. Stop playing games. Does the new rector want to say directly whether the new student wants to come over to his side? They immediately believed in Kim Sung-chul. And now they're making an offer like this? There's something fishy going on here. Robert Danton says that Kim Sung-chul will definitely learn magic in just a few days with extremely low intuition scores. And only entering alchemy school successfully made the subject level 5. Is it possible to miss out on such talent? More importantly, there's a rumor that Kim Sung-chul has a lot of gold. An obscene amount. Kim Sung-chul wants to know what he'll get if he agrees. Absolutely anything he wants. Maybe the prospect of becoming a full-fledged alchemy professor. But Kim Sung-chul says he needs to go the way of the aeromancy school. That answer made Robert Danton shudder. Have the new rector force Althusius Zyro to hand over the path of the aeromancy school, and then Kim Sung-chul will accept the offer of the new rector. This is going to be really hard. Old Althusius Zyro wouldn't even say a word to that brutal Phrygius. Well, then we can pretend this conversation never happened. Robert Danton was quick to blurt out, "What about the way of the school of Chromatia?" But it's too much. Kim Sung-chul thought to himself, if he really has power, then there must be a philosophical teaching of cryomancy comparable to that of aeromancy. Human Empire Emperor's Audience Hall. Emperor William Quentin Marlborough sits on his throne and sees a servant bring him something. He wants to know what they want to show him. The peddler reaches into his bag and pulls out the very same dagger. The enemy of peace asked to show the emperor this. The emperor of the human empire was extremely surprised. In a sumptuous audienza in the hall, Emperor William Quentin Marlborough instructs his chamberlain. No doubt he is familiar with this dagger. This is Kim Sung-chul's weapon. There's no mistaking it. When the emperor saw the weapon, he immediately realized what Kim Sung-chul was trying to convey. He asks his chamberlain which troops are closest to the Golden City. The chamberlain replies to the emperor that the 2nd Division of the Air Fleet is under the command of Demetrius Medioff. William Quentin Marlborough gives instructions to send them immediately to the Golden City. Their main target is the enemy of peace. We must get rid of him at all costs, never mind the destruction and loss of life. The Air Armada is moving out in full force in combat readiness. Robert Danton asked to wait. They want to reveal to him the path of disaster. He will lead anyone to the truth. Kim Sung-chul lingered for a moment. He was a little interested. Once you touch the forces of disaster, it's all downhill from there. Robert Danton can offer nothing more. It's the most valuable thing he has. Kim Sung-chul didn't expect to become a calamity adept, but he liked the offer very much. He recognizes that Robert Danton has a knack for dialogue, and it's not the way of aeromancy, but there's a use for it too. A huge vortex opened up at the top. It was a portal to Kim Sung-chul's treasury. And right in front of Robert Danton's feet, a trunk fell. It was completely stuffed with gold. Kim Sung-chul hopes it will be more than enough. Robert Danton, like a greedy beast, started going through the gold coins and said that he would never forget such generosity when he became a truly official rector of the academy. He asked me to trust him. Kim Sung-chul said he would and then bowed. Robert Danton promised to contact him later. Kim Sung-chul is quietly going over the names of the powerful in his mind. The Adept of Calamity, Governor Hornico, Emperor Marlborough, and all those who are ready to rip each other's throats out. He'll stand back and watch. It's amazing how everything goes so smoothly, It's just like the notes, and they're giving him a new book. Altusha Zyro said it was a book about Meteora. It would be useful for a student to read it. Kim Sung-chul realizes that he has pumped his intuition, but he doesn't understand a word of what is written in this book. Altusha Zyro told Kim Sung-chul that it takes at least 120 units of intuition to read this book and understand everything it says. Now let him take it and leave. Kim Sung-chul, I don't understand. What do you mean, take it and go? Altusha Zero said calmly that he didn't know when something like this could affect him. Fregius didn't know that either. Kim Sung-chul just stood up from his seat in the academy classroom and started walking toward the old professor's desk, and then threw that book back at him. A ridiculous guess that it's just meteor falling, and he has no intention of wasting his time studying that nonsense. Kim Sung-chul is very serious. He won't leave until the old professor shows him the way of aeromancy. That's when Sparkle appeared in front of him. And then there was a bright flash, from which a pillar of energy erupted and broke through the wall in the classroom. It's a glitter spell, but she's on a whole other level. There was a very neat but large hole in the wall. Old man Altusius has shown what he can do. It's no wonder. Of course he's the best wizard in Arifurth. Altusius Zyro thought how greedy for knowledge this young man was. He was also insolent and impudent. But the old man really wants to know how a youngster got such an interest in aeromancy. Kim Sung-chul told the old man that he wanted to prevent a disaster. That's all he can say. But he's speaking from his heart. Altusha Zero just gasped in surprise. He started yelling at Kim Sung-chul. He said he was talking nonsense. Doesn't he know that if he opposes the disaster, there will be a bigger disaster? You can't prevent disaster by your desire alone. But Kim Sung-chul sharply replied to the old man that he had no intention of listening to the cowardly ramblings of someone who hadn't even tried. Altusha shouted his student had better tell him right away that he was a calamity adept. But he's asking Kim Sung-chul for some time, and not necessarily to return to this conversation a little later. Looks like someone's sneaking up on them from behind, so they don't have company, and they both felt it right away. Some kind of haze appears, a dark fog, and out of that fog comes Kaz Almeria. You'd think they'd go completely unnoticed, but here we have people with sixth sense, a very rare gift according to the hitman. And with him came his little sister. Mara Almeria is an expert on poisonous insects. Just in case she asks if they're lost. This is a school of aeromancy, isn't it? Old Altusius confirmed it. It is indeed a school of aeromancy, and they are now in the study room. But it seems to him that there are outsiders present. Kim Sung-chul smelled the distinct odor of death. It's a sure indicator that there are assassins around. They are usually soaked in the dying breaths of their victims. That's why it's easy for an experienced fighter to identify them. Mara Almeria turned to her brother and said that the person they were looking for was not here. Maybe they had the wrong place. Kaz Almeria applied the arcane search spell of the Mystery of Magic. The energy charts above Kim Sung-chul and Altusha Zero immediately appeared. That's exactly who they are. Altusha Zero cried out that this was real boorishness, to pull out a person's whole background like that without asking. Kaz Almeria said there's nothing special about the young guy, just a gray moth. But the old guy is interesting. Wow, it's Altusha Zyro himself, the one who killed the deputy head of the League of Assassins. Altusha Zyro interrogated the young impudent man. Knowing that, the two of them and their sister came here anyway? What did they hope to find? Maybe their fear, which they had lost. Kaz Almeria crept up behind the old man from behind. He said he was much stronger than the human who died at Altusha's hand. He really wants to see how tough the old man is, and how good he is in Mortal Kombat. Kim Sung-chul got a real chance to see the real powers of Altusius. It's the kind of thing he can't see anywhere else. But the sister interrupted her big brother. She said they had an assignment and no time to fool around. Kaz Almeria quickly turned into a black haze and disappeared. Then he appeared on the second floor and said that they will fight next time. Now they are really a bit busy. Nurse is right, there really isn't time for that. And quickly walked out of the classroom and slammed the door behind them. Kim Sung-chul immediately remembered the corpse in the barn, tied to a chair and without one arm. Almeria's sister and brother go down the spiral staircase. It seems like it was the Assassin's Guild that killed Christian. The corpse in the barn without a hand was Kim Sung-chul's assistant, and now they're looking for him. And now was his time to act. They brutally tortured Christian and later killed him to leave no witnesses. But before he died, he gave up Kim Sung-chul. He told them that his master was at the aeromancy school in Arifurth. Kaz Almeria beat the hell out of him. The door in front of the twins opened abruptly. It was Renaud Santom. He was yelling like a little hysteric and saying it wasn't him. He didn't kill anyone. He's innocent, and Altusia's Zyro should know that. And then he spotted Almeria's brother and sister coming up the stairs. They stopped him and asked him if he was from the School of Aromancy. With a sharp blow of his whip, Kaz Almeria severed Renaud Santom's ear. And then they hung him from the ceiling, tied upside down. What the fuck is that bastard doing? Renaud Santom started calling for help, but it was useless. Mara Almeria had put up an impenetrable sound barrier. Scream your heart out, no one would hear. Renaud Santom realized how badly he'd been hit. But why are they doing this? They just need to have a heart-to-heart. That's all? A bighorn deer grazing peacefully in a forest meadow at night. Suddenly, he heard terrible screams and looked up. The beast saw the soundproof dome quite close to itself. The whip beat Renaud Santom all over his body, cleaving the flesh down to the very bones. This time, Kaz Almeria has had his fun in his soul. What more does a pathological sadist need to be happy? The rope on which Renaud Santom was hanging began to crack and broke. The poor schmuck, bespectacled, fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. His body is all bruised up. He honestly doesn't understand why he's being whipped like a dumb cattle. What has he done wrong? And begs pitifully for mercy. Kaz Almeria suggests his sis use the very thing he likes so much. Mara Almeria raises her hand and a poisonous insect flies out of her sleeve, wondering what their father would say if he found out. No one will notice if there's one less left-handed person. Yes, it's not desirable to kill strangers, but only those for whom the money is paid. But at the end of the day, it's so much fun. You can't deny yourself that pleasure. Renaud Santom was just unlucky. He felt and saw someone climbing over his scarred body. It was a big tiger-colored beetle with huge antennae, and a slimy sting started coming out of the bug's ass. Mara Almeria said not to be afraid. It would sting a little. It's a sting like a big worm with a bone needle at the end. It smashed through the skin and ribs of the poor, bespectacled man. The bird sat quietly on a twig in front of the soundproof dome and heard nothing. While the poor asshole, bespectacled Renaud Santom was being torn apart from the inside by the parasite, his inhuman screams were unheard. Altusia's Zyro begins to wail. It's absurd enough he doesn't have enough disaster adepts, and now the guild assassin has shown up. As they say, shit happens. Although it should be noted that the old man keeps his composure, unlike his hysterical, bespectacled student. The professor asks Kim Sung-chul to leave immediately. He's worried about his life. Those two killers are looking for someone, and he might get hurt inadvertently. Kim Sung-chul insists on doing what he wants. He thanks the old professor for his concern, but he's not going anywhere to learn the path of aromancy. Altusia's Zyro shook his head. Still, his apprentice insisted. He could hardly understand the gravity of the situation. The old professor pulls a glowing orb from a shelf. They're like sparkling pearls suspended in the air. Altusia's Zyro wants to see if Kim Sung-chul is worthy of the path of aromancy. Is this like some kind of childish joke? How can you prove anything with these beads? Kim Sung-chul thinks the old teacher's making fun of him. But Altusia's Zyro answers affirmatively that they use these beads at the Aeroforth School for practice and exams. Well, the rules are very simple. As soon as one of the beads turns black, you just have to touch it with magic. Well, the glare spell, to be exact. If Kim Sung-chul can hit, the next bead will be colored black. There are 3 levels in total, and the number of goals will increase when you reach a new level. Kim Sung-chul has to pass all the exams today. If he succeeds, the old professor agrees to share the path of aromancy with him. Kim Sung-chul questioned his teacher. He is an honest man who always keeps his word, isn't he? Although I have to admit, it's been a long time since I've been nervous at a performance review. Not even at the draft palace in the final battle. The trial has begun. The beads rose into the air and activated around Kim Sung-chul. But such harshness and barrage he had not expected at all. He began to shout nervously to the professor. It seemed to him that the beads would just hang in the air, but there was no question that they would move at such a monstrous speed. The old man was playing a joke on his apprentice, and he forgot to say the most important thing. The beads themselves are not so easy to catch, and black beads are especially resistant to magic. It's like it's the most harmless little thing he's forgotten about. That old goat. Kim Sung-chul was able to see one and aim for a shot, but he missed, and the black bead hit the ground beside him. And that's how things are. But he has no time at all to practice and prepare. Kim Sung-chul is applying a glare spell, and he punches it through a stack of books on the professor's desk. Altutius Zyro started yelling like a wounded asshole, as if his apprentice had decided to trash the entire audience. But Kim Sung-chul realized that the old man was talking nonsense. After all, he had broken more than him several times over. Subsequently, he applies the Blick spell a great many times. Kim Sung-chul eventually became exhausted and tired. The map showed that he had failed, not a single hit. Altutius Zyro laughed heartily. This, and with such skills his apprentice demands to reveal the path of the Arrow First School to him? A very good joke. Kim Sung-chul isn't used to being laughed at, and he knows a good phrase. He who laughs last is the one who laughs. The test took place in the middle of the night, when the moon was shining in the clear night sky, and it was all in the main auditorium. Kim Sung-chul opened the vial and started drinking the mana potions. I had to admit he drank a lot of potion. The old professor paid tribute to his willpower. In 10 hours, he hadn't even sat down. Altutius Zyro told his student that it took him over a year to pass the exam itself. It is simply impossible to pass it in one day. The black beads move very fast and resist magic. It's too late to study their flight path. It's been a long time since Kim Sung-chul worked this hard. Looks like he's going to have to change his clothes. He quickly removes his top jacket and dodges the first black bead. Altutius Zyro couldn't believe his eyes. There's no way a freshman was capable of such a thing. He has changed his approach to passing the exam. Now he's chasing the beads himself. No one had ever done this before. Usually everyone fought back and waited for the attack. Now he waits for nothing and attacks on his own. Kim Sung-chul pushes off the wall with his foot and casts the blight spell, and it goes right into the black bead. This makes it change its color quickly. Now this is where it's going to go. The meaning of this examination came to him very quickly. The map showed that the first level had been passed. Kim Sung-chul doesn't pause and chases after the second black bead. Then he hits her too. The map showed that the second level had been passed, some acrobatic stunts, and another black bead is knocked off. The map showed that the third level had been passed. Final task completed. All 10 beads have been knocked down by the blight spell, increased magic power, intuition, and dexterity. Altutius Zyro looks at all of this with a sagging jaw. This exam was made for true masters, and a rookie passed it in just one day. Who is he? Kim Sung-chul looks at the old man and waits for him to start passing the way of aeromancy to him. Everything is fair as they agreed. The old man said there's one more stage, but it's very late, so we have to stop for now. Kim Sung-chul agrees with that. He walks to the door and says goodbye to his student. Kim Sung-chul starts to descend the spiral staircase, just as he heard a familiar voice. Someone was calling Altutius Zyro and asking for his permission to enter the office. Kim Sung-chul leaned quietly against the door. He wanted to overhear the conversation, because this is all very suspicious. Isn't it a little late for this kind of visit? A messenger brought the old professor a gold coin from the Inquisitor, and of course, the letter that is commanded to be delivered directly into his hands. Altutius Zyro unfolded the envelope and began to read. When did his choice stop being the right one? Magnus is the first headmaster of Arrowfirth High School. He was his only precious friend. There won't be a second one. If the world were a sea, they would necessarily be boats floating on it. And though a boat goes on the sea, it cannot change the very current. No matter how hard she tried, they often stood on the shore and watched the sunrises and sunsets. The most magical time. And we had long discussions on very interesting subjects. Whether or not it's possible to submit to the sea. Every man who reaches any kind of greatness is tested by greed. Magnus was no exception. He became a priest of the Adepts of Calamity. He called upon chaos to destroy the world and put it at the head of all things. Altutius Zyro rebelled and said it was crazy. Everything could disappear in the blink of an eye. But Magnus wouldn't listen to him. Altutius was always being gagged. This stinking, dirty world shouldn't exist. After him will be the ashes from which new life will be reborn. Altutius had no choice at all. Couldn't stand by. He couldn't let Magnus do this. The chaos energy had already begun to destroy the school building. I wish he'd died by Magnus's hand then. That's what old man Altutius always thought, working side by side with his friend who hated him so much. Now he's making the same mistake. And then the dormitory of the Corps of Penitents appears before his eyes. The old professor realizes that this is not good. Such a vision is a bad omen. It is a barrier of unholy energy. His granddaughter Sarasa is in danger. We must run and rescue her immediately. Kim Sung-chul made a good point. There seems to be some tension between the Inquisitor and Altutius. That's not something he needs to worry about, though. Kim Song-chul only needs to obtain the path of aromancy. That's all he's interested in. He goes to the door and tries to open it with his hand, but she doesn't give in at all. I think the protective barrier is gone, so the entire dormitory building is now covered in a sound barrier, from the earth to the top of the roof. The barrier is very strong. Kim Song-chul admits it. What rat did this? Even though the barrier is very strong, it can't be destroyed. The first blow and the barrier starts to crack and slowly fall apart. Sarasa's screams can be heard. She warns someone not to come near her. Her screams are too piercing. Kim Sung-chul was startled for a moment. What the fuck is going on inside? Who snuck inside the dorm and is threatening this little dead girl? Altusius Zyro walks very nervously around the auditorium, calling out his granddaughter's name. He realizes that she is in very great danger at this moment. And then the old man is hit with a dagger from the right side. In the last few moments, he only notices him, and the glare spell reflects it. This spell simply makes the dagger scatter in the air. Kaz Almeria paid another visit to the old professor. He wants to know where the venerable teacher is in such a hurry. Altusius Zero asked him angrily. Was it really his doing? Kaz Almeria jumps off the balcony and asks the professor a question. After all, he is dying to know how the wizard was able to kill the deputy head of the Assassin's Guild. He wants the old professor to demonstrate it to him in person, and quickly swings his whip to strike Altusius. He wants to see the old man's true level of strength. Knut wraps his arm around the professor's waist. All his thoughts are with his most precious granddaughter. And with one effort of will, he pulverized the whip into small particles. He literally crumbled in the hands of Casa Almeria. It's a great loss to him. He's been holding on to that whip so tightly. Mocking angrily, he reassures the old professor. Let him not worry about his precious granddaughter. She is certainly not bored right now. On the contrary, she is having a lot of fun with his friend. And they'll have fun here with each other. Kaz Almeria pulls out his sword and begins his attack on the old professor. Looks like the professor met a pretty good opponent. Altusius Zyro realizes he can't delay. The more he messes around with this young man, the more danger his granddaughter is in, and quickly summons the dark vortex. It's so big it breaks through the roof of the auditorium and grabs on the fly from Casa Almeria during his strike. Altusius Zyro put up an impenetrable shield to defend against the attack. The daring boy of the League of Assassins has realized that appearances are deceiving, and the old grandfather has such a reputation for a reason. He feels himself beginning to be pulled into this vortex. The professor casts his spells harder and harder, but Kaz Almeria manages to launch his sword at Altusius Zero. He's traveling at a terrifying speed despite the tornado. At the last moment, Altusius Zero opens a portal and walks in, and the sword slams into the ground before it can hit him. Kaz Almeria is jumping out of sight. The tornado is gone. He is very disappointed that the old man was able to escape, but there is one good thing about it. At least he knows where to go to look for the old man. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of the Penitence Corps, Sarasa screams to stay away from her. Otherwise, she won't vouch for herself. Using telekinesis, she hurls her opponent with anything she can get her hands on. Pots, chairs, kitchen utensils, all flying at the enemy's head. On his back, who has ugly, pus-filled sores. They're so big, they look like big pus bags that are about to burst. That festering bastard is Renan Santom, but he's infected with a parasite right now. Sarasa just saw what was on his back. Renaud Santom casts the Blick spell. Sarasa blocks his attack with a single shield, and he fights him off just in time. Kim Sung-chul stands at the bottom of the stairs and quietly watches this fight. He immediately recognized this in the rotting bastard of a former bespectacled, hysterical Renaud Santom. It doesn't take an expert to realize he's infected with a parasite. It is better to stand in the shelter and observe the situation. Sarasa is starting to fall apart. She's a dead woman walking. Her mana consumption is too high, and if she continues like this, the magic of preservation will simply run out. She just wants her grandfather to come to her aid as soon as possible. The ice shield breaks through. The girl flies off to the side. Renaud Santom tells Sarasa that it's all because of her greedy grandfather, who didn't want to share knowledge with the best and most successful student. If her grandfather had shared the secret path of aromancy with Renaud Santom, would he have become one? Sarasa called him a crazy asshole, but already she was starting to fall apart herself. The magic of preservation is wearing off. Renaud Santom uses the combat magic of pyromancy and cryomancy simultaneously. Sarasa had never seen anything like this before. Two magical attributes at once. How is that possible? Renaud Santom is laughing at the top of his lungs. He knows the old professor won't come to his granddaughter's rescue because he's already been visited by a lunatic from the Assassin's Guild. Most likely, old Altusius Zyro is already dead. Sarasa curls up in a ball. She realizes there is no escape. There is no escape from the Assassin's Guild. Yes, that's right, the Assassin's Guild. In their search for the enemy of the world, they kill absolutely everyone they can get their hands on. And now he is preparing an attack on the granddaughter, the old professor, which will surely finish her off. In fact, she's already dead. How can you kill a corpse? No one can save that little bitch. A pillar of ice and fire pointed at Sarasa. She realizes it's the end, and before she dies, she remembers her dear grandfather. Renaud Santom put all his power into that punch, but Kim Seong-chul blocked his path. He stood on the attack vector. Kim Seong-chul told Renaud Santom that it was very clear to see how great the Assassin Guild had done on him. Their handwriting is unmistakable. He asked Sarasu, is she all right? A frightened and surprised Sarasa said she was unharmed. She didn't think anyone would stand up for her at the last moment. It's a real celebration for Renaud Santom. He finally found that cocky and narcissistic Kim Seong-chul, a perfect chance to get even. How well things are shaping up now, you can destroy these two right along with the dorm building. A dark maroon ball appears above his head. Renaud Santom puts all his strength and power into it. Sarasa asks Kim Seong-chul to run for his life, but Kim Seong-chul materializes his warhammer and says everything will be okay. Sarasa can't believe her eyes. It's a real battle hammer. But where did a freshman at Aerofirth Academy get such a formidable weapon? He only asked Sarasa not to tell her grandfather, Altusius Zyro, about what she saw here. Kim Seong-chul pushes off with a leg kick, and with one swing of his hammer, he blows both hands off that scumbag. The spell is broken. Now he can't conjure. The pathetic stumps fell to the ground. Renaud Santom fell to his knees. His hands had been cut off, but why didn't he feel any pain? Kim Seong-chul began to explain to him. He was probably infected by a poisonous, toxic insect. And when he was infected, he was almost dead. The unfortunate bespectacled man turned out to be a pathetically toy puppet in the hands of psychopaths from the Assassin's Guild. And that made him very angry. He told Kim Seong-chul to shut his mouth, and the festering sores on his back began to burst. The pus mixed with blood gushed out in different directions. The bespectacled man's breath caught, and he froze in place. And then he just dropped dead in front of Kim Seong-chul's feet. In a death convulsion, he opened his mouth and little bugs ran out of his throat. There were a lot of them. Kim Seong-chul realized that an entire swarm was maturing inside the infected Renaud Santom. And then they both heard Altusius Zero's voice. How worried he was about his granddaughter. He's so happy to see her in one piece. At least she's in one piece. I mean, she's a reanimated dead thing. She explained to her grandfather and reassured him that she was fine. After all, a freshman had saved her. Old Altusius Zero looked with surprise at the young man. There was a black haze overhead. What a shame it didn't work out. Kaz Almeria said with a sneer, "Are all apprentice wizards such weaklings? There's no way Kaz Almeria can believe the miserable bastard didn't handle this too." Kim Seong-chul spots him upstairs. He's a little annoyed to deal with an assassin who uses fog. That's because he's not easy to hit. Kaz Almeria is looking down on Kim Seong-chul. This young guy is nothing special to me, so why is he here? And then he sees a bright flash of light. The power surge broke through the roof of the dormitory. Altusius Zyro has spotted an assassin. Now he wants to find out the price for the crime he has committed. Kaz Almeria quickly turned into a black haze and vanished. He managed to escape with words of displeasure. The honorable elderly gentleman does not like to wait. A score of 3-1 is not too good for them, so they will definitely see each other next time. 2 beautiful moons in the night sky, and a thick white mist stretches across the forest. Kaz Almeria paced calmly through the forest glade. No matter how much he thought about everything that had happened, it was still very strange. It was a completely win-win plan. What did this guy forget in the dormitory of the Penitence Corps? There's nothing special about him. Did he really want to deal with Kaz Almeria? No, it can't be that he has 18 units of physical strength. He may be an enemy of the world, but you can't cheat the system. And Kaz Almeria has a keen sense of subtlety himself. He's got a very good sense of it. Night is in full swing. All the stars are clearly visible in the sky. Altusius Zyro thanked his apprentice heartily for protecting his granddaughter Sarasa. He was willing to give anything he asked. Kim Seong-chul told the old man what he needed before. Why do you have to ask him several times? Isn't the path of aromancy as valuable as his granddaughter's life? Altusha Zero agrees. It's clearly the least he can give to save her. After all, he has no other kin. It won't make a damn bit of difference to that damn Aerofort school if he passes. They'll get right on it. You gotta pay your debts. Kim Sung-chul has finally won. He'll get what he's wanted for so long. The doors of the auditorium opened quietly. Inquisitor Magnus Maximus entered with a warrant for Altusha Zyro's arrest. He is accused of 13 crimes, including complicity in heresy and murder of believers. This whole show was just a radio show to cleanse the school. Nothing more than an act. That's why he's asking for it to end quickly, so his granddaughter Sarasa doesn't worry. But that didn't make the granddaughter feel any better. She saw a whole crowd of knights arresting and taking the old professor to an unknown destination. She can't understand why all these people treat her grandfather so badly. Kim Sung-chul thinks to himself, was the gold coin he received from the Inquisitor worth his life? Altusha Zero said he'd be back for sure. This misunderstanding will resolve itself. Until then, he asked Kim Sung-chul to look after his granddaughter. Kim Sung-chul immediately realized that it wasn't an act. The old professor's eyes ran with excitement. The professor didn't expect this either. The Inquisitor, on the other hand, seems very suspicious. Sarasa says she'll bring grandfather back in person. Kim Sung-chul told her to cool it. We need to weigh everything on a cooler head. Like she should just stand idly by and watch her grandfather get arrested. Kim Sung-chul reassures Sarasa and tells her that he really needs her to help her grandfather. The first thing she should do is to trust him and rely on him. Late in the evening of the same day, when the moon is high in the night sky, the same spooky hut where Christian's dead body was found tied up. In a corner draped entirely in cobwebs stands Mira Elmiria and plays with her poisonous pet spider. Poisonous insects have always been her passion. He said he buried the corpse and went to Aerofort, but it's fair to say there's nothing there. She heard footsteps. She wants to know who's here. In an instant, she saw someone's large palm approaching her face. Kim Sung-chul grabbed her face and slammed her head into the ground. I think she was looking for him. Well, there he is in front of her now. Someone's screams and moans can be heard in the dungeon. Old Altusha Zyro was hung on a rack and tortured with a red-hot rod. The Inquisitor Maximus tricked him. Magnus Maximus is laughing brazenly. And you're very amused that the old man fell for it so easily. Shouldn't the perpetrator who killed his brother be arrested? Altusha Zero started screaming that it was inevitable. If he didn't stop him, the entire academy would be wiped out. This decision was very difficult for him, but he was acting solely for the good of Aerofort. Magnus told him that the current affairs were not urgent. Rumors began to circulate that there was an enemy of peace in town. But what this has to do with the old professor is unclear. But it doesn't matter because soon the Golden City itself will become uninhabitable because of all the forces that are focused on catching the enemy of peace. They will destroy everything here. They will leave no stone unturned. But before that happens, the Inquisitor wants to destroy this cursed Academy Aerofort with his own hands. More than 40 years ago, he was considered both at school and in the family as the most ordinary child, and always inferior to his brother, always endured the ridicule of his classmates. One day he was sent to the Order of Purification. He realized it was as if his family had sold him out. He was chained to the wall like a dog, and he sat in a cell with the corpses of hanged criminals and heretics hanging overhead. He was trained as a true Inquisitor. The years of training were hellish. But in the end, the son of a concubine became the headmaster and called himself a great wizard. There was no place for him anywhere. He finally had a chance to get rid of the damned Aerofort that had ruined his life. It would put him out of his misery. Altusha Zyro screams that this is unacceptable because of some pathetic lust for revenge to get rid of such an academy. By doing so, he will deprive future generations of the study of magic. The Inquisitor says the rest of the faculty, including Robert Dunton, will be dealt with by the Assassin's Guild. And here's old Professor Altucius, who is called the pillar and real backbone of Aerofort. Magnus will personally burn Maximus. A terrifying skeleton with green fiery eyes appeared in front of him. In the Aerofort Academy Tower, two students wander down a dark hallway with flashlights. Professor Fregius isn't there either. They are very worried about the fate of the academy. Maybe they should go on sabbatical. And immediately their heads were chopped off by a flash of ochre, just like sprouts of rotten cabbage. The swordsman behind struck almost instantly. It was the head of the Almeria family, Debisi Almeria, nicknamed the Voiceless Killer. All the other students sleeping in the core were poisoned by Scorpius poisons. Everyone died in their sleep in one way or another, and some in terrible agony. Debussy Almeria asked his wife she'd done away with all the witnesses. The woman answered affirmatively that no one survived. His wife is the mistress of the Almeria family, Ilya Almeria. She is the godmother of poisonous insects. All right, everyone at pyromancy school has been wiped out. Next up is cryomancy school. Parents are worried about how their children are doing. The moth family that was sent to Mera has not returned for a long time, and Ilya Almeria is worried. Family safety is a priority. The children need to know that. Suddenly, the moth returned. Ilya Almeria read his thoughts. The news was disappointing. I think they lost a moth, which means their daughter Myra is dead. This news came as a shock to the head of the assassin family. And then the two of them heard a voice behind them. Moths are very clever creatures, aren't they? Debussy Almeria immediately got into a fighting stance. He wants to know who this is and how dare he address them. Kim Sung-chul followed a moth and stumbled upon a stunning picture of a family of assassins getting double, triple bookings. He had heard they were looking for the enemy of peace. But why kill the innocent? That is the question. Debussy Almeria catches himself thinking he can't feel this guy's presence. But he realizes for sure that this is the guy who killed their daughter Myra. Kim Sung-chul starts to take off his disguise. Cheetah Almeria tensed up properly. Kim Sung-chul will be the first to ask questions. Which one of them killed his servant Christian? Kim Sung-chul has been reincarnated. He's very angry. He wants to know who killed his loyal servant Christian. The Almeria couple recognized the enemy of the world immediately, and they were very frightened. They realized there was no way they could fulfill this order. No matter how much gold they paid, it wasn't worth it. But it was too late. Debussy Almeria took a fighting stance and told his wife to save herself immediately. He would try to apprehend the enemy of the world. But all this clowning around doesn't bother Kim Sung-chul much. He's waiting for an answer to his question. He's already swinging his warhammer to strike. Debussy Almeria is trying to avoid a punch. He's naive to think he can take on an opponent like this. Kim Sung-chul leaps high into the air and swings properly for one precise and powerful punch. The walls of the academy building begin to collapse. Both building timbers and bricks are flying in different directions. Just a little bit more and the building will collapse. Their battle is breaking everything around them. Debussy Almeria lies dead with broken legs and arms. His wife, barely alive, crawls up to him and wants to know if he is alive or not. Kim Sung-chul is standing over his victim, waiting for an answer to his question. Since husband couldn't answer, it's wife's turn. He asks one last time which of them killed his servant Christian, and they had better answer right now, or he will torture them long and horribly before their own deaths. Ilya Almeria, crawling on her hands and knees in her own blood in front of Kim Sung-chul, says she doesn't know who he's asking about. It's the first time she's heard the name. And then he starts threatening that he can't handle a cult of assassins. A moth flew up behind Kim Sung-chul. He flew so stealthily that he couldn't even hear the rustle of his wings. With one sharp blow of his hammer, he kills the moth and rips off Ilya Almeria's head like a pathetic rag doll. She only managed to mutter something inaudible before she died. And then she fell as a piece of meat next to her husband. That's how the leaders of the assassin sect died prematurely at the hands of Kim Sung-chul. He's not afraid to come and visit whoever he wants. He'll put them all down with them. Let there be no doubt about it. And he's in a terrific mood at the moment. Overcast gray sky over the city. The stars and the moon are barely visible. Kim Sung-chul quietly strolling through the city at night, all alone. He's used to being alone. He hears a voice behind him telling him to hurry up. He sees passers-by who say that tomorrow at noon, there will be a ceremony of immortal execution. Altusius Zyro will be burned alive, so we must get everything ready as soon as possible. That means only one thing. The sentence will be carried out without a trial. That's the truth of the matter. There's no way to delay. Robert Danton sat in a cozy chair by his fireplace, while his staff and servants cleaned the living room. Kim Sung-chul had come to have an audience with him. He notices at once that the young man is a real lucky man. It's been such a confusing and dangerous night, and not a scratch on the lad. Just some kind of miracle or incredible luck. Kim Sung-chul tells Robert Danton that a burning platform is being set up in the square. It looks like Professor Altusius Zero will be burned at noon tomorrow. Do we know any details? The wine in Robert Danton's glass froze instantly. Whether Altusius would die tomorrow or not was not up to him. The most real problem lies with the Inquisitor. If even the Assassin's Guild is unable to do so, he cannot stand idly by. Kim Seong-chul wants to know if Robert Danton intends to do something. It won't be desirable to just sit back and watch this kind of mayhem. But he wants to show the young man a very special secret weapon, a special trump card he has up his sleeve, and one that could change the balance of power. Once upon a calamity they first united, all shuddered, and that fear was commensurate with their level of training. Kim Seong-chul realizes that there are too many golems. They must be protecting something very important and valuable. Professor Magnus was not at all surprised by the adherents of the disaster. He accepted them as a consequence of a problem that had not been solved earlier. Well, there's a limit to learning, and to break that limit requires some kind of qualitative push. Robert Danton put his hand on the energy symbol, and the doors opened in front of him. It's a kind of magical lock. This lock cannot be broken, and there is no lockpick for it. And before them opened a room in the middle of which was a bright blue light. This is the dimension door that is used by large-scale troops during times of displacement. Kim Seong-chul feels a strong connection to this place. It is important to remember that this dimension door connects to the underworld. It is also possible to open other dimensions, but it is best not to do so as the area is not fully explored. Kim Seong-chul really wants to know what Robert Danton's plan is. I'm sure the new chancellor has a few tricks up his sleeve. Robert Danton immediately said that Kim Seong-chul himself showed him the best time for him. It all begins tomorrow at noon, just as Altusia's Zyro is being executed at the stake, and the lighting of the ritual pyre will be their signal. The dungeon of the Golden City. Beaten, tortured, and half alive, Altusia's Zero lies on the stone floor, and he hears a very familiar voice. Of course, it is understood that he is dying now and is too busy, but at last he is offered a glass of wine for company. Kim Seong-chul brings a very rare alcohol to his old professor's cell and tells him not to refuse. After all, this bottle was very hard to find. Altusia's Zyro turned quietly and asked his apprentice how he had gotten here. After all, this is not an ordinary prison, and there are magical barriers here besides stones and bars. This is not just a prison for criminals. Kim Seong-chul told the old professor that he still didn't get what he was owed. What he's owed. If the apprentice means in the path of aeromancy, then the old man is very sorry. This path is hidden in the Aerofirth Observatory. Kim Seong-chul says the solution is obvious, and Professor Altusia's Zero needs to get out of that cell immediately. Yes, the drink was very good, and the old man liked it. From an outsider's point of view, alcohol is a pretty good deathbed gift. The old man realized he was finished, so he asked his disciple to take his granddaughter Sarasa and leave. Kim Seong-chul doesn't know what this means. What is the old man trying to say with these words? He meant that he would definitely survive if he escaped. However, he doesn't know how long it will take to transfer the path of aeromancy. In the meantime, Inquisitor Magnus Maximus will not sit idly by. Kim Seong-chul smirked as he listened to the old man's arguments. He told him honestly that he was making a mess of things for himself. Excessive honesty is also a disease. Well, it's a little late to choose a lifestyle in your old age. That's why the old professor will leave it alone. The only thing Altusia's Zyro asks of Kim Seong-chul is to find a mercenary mage on the front lines of the underworld. His name is Deckard. He will take responsibility for Sarasu. It's the old man's last request. Time's up. Altusia's Zyro said that he had the pleasure of meeting Kim Seong-chul, but Kim Seong-chul said he would definitely visit the professor again, and that he shouldn't despair in any way. He will definitely get his hands on the path of the School of Aeromancy. Otherwise, why was so much labor spent? On the evening of the same day in the dormitory of the Penitence Corps, he explained to Sarasa the gravity of the situation. Besides, the girl is by no means alive. She's a walking dead thing kept alive by magic. She is well aware that she is decomposing and should be well prepared to leave. Sarasa was just shaking with anger. What kind of care should she be preparing for? How could she just leave everything behind like that? Throw your whole past life in the trash? Kim Seong-chul confidently said to get her out of here. He made a promise to her grandfather, and he intends to keep his promise. She doesn't want to leave her grandfather and run away alone. She'd rather die with her grandfather by her side. He's her only family. And the girl cried. Kim Seong-chul started to tease Sarasa. What a pity, but there's no room at all for her corpse. He made a promise to the old professor, and that makes him responsible for the girl. And he's already made up his mind. He'll be sure to save both Sarasa and Altusius. The next day at the time of the verdict, Althusius Zero, former professor at the School of Magic, is called a sinner, but he has committed countless atrocities as one of the adherents of the Calamity sect. Althusius Zero is standing tied to a pole on a large prepared mountain of oiled firewood. There are a lot of crows flying in the air around him. They smell prey coming. The professor's worst sin, the prosecutor says, it is the murder of his friend and mentor, Rector Magnus. For this, the Order of Purification will punish the offender with purifying fire. The prosecutor wants to hear the last word of a man condemned to death. Althusius Zero first gathered his thoughts to say something, and then shouted that everyone standing here watching the incident had rotten eyes, and absolutely anyone could be in the professor's shoes. Today they are silent witnesses of this crime and quietly watch the execution of an innocent, and tomorrow they themselves will end up at the stake. Not everyone here is a student or teacher of the great Aerofort School, and though its building has been blown to bits, it is still alive as long as one person holds the school's name in his heart. Aerofort will be forever, and Kim Sung-chul is watching this whole circus intently, standing behind the wall. Inquisitor Maxima orders the sentence to be carried out. The executioner brings a torch to a mountain of firewood. This mountain is very big. It's about 7 meters high, and it is arranged in the form of a large cube. And at the very top, tied to a pole, was Althusius Zero. And then, out of nowhere, monsters appear in the sky. A lot of them. It's a demon, there's no doubt about it. At the same instant, shouting and panic began in the crowd. Kim Sung-chul smirkingly realizes it's time to start the last show. After all, he opened the gates to the underworld for him. I can only imagine how many demons and creatures will come out here. A little earlier in the hall is the measurement door. Kim Sung-chul asks Robert Danton how to activate it. Robert Danton says it's as simple as that. He has a measurement key, and he shows that key to Kim Sung-chul. Kim Sung-chul immediately, without ceremony or authorization, snatches this key from Danton's hands. Robert Danton was astonished at the audacity. Yes, he took the gold from his apprentice, but that doesn't give him the right to touch the key. What the hell is going on? Kim Sung-chul slammed his fist into his face and blew his brains out. That greedy bastard died on the spot. That's the way he should go. Greed is a sin. And then using the key to quickly open the passage to the other dimension. His face read concentration and satisfaction. No matter how violent the demons were, it was better for them to go mad than for Kim Sung-chul. This decision came relatively easily to him. Well, now it's time for the latest and greatest show. Kim Sung-chul opened the gate to the other dimension and unleashed hordes of demons. Just in time for the old professor's execution, the demons saw the humans and rushed to tear them to pieces. The only thing people in this position could do was run, and some stayed to shoot and fight back. It's all a waste of time and energy, but Dmitry Mediov doesn't see it that way, and instructed the batteries of his airship to start shelling the demons. The first salvo was able to burn and destroy a significant portion of the demons. The cannons proved to be a very effective means of fighting. The demons were literally burning with cannon black powder. People began to recognize some kind of flying object from afar. And then we realized it was Dmitry Mediov's airship. This is the air fleet of the human empire. The Emperor has ordered us to send help, and the commander of the second unit, Dmitry Mediov, has moved in immediately. It's amazing how there are so many demons in the Golden City. And where did they come from? The landing party needs to get ready and get rid of the dimensional door. Someone opened the rift, and that's where the demons are coming from. But the main priority target is the enemy of the world. The dragon riders from the side of the ship went on the attack. Humans tamed them for fighting. They were fought by special dragon riders sitting on them. They were well equipped and armed, and they could stand up to demons like no one else. The demons felt that a worthy opponent had appeared in the air, and a battle ensued. Demons with claws and teeth against dragon riders armed with spears. Althusius Zero, tied to a pole, watching all this, thought that now the Aerofort Academy was definitely the end. One demon was sliced in half and its green blood gushed out. Inquisitor Magnus Maxima picked up the torch and told old Professor Althusius Zero that despite all this, the purification ceremony would be carried out in execution, and started lighting the wood of the fire. In the blink of an eye, the neatly laid out stack of firewood burst into flames like a match. Inquisitor Maxima is overjoyed. After all, in his opinion, the greatest heretic of Aerofort will finally disappear. Then a very strong wind appeared out of nowhere, directed at the sacrificial pyre. The fire's out. Althusius Zero is still alive, albeit a little burned. The Inquisitor began shouting to prepare a new bonfire. His servants are idle fools. He wants to know who dares to interfere with a sacred rite. He heard a voice through the smoke, coming from a dark silhouette, and that silhouette was laughing at the Inquisitor. What sacredness is he talking about? Does the Inquisitor even know what that word means? The enemy of peace appears before his eyes. As far as he knows, it was the Inquisitor who started it all. He's to blame for everything that's going on. The Knights of the Inquisitor encircled Magnus Maximus to protect him. They recognized their enemy. The Inquisitor didn't expect the enemy of peace to show up here. But nevertheless, this is a good opportunity to kill him as well. Kim Sung-chul jumped high to strike the Inquisitor, but Magnus Maxima told him not to interfere and save the old professor. It's none of his business. Maybe he doesn't care about the old man, but the old man owes him something, and he's not gonna let that debt go to waste. The Inquisitor instructs his knights to hold formation, but immediately he misses a kick and flies into the wall. The impact was so strong that small pieces of the wall flew in different directions. A great column of dust rose up. Kim Sung-chul lands a nice strike with his warhammer. I wonder if he's still alive after being hit like that. The Inquisitor's armor came off. Kim Sung-chul was faced with a scary skeleton with a green glow. He recognized Richie immediately. The knights immediately realized that the eradicator of heresy had been resurrected. This is a blessing from the God of Order. There were rumors that Fregis's body bore the marks of the dark grooming. Now all the pieces are falling into place. An immortal pact is a pact that no human can kill him, no matter how hard they try. Just then, the Inquisitor notices a large hammer above him, which nails him to the ground like a dung fly. And if there was blood and guts in him, they'd be splattered all over the place. Kim Sung-chul admits that even he can't break the immortal pact. That leaves us with another option. He'll just grind those bones into powder. Let him try to live like that now. Kim Sung-chul started to use his big warhammer as a jackhammer and turned the bones of the Inquisitors into flour. In the end, all that was left of him were shreds of his clothes. Nothing else. The knights can't believe it. Where's their leader, the Inquisitor, gone? And there's not even a wet spot left of him. Altusius Zero asked Kim Sung-chul incredulously as he untied him, "Is he really an enemy of the world?" But then again, who doesn't have skeletons in their closet? The old professor will protect the academy, and Kim Sung-chul asked me to take good care of Saras. But wasn't it Altusius who called the academy great? Altusius Zero doesn't know what Kim Sung-chul is talking about, but he reassures him and asks him to trust him because the demons will soon deal with all the students in the human empire. And although the students are fighting back very bravely, they are running out of strength. Kim Sung-chul has something he wants to do before he leaves. But then he heard a familiar voice behind him. Someone wanted revenge for his family and tried to attack him with his sword, a sneaky stab in the back. And then there was a scraping of metal. The sword struck Kim Sung-chul's back and shattered into pieces. The very skin of the enemy of the world cannot be pierced by mere weapons made by mortal hands. Kaz Almeria realized how badly he'd been screwed this time, and now he can't get out of it like a slippery slope. Kim Sung-chul finally waited for that little rat to crawl out. He was well aware that the brat was following him. If bloodthirsty little bastard wants it that way, he'll gladly send him to his pathetic family, to the other side of the world. Kim Sung-chul lands a glancing blow to the side of Casa Almeria's head with a solid punch to the body. And Casa Almeria's dead body punches the Aerofort Tower through and through with it. Altusius Zero is advising Kim Sung-chul to quietly escape. Well, don't let him worry about that. There's a very good disguise. He has every reason to kidnap Falgaraz from the dwarf fortress as well. That's why they're going to fly quietly now. Kim Sung-chul and the old professor saddled the big black dragon. Sarasa is very decomposed and prays that Grandpa will come back alive and well. And as answers to her pleas, her grandfather arrives on the big black dragon with Kim Sung-chul. The granddaughter hugged her grandfather tightly. She never thought she would see him alive and whole, but it was all right. Kim Sung-chul is standing aside. He doesn't want to interrupt this family idol, but he wants what he's wanted for so long. Altusius Zero remembered everything sharply. Now he could pass on the true path of aeromancy to him, a well-deserved reward for his apprentice. A giant astrolabe began spinning in the middle of the training room. Never did the old professor think the day would come when he would pass this knowledge on to anyone. He raised his hand high up and used a glare spell. The spell hit right in the center of the dome and glowed a bright rainbow color. A star map appeared, consisting of many constellations. Sarasa noticed that it was very beautiful. It was as if the entire starry firmament had descended into this audience, and you can see every planet and star in detail. But the old professor said there was no need to worry. The real trouble starts now. A giant pillar of light abruptly descended on the center of the auditorium. It was exactly where Kim Sung-chul was standing. It was as if he had been struck by a tremendous bolt of lightning, and he began to scream violently. Suddenly, he felt completely naked and in a state of weightlessness. Serenity and tranquility was in his eyes. And then he saw a bright flash in front of him, like he was in front of the sun, feeling its heat and energy. Such a sight struck Kim Sung-chul to the core. A bright flash of light began to burn his eyes. Immediately, Kim Sung-chul fell to his knees in the middle of the study hall. Altutius Zero asked his apprentice what light he saw. He was told that an overwhelming light was visible, one that was ready to consume everything around it. The old professor remarks that it is not without reason that the sages said that light reflects the true desire of the beholder. He hopes that this light will help the young man on his journey. The map showed that the primordial light was received. Intuition has been increased by 500 points. This is a legendary level. A golden folio appeared in the air in front of Kim Sung-chul, a powerful book with a soft yellow glow. This level of intuition meant that Kim Sung-chul now possessed the 7th level of magic. The old professor rightly pointed out that the student already knew everything. Altutius Zero realizes that Kim Sung-chul is trying to avert disaster, and to do that, he needs very big powers. That's why he came to learn magic. Kim Sung-chul immediately interrupted the old man. He told the truth about why he wanted the path of aeromancy. He wants to get rid of the demon king Hasonus Max. The old professor was not in the least surprised at this answer. He had thought he would hear such absurdity. Kim Sung-chul tells the old man that he doesn't believe in the Book of Calamity and other nonsense. He would be able to prove that the prescribed things can be defeated with human strength. Altutius Zero has just one thing to ask. Is Kim Sung-chul's magic power and intuition really like that? Kim Sung-chul is ashamed to admit it, but it's true. That's why he should train harder. So the old professor sends the guy to the front lines of the underworld. There he must find his son Deckard, even if a little, but he will help the guy to increase his magical powers. A vortex appeared right above the heads of Altutius Zero and Sarasa. A huge chest fell out of the vortex at the feet of the old man and his granddaughter. And this chest was filled to the top with a mountain of gold. As Kim Sung-chul said, it was the tuition. He was not stingy, for the gold in his treasury was like dust and dirt underfoot on the street. But before we can use that gold, we must first engrave the mint mark, so that no questions are asked and no suspicion is aroused. The old man laughed hard. He found the boy very amusing, and everywhere they said that he hated people more than anything else in the world. Rumors are rumors. They just go around on their own. Kim Sung-chul thanked the old man and his granddaughter. Even though he had no feelings for mere mortals at all, it was a pleasure to help them. Sarasa cried. She said she would never forget Kim Sung-chul's mercy. She thanked him profusely for saving them. Kim Sung-chul waved his hand and went on his way. He came to an interdimensional rift, which led straight to hell. We need to find Deckard's mercenary. And the door to the underworld is just right. The road won't be boring, that's for sure. The front lines of the underworld, just after the battle. The surviving warriors say it's imperative to stay alert, although some say you can't worry too much. It was just a handoff to the squad they outnumbered. Well, there was a rustle in the distance. A blurry silhouette could be seen in the distance. The warriors are frantic. Someone is approaching them. They didn't realize it was monster or human at first. Maybe they didn't kill everyone from the advance party. There's just no end to the enemies. Kim Sung-chul appeared in front of them at full height. Frankly, the soldiers didn't expect to find a human being here. A mere mortal. How did he even get in here? Kim Sung-chul asked the warriors that he was looking for a squad of criminals. He urgently needs to find the ringleader. He eventually made it to the camp of the felon squad. This is the first time they've seen a decent person here, and they really hope their guest understands what this place is all about. But Kim Sung-chul said there's no difference. It's just enough to be good at catching monsters and killing them. That's all it takes for this place. The leader immediately appreciated the young man's humor. Rumor has it that he was able to get through the monster camp alone. And then he wondered if their new guest wasn't human at all. Maybe he was just a very skillful disguise, hiding his identity and true nature. Kim Sung-chul said that he was just very lucky and hoped that this excuse would go away just so they wouldn't ask any more stupid questions. Gangasaran had warned him at once that if he was lying, he'd better say goodbye to his own head beforehand. They just chop it off his shoulders, that's all. He's not to be trifled with. Kim Sung-chul was not impressed by such threats. He'd seen worse opponents than the Leaders Club. Kim Sung-chul started to come out of Genghis Aran's tent, and then I heard a foreign voice behind me. The stranger asked if the interrogation was over. Kim Sung-chul asked the stranger's name, and the stranger introduced himself by the name of Akkad. He was very small in stature, but quite formidable in appearance. He's a hell fist and the elder of the criminal squad. But for simplicity's sake, he can call him Zero. It was very unusual to have numbers assigned to squad members. So he asked Akkad if he knew a mercenary mage named Deckard. Akkad frowned a little. He asked the boy why he needed a 22nd, since he was a real suicide bomber. Zero explains to Kim Sung-chul that Deckard is called that because he's only called in for the most dangerous missions. His death itself is only a matter of time. He agreed and will take Kim Sung-chul to his place. It's not far from the camp. The suicide bomber keeps himself separate from the criminal squad. He has a temper like that. A crimson sky rose over the prison camp, and it wasn't a sunset. After all, they were all in hell. There was a man sitting by the fire with his head down low and a cane beside him. Kim Sung-chul asked the stranger if his name was really Deckard. Deckard raised his eyes and looked at Kim Sung-chul. What did that boy want with him? And how did he get here? Kim Sung-chul explained that he was Professor Althusius's apprentice. He needed to raise his magic power very quickly. The old man said that a man named Deckard would be able to help him. He showed him the ring of Althusius Zero as a sign of confirmation. He recognized his father's ring immediately. He teaches his students nothing. They all gain experience as they go through life. Did Kim Sung-chul really come to the underworld just for that? But Kim Sung-chul answered him sharply that nothing could stop him from reaching his goal. Deckard wanted to see his stats. Kim Sung-chul agreed and turned on the cheater's veil. The numbers were very modest. He wondered, how did a young boy with such skills get here? With such stats, it would be hard for him to even survive a day here. Kim Sung-chul told Deckard that he came here to work hard. That's the secret to rapid growth. Deckard observes that the enemy of the world spoke and acted the same way. He is far from a fool himself and knows a great deal and has seen a great deal. Years of fighting and studying at Erefurt have given him a good base. However, this is only possible if there is a possibility of staying alive, which Deckard personally doubts about Kim Sung-chul. If he survives, Deckard will tell him all the quests to increase his strength. It's all fair and honest. Either way, we have to try. As you know, last month the demons took away one of their border posts, and today the criminals will go to retake it. The order has been given to keep your eyes open and fight on all sides. Genghis Aran will lead them in this battle. If that's the whole plan, then Kim Sung-chul is not impressed. It's more like a kindergarten plan. Conquered frontier post. After the last battle, the demons had strengthened it quite nicely. One of the warriors quietly crept up behind the monster, who was in the watchtower. And with one swift and powerful blow, he plunged the blade into the monster's throat. The monster didn't even have time to think. All the other bandits are gathered around the main gate. They are holding together so that they can repel the enemy's attack. Ahead of everyone was Genghis Aran. The main gate of the outpost is open, and all the criminals ran at them like a mob. They ran into the center of the outpost, and an unexpected surprise awaited them. There was no one in the outpost. It was completely empty, except for the sentry who had been killed on the tower. There was only one watchman on the tower, and the gate was open. Kim Sung-chul immediately thought of the word trap. Akkad told Genghis Aran that this smelled like the same trap as last time. It would have been much better to retreat outside the outpost and watch. Genghis Aran ridiculed the elder for his cowardice. Kim Sung-chul immediately realized that if something like this had happened before, then the leadership of this dumbass was the best punishment for this squad. A wise man learns from others' mistakes. A smart man learns from his own. And only a fool never learns anything. Stones began to fall literally from the sky. There were a lot of them, and they flew straight to the outpost, on the heads of the bandit squad. These stones appeared to be coming from the enemy camp. The monsters launched them from catapults, and gave their enemy a rocky hell. They hoped to pelt the squad of criminals and bandits with heavy artillery. The sentry on the tower shouted that the enemy was advancing from all sides. They're surrounding the outpost. Kim Sung-chul is handed something in his hand. They tell him to take it. It turns out to be a teleportation scroll. They didn't know if he was able to fight or if they could rely on him in battle, so they gave him the only means of escape. Deckard explains that according to the indicators, Kim Sung-chul must have been on alchemical quests. Therefore, in case of great danger, he should use this scroll, if only to familiarize himself with the customization plant. Kim Sung-chul reminds Deckard of his promise. If he survives, he will be given all the information regarding the quest. Deckard replied that temper shortens life. If you are nervous about everything, you will certainly not have enough health. Monsters started climbing the walls of the outpost just like a swarm of locusts. There's no end to them. The first one was already over the wall and immediately got an arrow in his head. There are also some good archers in the bandit squad, real masters of this kind of weapon. Akkad smashes the monster's head with his battle axe. The blade goes like a hot knife through butter, and the creature's brains come out. But in the heat of battle, he doesn't notice an enemy creeping up on him from behind, and another monster is already swinging to kill him. Kim Sung-chul sees this in time and casts a bleak spell. A bright beam of light pierces through the monster's head. Akkad is very much surprised. He didn't know that Kim Sung-chul was a magician. Maybe he has other secrets. Kim Sung-chul proudly answered him that he was a graduate of the Golden City Aerofort Academy. There's something coming at them from the right. A giant and huge creature with tusks that knocks everyone down like trash on the road. She rushes straight at Deckard to kill him. Kim Sung-chul runs to his rescue to ward off the blow. He pushes it to the side, and the creature slams its horns into the rock. Kim Sung-chul tells Deckard. Didn't he recently tell him about the dangers of having a temper? Deckard is just mad with anger and rage. That lousy monster almost killed him. He tells Kim Sung-chul if he doesn't want to die obeying the orders of the bandit commander, then he should stick with him. Deckard begins to cast a spell. The other members of the band of robbers try to stay close to the suicide bomber Deckard. Maybe his luck will run out this time, and he will survive with the others. Deckard begins to use an aeromancy spell. A huge pillar of light pierces the heavens and hits right in the middle of the outpost. It's seen by the crowds of monsters, and it diverted their attention for a while. A funnel opens up in the sky, another dimension. And then the meteors burst out of there. It's Armageddon for the monsters. Meteors are like arrows destroying all enemies around them. Even the earth itself underfoot burns and melts. This is the first time Kim Sung-chul has seen such a powerful spell. The old professor didn't teach it to him. Afterward, Descartes fell to one knee. This spell had drained him very badly. He is not even able to hold his weapon and he stand on his feet, so strong on, became weak. Genghis Aaron got really excited. Deckard is the real ace of the criminal and murder squad. All but one of the monsters were left for dead. They were burned alive. But the leader of the monsters, the horned fire demon, demands that the insects be released. Fire portals open and a new horde of monsters emerge from them. The monsters have resumed their offensive. The first wave was interrupted by a squad of criminals, but now a new second wave of attacking creatures has begun. Genghis Aaron runs up to Deckard and asks him to pull a similar trick against the creatures again. He wants to keep the humans safe. But Deckard is very much weakened, and he is surprised by the gang leader's requests. Has he gone blind and can't see that he can't even stand on his feet? We need to call for reinforcements. The Western Guardhouse is about to be overrun. He's turning to the central camp. He needs additional troops. He has reported that he was warned in advance. If he wanted to have reinforcements in the battle, should communicate plans of attack as early as possible, so that the reserves in the rear prepared. They don't have enough guard posts as it is. Genghis Aaron is screaming that everything is occupied. If they're killed by those stinking rearguard goats, there's no escape. They'll get them everywhere. Genghis Aaron may be blunt, but he's honest with his men. Everyone has heard there will be no reinforcements. The only way to survive is to retreat. Akkad started yelling that you have to check everything well before you attack. Kim Sung-chul, looking at this whole circus, realizes that everything he has done was just flushed down the toilet. All his hard work. The sentry on the tower shouts to the commander that there are more creatures behind the wall. In terms of numbers, the second wave of attack exceeds the first by about twice as much. They won't survive this attack unless they come up with some kind of trick. They're like an endless swarm of locusts, eating everything in their path. Came out of those portals in a steady stream. The fighters approached Genghis Aaron and asked directly what was the plan. They were used to hearing the truth from their commander. He never humored them, and they respected him for it. Genghis Aaron told his soldiers that they would survive. Let them take his word for it. Deckard approached the ringleader and said he knew what had to be done. It's the only chance for salvation. He sees no other way out. There is one way. We need to find a way through the gorge. There's a real chance to hide there and use magic to block the passage. Genghis Aaron knew it was risky, but he liked the plan. Deckard had never let him down before. Kim Sung-chul is a little surprised. How did this magician manage to assess the situation so quickly? A squad of 7 of the most experienced and maturing brigands have climbed the hill and are preparing to attack the monsters. And then they rushed into battle, landed on the ground right in the middle of where all those things from the underworld were. Genghis Aaron ordered his warriors not to be afraid, and they will definitely succeed. They must overcome their fear, and then they will surely defeat death and cover themselves with glory. A merciless attack on the creatures began. Their severed heads flew in different directions. One of the monsters tried to attack Genghis Aaron right from the back, and then he got an arrow in his own face. That killed him right there on the spot. The one-eyed elf kid saved the ringleader's life. Now he owes him a debt of gratitude. At least it's going to take a long time to pay off. Genghis Aaron showed class. He really liked this guy's marksmanship. It was not for nothing that they took him with them. The one-eyed elven boy didn't notice how he had turned from hunter to game. The one-eyed elven boy noticed that he had turned from a hunter into a game, but then she took an axe to the neck and died at the same moment before she hit the ground. Akkad saved the kid. Either one is a good thing, but you have to remember to keep an eye on what's at his side and behind him. The kid thanked Akkad. The glare spell pierced through 3 monsters at once. A very accurate shot. Kim Sung-chul admits that it's not easy for him. There's just no end in sight. Of course, it would have been more comfortable if Karaz's hand had been used to smash those things. He was casting spells in all directions just to kill more monsters. But a creature was creeping up on him unnoticed under the ground. A giant half-worm, half-lizard emerged from beneath the earth. It was truly colossal in size. I was just about to crush Kim Sung-chul. Step on him. Kim Sung-chul spotted it just in time. He knew what that thing was. It's Roper. He has a bright red stone burning in his forehead, and it's got big horns on the sides, and that's not to mention the scary teeth sticking out of his mouth. The glare spell hit its target, right in the forehead, right into the bright red stone, tore the monster's face completely apart. All that's left is a large piece of debris hanging. Kim Sung-chul didn't notice at all the giant sting of the monster that was getting close to him. He barely had time to move aside before the monster's stinger began its attack. It literally sensed its prey's location and reacted to his footsteps. Deckard quickly came to Kim Sung-chul's aid. He used his sword to cut the monster's poisonous sting in half. Good point about Kim Sung-chul quickly identifying the Roper's weak spot. Is he really a rookie? Kim Sung-chul calmly replied that his past life was not a gift. So much for experience coming in handy. It's better for Deckard not to know what he did in the past. If he knows less, he sleeps better. It's fair to say that here, even battle-hardened warriors don't know when they're going to die. And an ordinary person with average combat stats can kill monsters so calmly. During the battle, it became clear that Deckard was as proficient with his sword as he was with his combat spells. And in the heat of battle, his sword breaks. The steel failed. The weapon shattered into pieces. It cannot be repaired. It's a very bad thing for a warrior to lose his weapon in the heat of battle, and there's no spare. Deckard stabs the monster in the head with the shard of his sword. He defends himself as best he can to save his life. The follow-up is already running at him with a death blow. That's it. Deckard prepared to accept his death. No one can help him now. Kim Sung-chul appeared out of nowhere and gave the monster a good kicking. He saved Deckard from imminent doom. Now he owes him. Kim Sung-chul told him that a magician shouldn't fight with a sword. Why fight with your fists when you have magic powers? It looks really stupid from the outside. To which Deckard laughed very hard. The guy can't even imagine how hard it is to get mana tincture in this area. Someone has bought up all the tinctures from the merchants, so there's no other choice. Spells alone won't do the trick. So I had to pick up a sword. Kim Sung-chul sighed to himself. This situation was very familiar to him. Genghis Aaron faces the giant monster without fear and has prepared his energy sword for battle. In one move, he sliced the thing in half and finished it off. At last, the passage is open. The advance party has made it. Now there's a chance to survive. The survivors quickly flee into the gorge, and everyone acts quickly and according to plan. The fire demon is furious, insolent little people. They think they can escape alive, and he's right behind them in pursuit. He can't let them go. They've killed too many of his servants. Kim Sung-chul is covering the group's retreat. He uses the blink spell and tells the demon not to be offended. There are no more vacancies. He purposely hit the stalactites at the top of the cave. The spell hit the target. The stalactites broke off and fell directly onto the horned head of the fire demon, puncturing it in the process. Now the passage is blocked and the fire creature is buried alive, and all the surviving members of the bandit squad were still alive. It was a very risky plan, but it succeeded. Risk is a noble thing. The cave was much larger than it looked at first glance. It's easy to get lost in here, especially since no one had a map of the area. The height of the stone blocks is astonishing. People seem like small rodents against its background. Deckard admits that a great many of their fighters are dead this time. There are about 25 men left in the squad itself. Kim Sung-chul reminds Deckard of his promise about the quest. He did him a favor and saved his life. Now he's waiting for a just thanks. Deckard was surprised. He found it hard to believe that in a situation as dire as this, he was still thinking about quests. Should he say that as a wizard? He throws something into Kim Sung-chul's hands and he instantly catches it with his hand. Kim Sung-chul opened his palm. In his hand was a sphere of knowledge. This sphere contained all the quests that were suitable for him right now. The map showed that the quest cleansing the graves has begun. This quest requires a medium level of magic. But Kim Sung-chul isn't too happy. Is that really all there is? So little. He saved this mage's life literally twice, and now he got an answer for such a small thing. Deckard gave advice to Kim Sung-chul. At first, on the first one, he should focus on survival, and the rest of the quest will be given to him gradually. Late in the evening of the same day, the band of outlaws returned to their camp. The lucky survivors were very few, those who died on the battlefield in eternal glory and honor. Gangas Aaron is very glad they made it out, and now they feast on the living and the dead. Mouths are much smaller, so there's plenty of food for dinner tonight. He tells his men to eat as much as they like. Kim Sung-chul is in a bad mood. He doesn't like Gangas Aaron's behavior very much. A large number of his men died, but he doesn't seem to have a guilty conscience. He's more like a spy planted by the devil than a squad leader. But a fighter from the squad gave free advice to Kim Sung-chul. It may not be common sense and conscience, but it's better to adapt. If you start thinking about every little thing and wasting your nerves, you'll go off the rails very quickly. I wonder where Deckard went. He's nowhere around. There's no way he could have fallen behind. So he's in the habit of keeping his distance from all the warriors. But not far from the camp, in a clearing, Kim Sung-chul found Deckard. He seemed very strange, but he was staying away from everyone. Didn't he want to eat? Deckard interrupted Kim Sung-chul. He wanted to know how his daughter Sarasa was doing. Perhaps Altusius Zyro had never been able to rid himself of his remorse. Kim Sung-chul asked Deckard directly why he was here. And anytime he can go and meet him? After all, he's a wizard, not a warrior. Aren't there other places to develop? Deckard confessed honestly. In truth, it's all because of the dungeon. That's exactly the reason he can't leave the underworld. Kim Sung-chul was very surprised when he heard that answer. How can such a thing replace a family today? Deckard thanked for the information about his daughter and father. He knows that he is indebted to Kim Sung-chul for saving his life. He also realizes that Kim Sung-chul is not as simple as he seems at first glance. He heard that somewhere around here is a huge dungeon created by an ancient magician, and this dungeon is filled with an incredible amount of magical power. It is so much that no magician can imagine its amount in his wildest dreams. Kim Sung-chul wondered if this dungeon was accidentally created by 7 heroes. But it turned out no. This person existed even before them. Maybe someday Kim Sung-chul had heard ancient legends and stories about people going underground to escape the curse of extermination. They founded underground cities there. Although these may be stories made up by those who mourn the dead, Deckard thinks that there is this certain someone among them who created this dungeon. Kim Sung-chul immediately started making fun of Deckard's words. The romance is over the top, and if he's going to continue to talk this nonsense, Kim Sung-chul will turn around and leave. Later, though, he began to analyze. Deckard's story was like a delusion, but there was no lie in his words. Who knows, maybe there really is this ancient dungeon nearby. A sudden enemy attack on the outlaw camp. Kim Sung-chul saw black puffs of smoke in the middle of the camp, and a moment later heard Deckard's terrible scream. It's definitely him. He was attacked. The fighters saw that a scouting party had most likely passed through here. Scouts are mostly lightly armed warriors. For them, the main thing is mobility in small numbers. Fortunately, there weren't that many of them. Therefore, all the creatures were killed. It was most likely an advanced scouting party that was following them. But that didn't matter now. And then I heard a familiar voice behind me. He hopes someone had the antidote. It's Kim Sung-chul who's carrying Deckard. It looks like he's been seriously injured and infected with a strong poison. There's no doubt someone's wielding poison on his sword. Even with the antidote, it's not easy to recover. The squad is full of criminals and no doctors, so there's no one to help. So we can only pray for Deckard's recovery. Kim Sung-chul is very upset. He wouldn't want Deckard to die. He sympathized with him. Besides, he told me as much as I needed to know about the quests. He emerges from the tent where Sarasa's father lies dying. The prognosis is very bleak. There is a good chance that without help, Deckard will not live to see the dawn. Bertelja popped out of Kim Sung-chul's pocket like the Dickens. She knows that the injured man is Deckard. She's asking her master if he'll save him. Of course he will. He needs as much information as possible in the dungeon. The most important thing is to find the entrance. Troll excrement. Simply put, the system showed that the metal was weaponized troll shit. Kim Sung-chul picked up the knife from the ground and started examining it. So troll shit is being used as poison. It's original and practical. The distinctive properties of this iron are rust and corrosion. These creatures have no high technology for metal production. Therefore, they can only forge slag. But there is a natural antidote. To neutralize it, you'll need the hermit flower. Bertelja is very pleased that her master has a lot to remember. There's this flower growing somewhere nearby. It looks something like a daisy, but its petals and trunk are completely yellow. The system says it's a 1,000-year-old hermit flower. It's a very powerful antidote. Neutralizes powerful poisons. We should bring more with us. No one knows what the ratio should be. Kim Sung-chul is galloping up the mountain like a mountain goat. He moves from bush to bush and throwing more and more hermit flowers into his basket until I reach the very top. Now Bertelja dictates the recipe for the antidote. Each flower seed must be dried. Dried, that's right. Kim Sung-chul calmly replies to her that in his homeland, they say if you see a rice dumpling, perform the ritual of sacrifice. Bertelja didn't understand the humor, but Kim Sung-chul explained to her that if you get a chance, you should take it to the fullest. The system showed that firstly, blind grass was needed as antidote ingredients. It restores the functions of the alchemical elements to be thrown into the boiling pot. The second element is spore seeds. They are used to make bombs. The system has indicated that a successful fusion has occurred. The brew in the cauldron turned bright blue, special effect in the treatment of intoxication. The card showed that the maker of the highest ranked item was rewarded, increased intuition and magical power. Kim Sung-chul decides that he will have to make it for all the criminals and share this antidote. Bertelja can't believe her ears. Is her master so imbued with friendly feelings for his comrades in battle? But he pays no heed to her jeers. She can think what she likes. That same evening in Deckard's tent, Deckard drank the antidote. It tastes very bitter. It's horrible stuff that makes your cheekbones curl. But at least he's alive. That's the main thing. It's too early for him to die. Kim Sung-chul is glad he was able to save him. The sorcerer was a very interesting person to talk to, a mentor of sorts. It's fair to say that Kim Sung-chul liked him. What good can his advice be? Deckard realizes that he already owes his life twice to Kim Sung-chul. Deckard interrogated Kim Sung-chul. Had he heard of a deity from another world? He replied that yes, he had heard of such a deity. To put it bluntly, the dungeon he was talking about was not just a cave, this earth bird-like race that was destroyed in a terrible cataclysm. This place used to be called the Underworld. A fairly advanced civilization was located there and ruled. However, in an instant, everything was destroyed, and the inhabitants themselves became slaves of an ancient god. Its appearance was horrible. It had entangled everything with its tentacles. This is that ancient deity, the one that comes from ancient legends and lore, from the darkest of times. So the puzzle is coming together. It was someone very, very powerful. There's no proof, but Deckard has heard that the dungeon's rewards for passing the trials are incredible. It's a chance to subdue any creature carrying the magical power of disaster. When another rare opportunity like this would come along, he didn't know. But simply put, if you can destroy the dungeon, there's a very good chance you'll get a powerful demon familiar. Kim Sung-chul realized that he had hit the jackpot this time. All of this was beyond his expectations. A bright light flickers from a large crevice in the mountain. A small squad with 3 battle homunculi headed for the crevice. At the head of a small detachment is Michael Gilfo, Swordmaster of the Ancient Kingdom. He is well aware that such a large number of monsters requires not a reconnaissance expedition, but an entire army. This is where they've decided the entrance to the underworld is. We need to get everyone inside. Someone told Michael Gilfow in the back that if they went in there, they go to the other side of the world. And the dungeon is far more dangerous than the outside, and they need at least 2 or 3 swordmasters equal in strength to Michael Gilfow. That's what Mimi Azrael, a hired mid-level mage, said. The battle homunculi began to agree with her. We need more swordmasters. Mrs. Mimi is absolutely right. They won't be able to handle it. The thing is, they've already lost half their recon team. It's not a good idea to change the plan now. Michael Gilfow drew his sword and pointed it at Mimi Azrael. He yelled at her and commanded her. As far as he knew, they hadn't hired her. A butler of the Gilfow family from the Old Kingdom stood in his way. His name is Odd. He asked his master to lower his voice. One of the monsters heard the screams. They had very sensitive hearing. They immediately determined that the screams belonged to humans. They immediately realized that there was a squad in that direction, and whole hordes of creatures all ran toward the gorge. Michael Gilfow immediately realized who their death was approaching. He loudly ordered everyone to the dungeon at once. Mimi Azrael started bickering. They've all just lost their minds. They are literally walking into the hands of death itself. Michael Gilfow calmly replied to the sorceress. And if she doesn't want to go to the dungeon, she can part with her life right here. The choice is always hers, and she must make it herself. The entire squad headed for the crevasse. They are acting on the orders of their commander. Everyone is afraid, but even more afraid to show their fear. The monster started screaming, but that doesn't stop the squad members. This is an ancestral land that has been sacrificed. It is dangerous to go any further. Kim Sung-chul approached the crevice. He immediately guessed that it was the entrance to a dungeon. It was clear from the glow in the pile of monsters nearby, and he was also attracted to the loud noises. But actually finding the ancient dungeon was much easier than he thought. The smell of rotting corpses is flying everywhere. Kim Sung-chul wants to know where he's going. Is this underworld a place where a bird-like race existed? I think they were called Nahak. Bertelgia was confused. It's another kind of demonic bird-like race. A completely different kind of tribe. The Nahak thrived in the old days. Not only did they possess great wings, but they were also able to use the powerful magic of the runes engraved on their beaks. In any case, if they come across them, they're bound to find out. Otherwise, they don't have a plan. Kim Sung-chul picks up a small pebble and throws it. He wants to see if there are any traps ahead. You have to be especially careful in places like this. A pebble hits the wall, and an energy shield appears along with the hit, and a giant pillar of flame immediately hits him. It's the fire barrier. There's no doubt about it. It was left here as a defense against uninvited guests. There's probably something very valuable in here. And there are various barriers put in place. They could be anywhere. And he throws another pebble in front of him. And just as he lands amongst the corpses, Kim Sung-chul saw a large number of slain warriors. The blood is relatively fresh, so they died recently. One thing is clear, they didn't die because of the barrier. Someone killed them. Kim Sung-chul turns to their killer and tells him to come out. A green slime begins to gather in the middle of the corpses. It looks like mud from a swamp, and it also stinks horribly, which is slowly turning into some kind of swamp thing. It literally grows out from under the earth, from a green puddle that came out of nowhere. A terrifying swamp creature with burning green eyes rose up among the corpses of the warriors. It just stinks of all kinds of foul things unbearably. At this moment, it looked like a big stinking green turd. Bertelgia becomes very afraid and has a bad feeling. This is the first time she's seen such monsters. They're not known to alchemy. The swamp creature opens its ugly big toothy maw and starts attacking Kim Sung-chul. She needs new living beings. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as they have fresh blood. He has no free time to waste on some swamp shit, especially since he's already well aware that the opponent in front of him is quite weak. He's not worth the trouble. With one blow, he blows this big toothy stinking heap to pieces on all sides. Little scraps lie on the stone floor and shake a little. Bertelgia quietly peeks out of her breast pocket and wants to know what it is. She has never seen such monsters before. This monster is called the Abyss of the Abyss. It is the end for those who have become servants of the ancient god. If this thing meets someone weaker than itself, that someone takes on the same appearance. But the stronger individuals are bypassed. Bertelgia made the assumption that those dead people would just as surely change. But that's not entirely true. As long as the corpses aren't eaten, we'll be fine. Bertelgia asks his master if they can just leave. Leave all these corpses here and find out nothing. She is very frightened and nervous by this sight. Kim Sung-chul smiled very slyly. She doesn't know what she's talking about, because the best part is coming up. Yeah, looks like a lot of soldiers got killed. Half of the advanced scouting party. A whole bunch of bodies piled up on the stone floor. The blood was up to their ankles. It's probably the monster's handiwork. It's the animal behavior that's so much like them. They're bird-like creatures of prey that move on 4 limbs, and in the front they have a very powerful beak. And with this beak, they're very good at breaking bones and tearing flesh. They're also very good at seeing in the dark. So this is how the bird-like race has degenerated. From the outside, they look like plucked ravenous chickens. Kim Sung-chul prepared his warhammer for battle. The first creature lunged at him, and then she hit him with a hammer on her beak. Just one blow was enough to break her beak and snap her neck. She died on the spot, and her bald body slammed into the wall. A tall column of dust kicked up, and small pieces of the wall flew off in different directions. The other creatures started attacking Kim Sung-chul all together. They immediately saw that one at a time was not an option. Kim Sung-chul energizes his battle hammer and launches it right into a crowd of all those things. The hammer flies like a spinning flywheel, and the longer it flies, the more energy it builds into itself. Kim Sung-chul gave them a hell of a meat grinder, where all those things are turned into mincemeat. They are just caught in the millstones, and they are being ground without mercy. Torn off paws, claws, beaks, guts released outside, pieces of meat flying in different directions. Kim Sung-chul felt a similar energy ahead. Are all these things hiding in every passageway? He heard voices through the hole in the wall. He was tired of fighting everyone. He wished he could finally see people, not just bird-like creatures of prey. At least they were people, and he was glad of that. It was better than being in the company of degraded cave elves who could eat you in any form. The battle homunculus tells Mimi Azrael that the labyrinths in this dungeon are very confusing, and she warns her subordinates to keep up. If they lose their way, they'll be in trouble. One of the battle homunculi saw a hole in the wall. Even as dumb as he was, he would have realized at once that it was not a passage, but a badly damaged wall. Mimi Azrael smelled something wrong right away. Someone in the labyrinth had made a hole to move. Obviously, this case was not a weak person. The homunculus stuck his face into the hole. He began to stare very carefully into the darkness and look around. I saw Kim Sung-chul right away, who looked like a dark silhouette. Mimi Azrael didn't recognize him right away. It was a big surprise to meet Kim Sung-chul. Kim Sung-chul calmly replied the sorceress and that he was the 34th in the criminal squad, and she is currently inspecting the dungeon. Mimi Azrael immediately casts a spell to look at the guy's strength and mental characteristics. Fake information appears. Kim Sung-chul feels like he's being scanned, and he realizes that this sorceress's manner is just awful. After all, she did it without permission. She concludes that the magic power is quite high, and the young lad seems to be putting in a lot of effort to survive. Mimi Azrael is giving advice to Kim Sung-chul. The sword masters under the command of the 7th Continental Champion will be arriving here soon, and she's going to get rid of all the obstacles in the way. If the 34th wants to live, he better get his feet out of here. And in an instant, she starts teleporting right under Kim Sung-chul's nose. Taking the battle homunculi with her, Kim Sung-chul immediately realized that this was no ordinary sorceress. She's also using a deceiver's veil just like him, to hide her powers and the capabilities of her battle homunculi. The best solution is to follow them. Maybe she can lead him to something very interesting and worthwhile. Either way, she can show him the best way out to new challenging quests. Bloody warriors lie not far from the camp. Some of them are already dead, and some are in the wagon because of great pain. Some of them are still trying to be helped. Pull them out of the dead. In this unit, no one is abandoned and fights for their lives to the last. Michael Gilfaw admits he's never seen a dungeon monster before. And besides, there's a real labyrinth here that just doesn't make sense. The thought crept into his brain that they were stuck here. The battle homunculi began to grumble. If you didn't listen to Mrs. Mimi, now you're getting it. If this continues, they'll all die here. Michael Gilfaw screamed like a hysterical woman. How many times had he ordered them to shut their filthy mouths? It's sickening without their wailing. He knows he made a mistake as a leader. He can't fool himself. But at the same time, it is very unpleasant to be reminded of it and to have it dripped on your brain. Mimi Azrael answered Michael Gilfaw very calmly. In such extreme moments, a commander is obliged to keep his cool. After all, she clearly said that it would be very dangerous, much worse than outside the dungeon. Michael Gilfo had a rage in his head. It seemed to him that everyone blamed him for such a failure. He quickly drew his sword and swung it in front of the sorceress' face. Only small strands of her hair fell off, but she didn't even raise an eyebrow. At that moment, she held herself very well, fearlessly, and warned her. If she's a filthy witch using blasphemous magic, one more time he'll wilt something personally with his sword, and it won't be so sweet anymore. But Mimi Azrael was very calm. She even laughed at the threats against her. After all, no one but her knows the way, and she very much doubted that Michael Gilfo or his subordinates would be able to slaughter her. Michael Gilfo is just furious. That fucking dirty bitch is getting pissed. He had just drawn his sword to blow her head off when he was stopped by his servant's shout. It was perfect timing. His butler Odd reminded him that this was not the best way to vent anger. He was stopped just in time. Michael Gilfo sighed, because he realized he could have made a big mistake. In his heart, he thanked his butler. Kim Sung-chul watched the scene quietly. He concluded that it was like a business relationship in which they had to accompany each other for personal reasons. When Michael Gilfo's fervor subsided, Mimi Azrael began to make her report. Tangential intelligence. She encountered a man who identified himself as the 34th, whose affiliation could not be ascertained. She would like to hear other people's guesses. Butler Odd started going through the options out loud. It could be either the Human Empire, the Elven Alliance, or the Order of the Iron Blood. And any of the alliances he listed are targeting this dungeon. They're all looking for it. Michael Gilfo began to speculate aloud. He wondered if they could get their hands on even one monster with the level of enemy of the world. Kim Seong-chul immediately realized that they were talking about the reward Descartes mentioned. Shouldn't we try searching the place ourselves? It looked like there would be nothing more at this level of the dungeon labyrinth. They've looked all over the place and fought all the monsters already, and they haven't found anything of value. There's only one thing left to do. Immediately, Kim Sung-chul falls down somewhere, and a very nice low kick lands on the feet. Unless he's really dirty. Bertelgia is very dissatisfied today. Today, the quality of travel is particularly abysmal. A little while later, Kim Sung-chul stopped near the wall. Some wall seemed suspicious to him. Maybe he was attracted by the strange sounds from that wall. Maybe he felt some vibrations. He made the decision to destroy it, and with a single blow of his fist, he smashed through it. What Kim Sung-chul saw shocked him, although he had seen a lot of things. A whole bunch of different bones spilled out of the wall. They were skeletons of various creatures, including human bones. There were also fragments of clothing. They were fresh and nibbled on. It looked as if they had been deliberately stored. Kim Sung-chul found a very strange thing among the bones. It seems very familiar to him. And then he remembered it was a bowstring. Judging by the shape, it looked a lot like the remnants of the elves. He had certainly heard that the ruthless and arrogant Nahak were enslaving other races. But this many, I never would have guessed. There was a huge number of bones, and they belonged to many different races. The Nahak were dabbling in cannibalism. The bones of the hands break easily. They lacked a lot of micronutrients. They also lacked access to oxygen. Maybe they were bricked up alive. Bertelgia was just out of his mind with rage. Those things, it was a good thing they were all dead. Kim Sung-chul was distracted by something. Bertelgia looked at her master and wondered what had happened this time. In the darkness, a wounded warrior was coming at them, but he was unarmed, and he was bleeding. He fell to his knees a short distance away, and it was obvious to the naked eye that his wound was very serious. He didn't have much time left. Kim Sung-chul approached him and asked him what happened. Who hurt him so badly? The warrior replied that as soon as Kim Sung-chul went down to this floor, a pack of cave elves would come at them. It's a special kind of elf, mutated, and they're very warlike. They've also tamed the local Nahak and made them into their own tame livestock. These are unusual cave elves and the most real mutated monsters they have adapted to this terrible dungeon and live completely without sunlight. Immediately, an arrow pierced the warrior's head. He died on the spot without agony. Behind him, the lean, pale silhouettes of humanoid creatures could be seen, and they were shooting very well. They were cave elves riding tame, carnivorous monsters with large beaks. Their upper skin was covered with spots. Kim Sung-chul is preparing his warhammer for battle. They must be out of their minds to try to kill him. There were only 3 of them. It's some kind of advanced reconnaissance unit. And one of them lunged at Kim Sung-chul with his blade. The mad elven creature swung her dagger to strike, Its eyes burned with bright red fire. But she missed. Kim Sung-chul managed to get out of the path of the attack. He jumped high, and then landed with his feet right on the elf bastard's head. It was that blow that broke his nose and jaws. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he fell from his ridden monster. Due to the force of the blow, one of the 3 cave elves flew to the end of the maze. The other 2 looked at it with great consternation. They didn't expect such a rebuff. It had been a long time since anyone had done that to them. But Kim Sung-chul doesn't care about their fright. He swung his hammer to make mincemeat out of them. He didn't start this fight, but he'll finish it. One blow and he tore the first cave elf in half. That funny, plucked, ravenous hen underneath him squealed. The other began to whistle and call for help, but he didn't notice the warhammer touching his head. Kim Sung-chul hit it hard. He put in a lot of effort and smashed the last cave elf like a fly. That bastard whistled his own. The impact was so strong that the ceiling of the dungeon and the supporting pillars began to crack. They were about to collapse. Kim Sung-chul knew that he had overdone it. He should refrain from using Karaz's hand skill. If he continued hitting the enemies with the same force, the dungeon labyrinth would simply not be able to withstand it and would collapse. The last of the trio managed to call for help. I wonder how many came to the whistle. They can barely fit in such a narrow space. Kim Sung-chul opened a portal to his treasure room. He remembered that Lord Balrog, when he had commanded numerous troops and demons used, and starts pulling out a very creepy-shaped artifact with eyes and a bone handle. This artifact is called Cassander's demonic whip. The cave elves run at Kim Sung-chul. They hope to tear him apart if they act all at once and in concert. But he is already ready to meet them with a demonic whip. He's standing in the flames. First swing of the whip, and then there's a very powerful punch. Yeah, they're gonna get a little hot. The first blow knocked all the cave elves off their funny plucked chickens, and they began to burn alive. There was horror in their eyes, the flames were devouring their flesh, and the pain was unbearable. Kim Sung-chul was very pleased with his choice of weapon. He knew that the elastic whip was perfect for the tight spots in battle. Bertelja quickly objected. It's not about the premise, it's just that the way she sees it, it's a very powerful weapon. She was very curious as to why, with so many weapons, her master only used one hammer. Kim Sung-chul answered, "The main reason is that only this hammer can withstand his power. Other weapons would simply fall to pieces if he used its maximum power. But that's not what's important right now." Kim Sung-chul said that Nahak enslaves other races. Bertelja remembers something like that. So the cave elves use Nahak as a means of transportation? He means those funny, predatory, skinned chickens. He's very interested in how that happened. Abyss, degraded Nahak, and mutated cave elves. But what is the reason for such great changes? Had an ancient god invaded them and disturbed the order? But if that were the case, the delicate balance could be upset. Although maybe all that information doesn't carry any value. But what is important in the end? What detail did they miss? In any case, they can't know what strange things lie ahead. All they have to do is continue on their way to their goal and try not to run into any more trouble. Kim Sung-chul knocked down another wall of the maze to enter the next room. He seems to have gotten the hang of it. He doesn't like wasting time looking for exits, so he's making them himself. He saw the dead bodies of the warriors of the advanced squad. It looked like those fighters had also run into the cave elves, but there were too many opponents, hence such casualties after the battle. It could be seen very clearly from the nature of the wounds they received. But then he heard the sounds of battle nearby. They were very loud. He literally turned a corner and saw warriors fighting with cave elves. One of the cave elves gladly stabbed the warrior through with his spear. His eyes read the pleasure of not only killing his enemy, but also torturing him. Immediately, Michael Gilfo cut the smug creature in half with his sword. He didn't even realize what had happened. He just died standing there with his spear in his hands. And with his battle cry, he tries to distract the enemy so that his warriors have a chance to help the wounded, to drag them away from the enemy. Zaitea had succeeded. Almost all the cave elves ran in his direction. Now all their attention is focused on him. They want to tear him to pieces. Michael Gilfo reads an amplified spell and strikes at his enemies with his enhanced sword. With one blow, he chopped everyone nearby into cabbages. Kim Sung-chul appreciated Michael Gilfo's skills. It was a mystery to him. How did he become a sword master with such a low level? Maybe he had some help. The cave elf with bow in hand crept up to Michael Gilfo's back. He prepares to fire a shot to kill the leader of the opponents. Arrow released. and it almost made it to Michael Gilfo's head. But someone on the move cut her off with his sword. Butler Odd saved his master, and then rushed to attack the archer. And with one swing, he chopped off his head. It flew off his shoulder like a pokeweed. Ask your master to be attentive. More concentration is needed in unfamiliar surroundings. Michael Gilfo thanked his servant. After all, he is alive only because of him. Kim Sung-chul also pointed out that old man's skills. They are quite good. It's rare that one can retain his agility and strength at this age. It's really respectable. The battle is over. Piles of chopped-up cave elves and slain warriors of the advance party lie on the stone floor. Michael Gilfo looked at the casualties with sorrow. There was almost nothing left of his advance party, except for the wounded. And then he was hit in the face with a strong blast of air. He was thrown back a little bit. Mimi Azrael and her battle homunculi showed up. She wasn't expected to be here. Everyone thought she'd stayed outside the dungeon. She started screaming furiously. She had warned her not to open the door before, but that asshole Michael, Daddy's boy, wouldn't listen to her. And now the front line has suffered such a monstrous loss. Mimi Azrael got very angry and started to emerge. I mean, they had a strategy, and there was no way they were going to open those doors without it. Michael Gilfo started yelling and told that witch to shut up. His father will be here soon, and he'll deal with that willful bitch who's got a mind to go where she's not asked and has forgotten her place. Mimi Azrael snidely wondered, didn't Mr. Willie Gilfo only order the area around the dungeon to be explored? Wasn't there a command to move deeper into the depths? Michael Gilfo replied to her that they were just words, nothing more. If no result was achieved, his father would only be very disappointed. Mimi Azrael had only hinted to him that saying one thing and doing another was probably a family thing. What can you take from liars and fools? That's how the entire ancient kingdom works. Butler Odd tried to explain everything to Mimi Azrael, and also asked her to refrain from offensive words and actions for the future. In front of her stands a commoner, but a nobleman of high rank. Then they all turned around, went in the opposite direction, and left Mimi Azrael alone. Mimi Azrael really didn't like the way this old man started to lecture her. Stupid children of the ancient kingdom who only have fists to swing, but with not an ounce of brains in their heads. Just then, an already familiar voice sounded behind the backs of the battle homunculi. Kim Sung-chul simply marveled at how the shy girl wizard had dragged the son of the champion himself, Willie Gilfo. Kim Sung-chul immediately guessed that this girl was just an ordinary court mage. But there's something about her, some unexplainable mystery. She's trying to look more simple than she is. His intuition has never failed him about these things. The battle homunculi became nervous. They immediately remembered this guy. It turned out that he had been following them all this time without them even realizing it. Mimi Azrael smirked and explained, yes, indeed, not a bad assumption. However, there are no court mages in the ancient kingdom, much less mercenary mages. The reason is simple. They can't make a living there. Kim Sung-chul guesses that she's really looking for something. He doesn't know what it is, but it's something very valuable. Mimi Azrael tried to play dumb, like she doesn't know what's going on. But Kim Sung-chul's not fooling around. Then she decided there was no point in pretending. So she asked straight to the point. Isn't this guy looking for King Nahak's crown? I mean, it's really surprising that Kim Sung-chul would just walk into a dungeon and not know about the most important treasure there is. But Kim Sung-chul really didn't know anything about the crown. He only had a glimpse of the Nahak race. Mimi Azrael shows Kim Sung-chul the image and characteristics of King Nahak's crown on the map. It's made all of special gold, and it glows brightly in the dark. But most importantly, it has great power. Kim Sung-chul looks carefully at the description of this artifact. King Nahak's crown. The great bird-like people that dominated heaven and earth were buried by their own king, was given unprecedented power, the payment for which was the destruction of his own kin. And there was a quest called Royal Treasure. The essence of the quest is to find the body and crown of the king in the tomb on the 4th floor. The one who finds the crown will get a piece of truth. Kim Sung-chul didn't quite understand the meaning of the expression of destroying his own kin. But one thing he realized for sure was that the crown was a symbol of royal power. Did Mimi Azrael really think that would be enough? But she calmly replied that everyone knew that. But there's one small thing. No one but Mimi Azrael can hold that crown. Kim Sung-chul realizes that the sorceress has a serious ace up her sleeve, one that allows her to act so confidently. and that gives her a serious edge over the other contenders. Mimi Azrael turns out to be a very astute girl. She knows what to say and when to say it. I'm better than her way of telling half-truths, half-lies. Suddenly, she turns around and leaves with her battle homunculi. She doesn't know how strong Kim Sung-chul is, but she wishes him to survive from the bottom of her heart. Although maybe she wanted to say something else. If Kim Sung-chul happens to survive and is unharmed, then they'll meet up, and then they'll have a good reason to talk. After saying that, they began to slowly withdraw. Kim Sung-chul didn't want to follow them. They're obviously up to something, so you have to be one step ahead of them. Willie Gilfar is Michael's father. From the Old Kingdom, he is known for stopping at nothing to achieve his goals, all to live up to the reputation of the 7th Continental Champion. If he does show up in the dungeon, things will get a lot more complicated. Of course, it would be strange to think that they are great friends. After all, they don't have the easiest and warmest relationship, but they know each other. From a familiar with the magical power of disaster to a crown endowed with power, it had been a long time since Kim Sung-chul had received such decent rewards. Kim Sung-chul swung his warhammer to punch another hole in the floor of the labyrinth. He had to concentrate so as not to destroy the dungeon itself. Then came the impact and the stone slabs cracked. A very large hole has formed, and the air from that hole carried bits of magical power. Bertelja felt it very well too. Such a strong and refreshing wind. There is no doubt this air has a high concentration of mana. It rises from the 3rd floor. That's a very good and sure sign. It means they need to go there. Bertelja and Kim Sung-chul quickly jump into the hole. It turned out to be pretty deep. They eventually landed safely. A horrifying sight unfolded before their eyes. Most likely all these bones are bird-like. A couple of hundred of them had been slaughtered. Did this king really sacrifice his subjects? This is the place where all his kin were slaughtered. The bones are too numerous to count. The audience hall, which is completely littered with skulls. Of course, I'd like to see everything in great detail, but time is of the essence and we have to go down to the 4th floor. Kim Sung-chul hit the stone floor. He has to make the next hole in the stone floor. But this time there was no damage. Only faint electrical pulses were visible, running through the circuitry. This is the first time Kim Sung-chul has seen something like this. Normally, there are few things that can hold back the blow of his warhammer. He starts hitting the floor with his hammer, but doesn't understand why it doesn't break. He tries again and again in different places, but it's no use. So the entire 3rd floor has a special magic that blocks physical damage. If that's the case, that's a huge problem. Then we need to take a good look around. There may be other ways in. We could try to find a loophole. Kim Sung-chul still found it hard to believe that there was so much mana in this place, and the magic power increases by a factor of 3. But he's in a good mood. After all, it's his first time in a place like this. Why not enjoy the moment and absorb more magical power now that the opportunity has presented itself? He approaches a very unusual statue. Only 4 of the 6 are left. It's covered in holes and has huge wings. And near the statue, he finds a bag of gems. It's very unexpected. It's like it was planted on purpose. Next to the bag are piles of bones and old rusty weapons. Kim Sung-chul concludes that they all died for those jewels. So he makes the decision to take these gems. He opens a portal and throws the pouch into his own treasure room. And then he goes on and starts climbing the stairs. He does it carefully and slowly, so as not to fall into a trap. He sees a very large, gilded, majestic throne. And then he just sits on it, just because he felt like it. It's completely silent. I can just feel the mana in the air. Even though he took all the jewels, no one showed up. But the atmosphere of the place is disgusting. Kim Sung-chul can't believe it's all about physical damage protection. And then he heard an ominous voice. This voice told him that someone who was greedy for the throne was Nahak's enemy. A flame that resembled a fire flower appeared in the air. It was approaching very quickly. It turned out to be a fireball that struck directly at the throne. But Kim Sung-chul managed to jump up in time and get away. Of course, he realized that the throne was the start button. And now a big rusty steel guillotine is flying at his head. Kim Sung-chul is being wished to die a horrible death. But how happy he is to hear that. Now the real fun begins. A big rusty steel guillotine flies right at Kim Sung-chul's head. Someone really wants to kill him, and lands right on the stone floor, shattering it to pieces. All 4 statues in the garden came to life and lit up with colored flames. They are not just decorations in the garden, they are guardians. Kim Sung-chul lifted the remains of the giant guillotine with one hand, as if it wasn't made of metal. To be sure, he was given a powerful salute. One of the guards turned on mana absorption mode. All the bones on Earth suddenly violently flew into the air. The rest of the guards prepared for battle. One of them used the spell of greed, and scary black ghosts started coming out of his body. The place where Kim Sung-chul was standing was being torn to pieces, but he managed to jump high. The summoning attack after physical attack in dark magic is a powerful combination. And the black ghost began to transform into a three-headed stone monster. It looked like a stone hydra. He noticed that the guards use combat techniques depending on the attribute. One of them lands a hard blow on Kim Sung-chul. He barely manages to dodge, and the stone hydra knocks him down. It's pretty hard to counter when they attack together. Kim Sung-chul flies off as they apply the glare spell, and this spell wears the head of a stone hydra in one mix. Kim Sung-chul lands on the ground, and that's when it all hit him. It is because of the high concentration of mana on this dungeon floor that the Blick spell is much stronger than in normal life. But it's not over yet. Another guardian casts a flame ball spell, and the fire is literally enveloping Kim Sung-chul. They're hoping to burn him alive. The guards who use this spell are not sparing their strength. They realize that Kim Sung-chul was a strong opponent and would not be easy to destroy. Well, this time Kim Sung-chul was able to dodge the attack and stay in one piece. The third guardian casts an abyss spell. Right behind Kim Sung-chul's back, a dark portal opens. And from there, hundreds of ghost hands come out to drag him back into the dark dimension with them. Kim Sung-chul takes another leap and tries to break free, but the hands catch up with him and begin to encircle his closed body and head. He's got him now. Bertelja is just terrified. She's yanking her lord around and asking him why he's not doing anything. He would have taken his warhammer and smashed the place to hell long ago. But Kim Sung-chul knows exactly what he's doing. The only way to stop the Dark Guardians of their joint attack with attributes is to tackle them all at once. There was a very high concentration of mana in the air, and he could take advantage of it. The dark dimension had almost absorbed him. He breaks quickly out of the enemy's grasp. He comes out of this darkness like a muddy puddle and used the glare spell. This time it was much stronger than last time. You can clearly see the strong concentration of energy. It's not just about the guards being strong in their combined attacks. Kim Sung-chul sends out a sound wave along with the glare spell. Hidden echo technique. Spells and powers are layered one on top of the other, and the result is a colossal effect of destruction. The guards are literally falling apart. They're just wiped off the face of the earth. Despite their very strong bodies, they've been completely destroyed, and now all that is left of them is a pile of rocks and sand. Kim Sung-chul is very happy. He seems to have truly understood how to use echo magic. It does take a little more practice, and then sound magic on your own at a very high level. Kim Sung-chul noticed that these guys are made of a special material. This material is something like lightstone. Bertelja noticed that the stone looked like glowing obsidian. This can be used to make obsidian pollen, which will expand the spectrum of magical power. This is an incredibly rare material, but the system showed that it was still fusible. It's an increase in magic power, so it'll be good for him anyway. Bertelja started making eyes at Kim Sung-chul. He got the precious material then. Can they rest for a while and only then move on? It's a real crime not to use such great material that they got their hands on. So they need to show what they can do and give this material a lot of use. The system showed that the heart of the manticore is strongly seasoned and has a strong compatibility with many elements. And together they begin to brew a new potion, the base of which is the heart of a manticore. Bertelja remembers how long ago Kim Sung-chul found this heart, and it's still in perfect condition. I wonder when he had time to take it out. Quality ingredients for any brew are the foundation of the basics. It's simply the base for all alchemy. The system showed that Kim Sung-chul added spore seeds that have the property of fire. Kim Sung-chul asked Bertelja, is this really the first time she's heard such a thing? And the last important ingredient, glowing obsidian, is added. It emits light on its own and increases the characteristics of magic. The system is happy to announce the success of synthesis. The substance is prepared. Obsidian pollen. If it is scattered over an area, the power of the magic attack will be significantly increased. A bright purple-colored liquid appeared in the cauldron. Her scent is unbelievable. You can't mistake it for anything else. Bertelja appreciated it too. Kim Sung-chul tries his best to feel the flavor to fill it out. They're all done now, it's time for a snack. Stewed vegetables are great for a boost of energy. To stay one step ahead of these fools, you need a good meal. A hungry man can't do anything. You need strength to fight. Kim Sung-chul is eating his porridge with a big appetite. Kim Sung-chul tells Bertelja that he's not going up to the second floor again and to keep watching the search party, or rather what's left of it. She doesn't understand him at all. After all, they are so close to the fourth level of the dungeon. Maybe he could break through the physical defense magic with a glare spell. However, if one went down to the fourth level of the dungeon without any information about it, one might just miss out on a big reward. That witch told him that only she could get the coveted crown, which means she definitely has important information. She's ahead of Kim Sung-chul in that regard, usually a few steps ahead. If only he knew what she knows. Well, all the time to go on the road, Kim Sung-chul stood up and felt his stomach full. He was full. Bertelja told her master that she would leave him for an hour. Kim Sung-chul begins to build up his strength for a swift jump, and he jumps high up to the second level of the maze. All he leaves behind him is a column of dust. The cave elves attack the advance party of Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan prepares to repel their attack. With his big sword, he chops them to pieces, along with their pets. Heads, arms, legs, all flying off in different directions. Not to mention the black blood. He heard a very familiar voice behind him. Someone praised him and said that he had gotten much stronger from the last encounter. This is Willie Gilfoot's swordmaster from the 7th Continental Champion. He is very happy to see him and will thank Genghis Khan for coming to his aid. Genghis Khan is embarrassed, and it's a big part of helping Willie Gilfoot. Why did you make the offer to join their forces? Kim Sung-chul is watching in the distance. It's very strange. Genghis Khan and Willie Gilfoot, and they're not together? Very curious, so this asshole is also from the Old Kingdom. Either way, they need to be followed. The battle is over. Genghis Khan and Willie Gilfoot stand in the middle of a pile of corpses. Yes, certainly Genghis Khan has good sword skills. That indicates he's from the Old Kingdom. That's a big turnaround. Kim Sung-chul was wrong to think Genghis Khan was an asshole and a brainless bastard with the intelligence of an insect. Willie Gilfoot admits that it's impossible to guess what else this dungeon has in store. Surprises and trouble at every turn. He wonders how many members of the advance team survived. Genghis Khan answered him that there was no need to worry about that, and he laughed. After all, criminals are expendable. Garbage. A name can always be added to the squad, and no one counts their dead. Even Willie Gilfoot was surprised at such cynicism. After all, whatever criminals they are still living people. Kim Sung-chul himself was shocked by Genghis Khan's perfidy. Turns out he treats his men like crap. They're just expendable. That guy is worse than the devil. Willie Gilfoot remarked that the handed-over unit would not last long. Genghis Khan agreed with him. Indeed, they would not last long. In any case, their help would cheer everyone up. The two of them turned and went deeper into the labyrinth. The aftermath of the battle is simply catastrophic for the squad. The torn corpses of the fighters lie on the stone floor. Kim Sung-chul doesn't feel much pleasure looking at this, but that's no way to treat people who trust you. Of course, it's a shame that their path is paved with the blood of those who died for nothing, who trusted the wrong leader or boss. Kim Sung-chul notices something unusual under his feet. It's a staircase to the 3rd level in the dungeons. If it looked good, then he wouldn't have to make a hole in the stone floor of the dungeon and not break the maze. Kim Sung-chul began to quietly walk down those stairs. He had just rounded the corner and heard someone shouting and cursing. Someone was badly calling someone names and humiliating them. Kim Sung-chul saw the remnants of the advance party, and he saw the following picture. Willie Gilfoot insults and humiliates his son because of his carelessness and inability to take care of people. In his father's eyes, he's a real jerk and an idiot. All he can do is lose his servants and trusted warriors. That's why they don't trust him. Michael Gilfoot cast his eyes downward. He could not look at his father and contradict him. He was deeply ashamed. He realized that it was because of his incompetence and dumbfoundedness that they had lost most of the search party, getting into fights that could have been avoided. Willie Gilfoot is just furious. He tells his son to think twice about taking responsibility for this. He's going to be held to the fullest extent of the law. Butler Odd stepped in for the young master Michael Gilfoot. Didn't they have a separate person in charge of the search this time? Willie Gilfoot agreed with the butler. Indeed, they have such a man. He looked at the sorceress, Mimi Azrael, and said that he could not soberly estimate the value of her services because of the fame that goes behind her. Mimi Azrael smirked back at Willie Gilfoot and added that you could accuse her of anything, but she wasn't the one who opened the door to the third level of the dungeon. Willie Gilfo told Mimi Azrael that she was a finished creature. She was hired as a scout commander. But the sorceress was not confused and replied to her employer that his son had disobeyed her orders. Willie Gilfo agreed that the commander himself should also be held accountable for failing to manage his subordinates. Mimi Azrael says that her employer is well aware that she has no real power, but since that's the case, there's nothing she can do about it. She will accept responsibility and vacate the commander's seat. After saying that, she gets up and leaves. Willie Gilfo quickly drew his sword, and he put it to the throat of the sorceress. In the ancient kingdom, the phrase accepting responsibility is equated with death. But Mimi Azrael was not frightened. It wouldn't be the first time she'd spoken to such psychotic, pompous fools. Since she'd learned how to deal with his crazy son, she could handle her father too. Willie Gilfot put his sword away and said to the bitch, if she doesn't want to say goodbye to her life, she needs to take him to the tomb of the bird-like king now. Swamp mutants came out of nowhere. The men of the advance squad began to take up a defensive position. The mutants abruptly began to increase in size and encircle the remaining survivors from different directions. But an unforeseen horror began. There were death cries. The fighters have been infected. They turn into swamp mutants on their own. And the process of transformation is extremely painful. The transformation of the creatures is complete. The attack has begun. The survivors realized that this was their last fight. There would be no survivors, so now they would fight to the last man. One of the swamp creatures was stabbed through with a sword, but that didn't stop her much. She extended her poisonous tentacles and wrapped a death grip around the warrior's throat. Michael Gilfo managed to chop her head off with a single blow on the move and shouted to all the survivors, the main thing is to cut off the head. Then they will definitely die. One of the swamp creatures had grown to an incredible size, making all the warriors look small and weak against it. Ganga Saran realized that the matter smelled foul. It's the biggest thing he's ever seen. He doesn't want to die for nothing. He's much better than the other idiots, in his opinion. He's got to get out of here. And while everyone was busy reappearing in the giant monster that had appeared, he tried to rush away as quickly as possible. Butler Odd chopped the swamp mutant's head on the fly. He's trying to cover for his master Michael. By all means, he must stay alive. He is the heir to the Gilfo. Looks like there's only 3 of them left alive. Butler Odd, Michael Gilfo, and his father. The wandering soul dissolved, having lost its way. Willie Gilfo opened the portal and reached into it with his hand. He tells everyone to raise their heads and see the source of the antiquity that has consumed the moonlight. He holds a magic lamp in his hands. The light from this lamp slowly began to destroy all the infected fighters and swamp creatures. Willie Gilfo shouted to all the survivors, all who could still fight, let them beware of their enemies. Mimi Azrael took advantage of the general commotion to attempt an escape. She decided it was time to leave her employer and patron alone with his problems, and in the meantime, she would deal with her own. Willie Gilfo noticed this at the last minute. She, along with her battle homunculi, began to teleport. Willie Gilfo started yelling at her and ordering her to stop. To no avail. She ran away. Kim Sung-chol immediately noticed that the witch was acting alone in such a situation. Mimi Azrael turned out to be a very cunning fox. He'd always suspected she was no ordinary girl. She was definitely hiding something. Mimi Azrael, along with her battle homunculi, moved to the 3rd level of the dungeon. A fire gate opened in front of them. But Kim Sung-chol quickly caught up with her. And that surprised the sorceress. She underestimated that kid. He seems to be very strong. It's likely that ashes from the golem guards was his work. Mimi Azrael knew what she was talking about. The guards at that gate were too strong. Kim Sung-chol tried to play dumb and said that he didn't know what the conversation was about. There are more important things. He realizes that this giant glowing door, this fiery gate, can only be opened by Mimi Azrael. No one else can. Mimi Azrael smirked cheekily and said that if she couldn't open it, she would never have gotten here. She took her scepter, put it against the gate, and began to cast a spell, and the door rattled open. The map showed that a new level had opened up. He was greeted and warned a couple of destruction would be back soon. Mimi Azrael immediately told Kim Sung-chol that under the tomb of the bird-like king is the crown of King Nahak. But Kim Sung-chol is not stupid. He can't believe she just told him that. There must be a catch. After a while, the witch told him they had different goals, and there's nothing good in making enemies. Screams were heard in the throne room. Someone was looking very hard for Mimi Azrael. There was no way she could have gotten far. The sorceress wagged her tail with a cheeky chuckle and began to teleport. She had to go and wish Kim Sung-chul good luck. Kim Sung-chul saw the teleport and immediately realized that she knew the coordinates of the dungeon. This amused him greatly and he laughed heartily. And he laughed because he can't even believe that she's making fun of the incomparable Willie Gilfo. It turns out the search party of the ancient kingdom accompanied this lady at the cost of her life. There was a very strange black fog coming towards him, and for some reason it wouldn't clear, even if you opened the door. Kim Sung-chul applies the Eye of Truth spell so that one can see what's really wrong. That's much better now, because the whole room was viewed in infrared light. But immediately Kim Sung-chul noticed some bystanders. They were disembodied spirits, the ghosts of the cave elves. They looked very frightening. Yeah, that's all he needed. Abyss cave elves golem. And now ghosts. There is no end to all manner of evil in this labyrinth. The ghosts of the cave elves were coming closer and closer to Kim Sung-chul. He stood motionless and bided his time. One of the ghosts told him he was a strong man. He has no fear. And the ghost sensed that. Kim Sung-chul smirked and said that it was pretty good for a ghost to sense everything that was inside a person. The ghosts guard this place to keep people away from the cursed king who has reached the level of lesser gods. They tell him to leave the way he came here, and then he will live. Kim Sung-chul asked the ghost, and if he doesn't want to, what happens then? His ghost warned that if the cursed king wakes up, everything in the cave will die, including Kim Sung-chul. Kim Sung-chul got a big laugh. He urges the ghost to kill the king himself, and that's the end of it. But the ghost decided to kill Kim Sung-chul himself. He has disturbed the order, and for this disturbance he will pay with his life. And no uninvited guest has ever left this place alive. He's already a walking corpse in the eyes of ghosts, and he can't pass. A strange wind blew in Kim Sung-chul's face. I could smell the smell of the grave. Suddenly he found himself in a cave that was paved in a circle with the bodies of slain cave elves. Someone was begging for mercy. Someone was telling him not to go there. Someone was asking for help. It turned out that these are ordinary hallucinations, and to harm actually ghosts to a living person cannot. In addition, Kim Sung-chul has the skill of an ancient warrior's inflexibility. This means that he is indestructible like a rock, and his will is harder than steel. He has prepared his warhammer and hit them hard on the hallucination. They can't take that kind of attack. All the ghosts in the hallucination cave began to be sucked into the vortex. The illusion began to fall apart, and the ghosts realized that the subspace in which the illusion resided had begun to collapse. They realized that Kim Sung-chul would go on no matter what. No one can stop him. And before they disappeared, the cave elf ghosts told the insolent little man to make sure he remembered that these would be the last and most agonizing minutes of his miserable life. Kim Sung-chul got the idea that maybe it was the cave elves who had summoned the ancient god. And they did it because they wanted to throw off the shackles of their slavery. The reason is good enough. Kim Sung-chul noticed and felt something in the darkness. He saw the corpses of the cave elves' pets. They looked like a cross between a nahak and a cave elf. Ugly hybrids, most likely created to prevent humans from entering the dungeon. The mere sight of them really gives you the shivers. And they stink worse than the most disgusting cesspool. Kim Sung-chul saw the traces and smell of mercury, and turned sharply at the shouts. 3 battle homunculi stood in defense of Mimi Azrael. She was their mistress, she gave them life, and they are prepared to defend her at all costs. They were attacked by ugly cave elf hybrids. Instead of legs, they have 4 spider legs, and they move very fast on them. While the sorceress creates the spell, the battle homunculi will protect her at the cost of their lives. The first to go into action were the arrows from the side of the ugly hybrids. Some of the arrows are stuck in the homunculus body, others have flown off, and their head is well protected by a metal helmet. With one blow, the homunculus and snapped the neck of the cave elf hybrid. They're not as agile, but they're very powerful in close combat. And he dropped dead with a broken neck. The 4 pounced on one. The other homunculi rushed to his aid. A powerful leap that cracked the stone floor. The battle homunculus jumped high up, while his other counterpart fought off the attacks. He leapt with all his weight and crushed the ugly hybrid. The impact was so strong that its guts were spilling out of the thing's carcass in different directions. Despite their small numbers, the battle homunculi did well against their opponents. While the ugly hybrids used their secret weapon, an energy projectile began to burst from their beaks. Kim Sung-chul, who was watching the battle from the side, immediately realized that it was a magic attack. A huge pillar of energy burst from the mouth of the cave elf hybrid. It's so powerful that it can destroy almost anything. The battle homunculus put up a block with his hands. He's ready to give up his life in the name of his benefactress, Mimi Azrael. At the cost of his life, he covers for the sorceress. At that time, Mimi Azrael is reciting a spell. The key to the success of a strong spell is full concentration and continuous recitation of the magic symbols. The battle homunculus was fried alive to a crisp. He only managed to utter her one name, and then fell dead at her feet. He had done his duty to his mistress. She had given him life, and he had given that life back to her. Her dearly beloved battle homunculi had done a good job. Now it was time to leave. She finished preparing the spell and summoned a boiling mercury rain. The stone floor trembled beneath her feet, and large drops of boiling mercury rain formed in the air. He started pouring these freaks, and burning through the skin of the cave elf hybrids. He was literally eating them up and dispatching them like acid. Kim Sung-chul realized that mercury rain heated to high temperatures was a very dangerous spell. It could destroy both his own and outsiders. Bertelja corrected her master. And since it combines the skills of alchemy and the school of metals, but there is one big but. In a tight space like a dungeon, the very vaporization of mercury can affect the attacker. And we all know that mercury is an extremely toxic metal, and Mimi Azrael spit up her own blood first. The two living battle homunculi asked their mistress if she was all right. She was acting strangely. Kim Sung-chul wants to know why this witch goes so far. She actually doesn't count for any losses. Bertelgia asked her master to get out of here quickly. Even though she is the personification of a living book, she still needs fresh air. After all, she too has inhaled mercury vapor. Kim Sung-chul started to leave the room, and he got a nosebleed too. He begins to realize that exposure to mercury vapor has caused his physical strength to drop a bit. Mercury is his weakness. The map showed that Berserk's blood would be applied. If a third of health and physical strength is consumed, it is then restored to its maximum. Kim Sung-chul is in Berserk mode. His eyes are bloodshot. How he missed it. It had been so long since he'd felt it. Now they must try to find the tomb of the bird-like king. One big swing of the warhammer, and the labyrinthine dungeon wall is breached. Kim Sung-chul doesn't want to look for a way out. He's just making a way out on his own with his own hands. It's time to slowly get out of here. At last he reached a very strange room. A door that has been decorated in gold with the coat of arms of the 3 lions at the very top. And it looks very unusual. And then something jumped right in his path. Very fast and agile. The creature resembled a supreme vampire in appearance. He has very long fingers with sharp claws and wiry legs like a cat. Kim Sung-chul thought that this was the cursed one the ghosts were talking about. That means he's in the right place. A fiery whip of chaos wriggles in Kim Sung-chul's hands. He wields it masterfully, and a very skillful hitter. With a final blow, the fire whip wraps around the supreme vampire and binds him like a rope lassos a wild cow. A strong jerk of the whip, and the supreme vampire flies right under Kim Sung-chul's feet. Kim Sung-chul pulls out his warhammer on the fly and makes one very powerful punch. And the ultimate vampire falls to pieces. He was just ripped in two. And his rotten bloodsucker giblets are flying in all directions. And the rest of the monster flies through the open doors of the cursed king's tomb like a burning torch. Kim Sung-chul was very surprised that the doors to the cursed king's tomb opened so easily. The remains of the entrails and blood of the supreme vampire dripped down the door. Kim Sung-chul made a vampire cutlet out of it. Kim Sung-chul looked at the giblets and rotting liver of the supreme vampire on the door and said again that it couldn't be that simple. Why did the door open? Bertelgia told her master that she couldn't see anything strange about the cursed one. She had known about higher vampires before. In reality, they are exactly as described in the books. Kim Sung-chul had explained to her that if he was really cursed, he wouldn't be able to resist him, so his curse was child's play. At last they reached the lowest level of the tomb of the cursed Nahak king. They finally found it. It was a very difficult journey to get here. And how many guards there were guarding this tomb? The moonlight descended on the lid of the cursed king's coffin and created an insurmountable barrier of protection. Kim Sung-chul felt true calmness and serenity in this place. The map has shown its holder that this is the tomb of the immortal king. It is necessary to spill the hot blood of a member of the Nahak royal family on the barrier. Only noble blood can awaken the king. Looking at the coffin with the king's body, Kim Sung-chul began to wonder, where would you get him that blood? the royal bloodline, for there's almost nothing left but degenerate individuals. No pure blood can be found, and no one has survived to this day. Bertelgia is in her repertoire. She suggests her master not to bother, but just break the barrier with her warhammer. He refuses because he says it's an unusual barrier. It's capable of absorbing physical damage. If anything goes wrong, the dungeon could collapse on their heads. But leaving is not an option either. After all the hard work and time, the tomb has finally been found. You can't just give up. Kim Sung-chul suspects that Mimi Azrael must know something. She can't just come to this tomb without an advantage. Looks like a scout team attacked her trail after all. No matter how she hides her power, it's clear that a mere human would have a hard time dealing with them. Mimi Azrael did a bloody job. What she left behind was a massacre. Kim Sung-chul noticed something at his feet. It was a nearly killed battle homunculus. It had so many swords sticking out of it that it resembled a needle pillow, but it was still alive. Kim Sung-chul leaned toward him cautiously and asked where his mistress was. Groaning and choking on his own blood, the homunculus replied that Mistress Mimi Azrael had escaped. Her eyes had been damaged, and now she could see nothing. So now she's completely blind, and her guide is the only surviving single-combat homunculus. This just gets more and more confusing. The most important thing is that Mimi Azrael stays alive. He doesn't care much about her health or her life. The point is, it's the witch who has the information he needs, so she has to stay alive, even if she's blind. One of the warriors tells the other to deal with the bitch as quickly as possible. There's hot mercury vapor everywhere. Once they're done with her, they're to join the main force. Mimi Azrael overheard this conversation. She realized she was about to be killed and turned to the warriors. If she told them everything, would they let her live? But the warrior interrupted her abruptly and called her a stupid, bloodthirsty, crazy bitch. She just ruined dozens of lives and now she's asking to be saved? May the ghastly carrion be grateful to die at once. The order was not to torture her or torment her, though she deserved it, just to execute her quickly on the spot. The warrior swung his sword and wanted to chop her skull in two, but in the same instant they both lost their heads. They were cut off like cabbages. Kim Sung-chul came just in time. He saved her corrupt and despicable skin, but he needs her. He throws her a vial of healing potion. That's a pretty badass beatdown. She recognized the voice, the 34th. If he'd found her, he'd definitely reached the tomb of the cursed king. Kim Sung-chul frankly admitted to her that the last quest is frankly nonsense, and he doesn't know what to do. Mimi Azrael, drinking a healing potion, told him it wasn't delusional at all. However, that old man also already knew the answer, and now he knows what to do. It's not about Willie Guilfoyle, it's about his servant butler Odd. He's mad and wants Michael Guilfoyle to get the inheritance as quickly as possible. He's the one who gouged out her eyes. He did a good job. They've probably already found the tomb. She agrees to give Kim Sung-chul a clue for the quest, but they ask for his help in return. We need to get ahead of them as fast as we can. Somewhere southeast of the 4th floor, there's a whole Nahak farm, and they set off down the labyrinth to raise survivors on Hak as their own livestock, and the requirements of this quest young blood just born Nahak. It turns out they've domesticated the Nahak, with powerful magic and good physical strength. The loss of their king hit the Nahak very hard, and they lost the fight to the cave elves. As they were conquered, they slowly lost their magical power. But it's true that there are some individuals who have retained their abilities, but their numbers are small. Kim Sung-chul replies to the sorcerer that he thinks it's the best revenge. I wonder if it's possible to use the Nahak that the cave elves ride. The quest does not mention bald hybrids. Only purebred white Nahak will help to complete the quest and remove the barrier from the tomb. It's clear from the elves' arrows that there are still white individuals left. If you look closely at the plumage, Kim Sung-chul was very surprised at how much the sorceress knew, but she replied that she had studied Nahak for a long time. Now they have come. This is the tomb of the bird-like king. Kim Sung-chul, looking at the blinded sorceress, expressed his condolences. It's a shame she can't see anything. But Mimi Azrael reassured him. She feels everything with her skin. Any slightest magical fluctuation. The cursed king of all Nahak is Marakia. At last that lord has found out about everything. We must hide quickly. Michael Guilfoyle is very excited about catching a Nahak cub. They succeed and go to the tomb of Marashus. Mimi Azrael asks Kim Sung-chul what color the cub is. Kim Sung-chul is very surprised. Are there more cubs of different colors? But I think she was imagining it. Mimi Azrael still wants to know if her homunculi are around, but they're nowhere to be seen. Kim Sung-chul is curious about the sorceress. After all, their opponents are about to complete the quest. Shouldn't we stop them? But Mimi Azrael has vanished, or maybe she ran away. The sneaky bitch got her claws in fast. Michael Gilfo holds a Nahak cub in his arms and is ready to slit its throat with his sword. His blood is needed to complete the quest to open the tomb of the cursed king, and then his own father will be forced to recognize him. Odd's butler is fully supportive of his young master. He tells him that he is one step closer to his inheritance. A small squeal was heard and blood spatters flew in different directions. The Nahak cub was ruthlessly murdered, sacrificed in cold blood, and his blood just hit the protective barrier. And then the protective barrier over the cursed king's coffin collapsed. The quest is over. Now it's time to get your reward. And then the pyramid on which the coffin with Marakia's body is located begins to tremble. The lid of the coffin comes off, and from there, a very dense purple mist begins to rise upward. But Michael Gilfo and his butler servant were not the least bit frightened. Carol Maraca has risen from the dead. He is asked how he feels about waking up after so many years. Michael Gilfo and butler Odd stand calmly at the king's feet and do not fear him. The wretched little men are very insolent of them. They dare to disturb the king's peace with some inferior blood. They will pay dearly for it. They have shown disrespect and disregard. They must die for it. Odd's butler started shouting something to his master, and immediately a terrible blow was struck at them. Michael Gilfo survived unharmed, but his faithful servant lost a third of his body, along with an arm and part of a leg. Kim Sung-chul knew what he was talking about right away. Inferior blood is considered to be the blood of a non-white Nahak cub, which means Mimi Azrael had him fooled and used him for her own purposes. Michael Gilfo is simply shocked at what has happened to his faithful servant. Bleeding like a chopped pig, Butler Odd calms his master and tells him that he will surely become the greatest successor to the House of Gilfo. And then another killing blow from the scythe of death struck him. The old man's remains and all his guts were scattered in different directions. Only his shoes were intact, but they were stained with blood and guts. The only thing left of Michael's faithful servant and teacher was meat. The damned king was just furious. How dare they wake him up by using inferior blood? But Michael Gilfo remembered only his dear servant, Butler Audrius, how he trained with him and how he taught him lessons. And now his loyal servant is dead. How dare they kill him? They made him into a pile of shapeless meat. There wasn't even a corpse left. And that made Michael Gilfo very angry. He begins to build up the strength to strike, and then strikes that blow with his sword at the Nahak king. But to the king, it's a mosquito bite. It does him no harm. King Nahak counterattacks with his death scythe and breaks Michael Gilfo's sword in half. He flies off like a dung fly and hits his back against the stone floor. The remaining warriors of the scouting party are fleeing in terror. If they want to survive, they'd better get out of here as fast and as far away as possible. They left Michael Gilfo alone to die. The only thing he regretted before he died was not having his father around. But then teleport appears near him. It's the sorceress Mimi Azrael and her battle homunculus. Michael Gilfo recognized this insidious witch immediately, but still he began to beg her to bring his father here. The father would surely be able to deal with this enemy, for the son was beyond his power. How pathetic it looks from the outside. Daddy's boy whining like a beaten dog. He's a dumbass. He doesn't even realize his song is over. Fucking sneaky dog. She betrayed everyone. Michael Gilfo realized it. This was the outcome she had hoped for from the start. The king saw more strangers in the tomb and said the new enemies would die the same way. Mimi Azrael knelt before the king and said she was no enemy to the Nahak. She did not come empty-handed, but with gifts for the greatest king of destruction. Kim Sung-chul is watching her from afar. That's very sneaky of her. She brought the homunculus with her. And then the witch casts a decay spell and snaps her fingers. And then the homunculus screamed to his mistress that something strange was happening to his body. He began to sprawl like a pile of shit, and then towards the end it exploded, splattering Michael Gilfo with his leftovers. But in place of the slain battle homunculus stood a blue-skinned Nahak. Kim Sung-chul immediately realized that it was a blue Nahak. It's very rare. Turns out the key is Nahak blue, not white. How cleverly she fooled everyone. That's her ace of trumps. That's why she was so confident of her success. Mimi Azrael pulled out her dagger and thanked the blue Nahak. He thanked her in return. And before he could continue his speech, she cut off his head with one blow and offered it as a gift to the cursed king. This is hot Nahak's noble blood. This is how she makes her sacrifice. The order was given for everyone to kneel. A thick black fog appeared. So Mr. Maraca is the king of destruction. He soars through the air on 2 pairs of wings. On his head is a golden crown, and he is surrounded by a golden glow. This is the first time Kim Sung-chul has seen such grandeur and splendor in his life. The greatest king of all, Lord Maracea. His loyal servants congratulate him on his awakening from his eternal sleep. Mimi Azrael is still kneeling at the foot of the pyramid. She has awakened him, but what a pity she's blind and can't see the king's greatness. He tells the sorceress to open her eyes and look at him, and he uses his golden touch. Mimi Azrael receives healing in the same instant. She now has healthy new eyes. It's a miracle. She thanks Maracea fervently. Maracea asks the sorceress where his people are now. She is afraid to inform him of such a thing, but for the sake of his majesty's ascension. Absolutely all of them are extinct. No purebloods left, just mutant degenerates enslaved by cave elves. But Maracea doesn't believe it much. Mimi Azrael swears to him that she will now honor him as a deity. Maracea asks Mimi Azrael what she wants. She only manages to say the word it. As the footsteps of a stranger were heard, Willie Guilfoyle found his wounded son. Maracea wants to know who this man is. Willie Guilfoyle immediately realized that the king of the bird-like creatures was in front of him. The witch yelled, pointing her finger at Willie Guilfoyle, that he was the truest and most terrible enemy of all Nahags. Willie Guilfoyle didn't like it very much. That Mimi Azrael bitch had set him up in the most brazen way. Michael Guilfoyle slowly reached for his sword. Then he tried to rise from his knees. Willie Guilfoyle, looking at his badly injured son, realized that he was very much too late. Then he pulled out his transformation sword. I swung it really hard. A large black shadow flew out from the blade, which turned into a giant bloodthirsty viper, who started attacking the king. Kim Sung-chul is impressed. The transformation sword, it justifies his championship title. King Maraca used a spell of indiscriminate feather throwing. These feathers are like 1,000 blades. They cut the viper to pieces in an instant. Willie Guilfoyle had never seen such a force before. His battle viper was destroyed without much difficulty. And then Maraca's feathers flew at him, and he struggled to fight them off with his sword. And some of those feathers started to cut into his son's live. He took a quick leap and covered Michael Guilfoyle with his protective barrier. A father asks his son if he's okay. Michael Guilfoyle has apologized to his own father. He apologizes for being such a bad son. Willie Guilfoyle asks his son to focus on survival, and he'll apologize later. If they get out of this tomb alive and in one piece, then he will give to his son Michael the place of the head of the family of Guilfoyle. King Maracea is very much surprised. After all, a mere mortal man can block his attacks. He increased the flow of sharp feathers, and they slowly began to break down Willie Guilfoyle's barrier. He realizes he won't last much longer. His strength is running out. He apologized to his son. He didn't have the strength, and the barrier broke. They were both shredded to pieces by Maracea's sharp feathers. Mara Almeria laughs snidely at the father and his son. Let them think that this is a terrible punishment for their greed. Fucking bitch, she managed to destroy their family after all. Mara Almeria laughed even harder. She just can't believe that they are looking for someone to blame for their failure. It's just childish excuses. But then she heard Kim Sung-chul's voice. He doesn't see any reason to laugh like that. He had already prepared his warhammer to smear it properly on that witch's skull. Mara Almeria didn't expect to see him. She thought it had been dead for a long time, but what interests her most is the sight of this warhammer. It's a very serious weapon. Kim Sung-chul started to tell off Willie Guilfoyle. His own selfishness ruined him. Whatever the stranger looks like, if he's holding that hammer, he can't be wrong. Willie Guilfoyle sees his face again before he dies. There's no doubt it's the enemy of the world. Mara Almeria became very nervous. She had realized from the beginning that he was hiding his powers. But she had not expected such a powerful enemy. The king of Maracea has just woken up, and the strange people and uninvited guests are just gone. He is very unhappy. He uses the spell of his sharp feathers again. Kim Sung-chul is storing energy in the hammer, and he hits the stone floor with all his might. It creates a giant shock wave, which lifts a lot of rocks into the air. That's what knocks all the feathers off, and there's no need for a protective barrier. Willie Guilfoyle recognizes that Kim Sung-chul eventually went beyond human and rises above the transcendental level and then dropped dead. Kim Sung-chul tells the now-deceased champion that he will watch the world's enemy fight from the other side of the world. A giant pentagram appears on the ground, and purple mist begins to billow out of it. King Maracea summons his warrior. Kim Sung-chul looks like a small ant in front of him. He warns the cursed king that he possesses the hand of Karaz. Now the feathered man can start crying. Nothing can save him now. Tonight he will avenge Willie Gilfo, once his battle buddy. King Marashus is amused by this ridiculous little pudgy little thing with a hammer. She pops out and thinks she can overpower him. He orders his warrior to crush Kim Sung-chul like a bedbug. The king's warrior obeys the order. They order Kim Sung-chul to show his true colors. King Marakia summons an army of death, and out of the shadows the dark warriors of the Nahak race begin to crawl. This is the kind of power and authority that only the king of Marakia possesses. Only he has such power. He warns Kim Sung-chul that a single touch from his warrior is enough to drain the life force from the enemy. He orders his soldiers to destroy Kim Sung-chul like a worthless little bug. Kim Sung-chul has his warhammer at the ready. He is once again gathering all the power in it, makes one powerful punch, and the shock wave spreads across the ground, causing fatal damage to the enemy, and just wipes out all of King Maraka's summoned dark warriors. The electric shock just turned them into powder. King Marakia's warrior called Kim Sung-chul an ill-mannered jerk. How dare he destroy the king's army? Kim Sung-chul smiled and prepared his hammer to deal with this overgrown sparrow as well. He was able to fend off his death scythe strike. It wasn't that hard for Kim Sung-chul. Besides, he doesn't have time for all the pleasantries and courtesies. And the scythe of death simply shattered into small pieces from his hammer blow. The warrior remained unarmed and flew high up. He decided to attack Kim Sung-chul from the heights. Dirty, mediocre bastard, how dare he? Kim Sung-chul is mocking the king's warrior. Is he really going to take him with his bare hands this time? Since the scythe didn't work. From their oncoming impact, there was a sound wave. That hit the walls of the tomb hard. Did this pathetic little chick think he was a match for the enemy of peace? The king's warrior realized that he was completely powerless. He apologized to his king for his defeat. He began to turn into a black mist and fell apart. King Maraka can't believe his eyes. How could a human brat handle his entire army? You can't be. And he uses a blue destructive beam along with sharp feathers to destroy Kim Sung-chul once and for all. The blow was very powerful, but Kim Sung-chul quickly dodged it and was behind King Marakia's back. He jumped on the king's spine and shouted joyfully that he had finally caught him. Marakia certainly didn't expect that. Such dexterity is not common to the common man, or mortal man for that matter. He started flying high and maneuvering from side to side. He tried to throw Kim Sung-chul off his back. What audacity to touch the king. But Kim Sung-chul was very much amused by this. The royal chick chirped very loudly. And then he grabbed the upper two pairs of wings firmly with his hands and ripped them from King Maraka's back. The king's breath caught in the pain, and he abruptly began to fall to the ground at a great speed, accelerating harder and harder as it falls. It eventually fell with a clatter and punched a large hole in the ground. Now Kim Sung-chul tells the battered king to let them talk calmly, without any emotion. King Marakia is in shock. He was beaten by a commoner. How can this be? They call him the King of Destruction. He was humiliated and dishonored, and very badly maimed in the process. King Marakia has remembered the sacrifice. He urgently needs a sacrifice to replenish his strength. And then he thinks of Mimi Azrael. He grabs her head with his hand and squeezes it tightly. Mimi Azrael gave a pitiful wail and began to call for help. From now on, she is his subject, which means her life belongs to him, and he will feed off her life energy to his heart's content. Mimi Azrael's face begins to age rapidly, and she feels the life leaving her. King Maraka feels a surge of strength. Kim Sung-chul noticed that the king healed his wounds with the help of a sacrifice. The pathetic media funny lizard had lost its wings and was now growing them back. The empty, dried-up mummy fell to the ground with a clatter. That's what was left of that sneaky bitch Mimi Azrael, and she got what she deserved for her treachery. What immense arrogance! Does the king think he has any power over people? But King Marakia knew what to say to Kim Sung-chul. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't do anything but physically attack. Iz rumbled and landed on the ground. Kim Sung-chul snidely wondered who had just had their wings ripped off by such an attack. A king can only use his tongue. Kim Sung-chul made a terrible blow with his warhammer. The blow struck the king's protective shield. And then he immediately tossed Kim Sung-chul aside, and he thundered into the wall. A very large column of dust went up. The system showed him that it was the bird-like king's defense barrier. Preventing a physical attack does a threefold reflection. King Marakia was in full protection. Kim Sung-chul begins to analyze the weakness of the protective barrier. It has one limitation. It only reflects physical attacks. Bright flashes peek out of the dust. Kim Sung-chul is casting a glare spell. How does a pathetic human have magic powers? And in an instant, the king's protective barrier is shattered. Kim Sung-chul had found a weak spot. He knew it, but should he call his enemy the king of the bird-like creatures now? He's just a pathetic chicken. King Mercenary praised his enemy. He was impressed that he was holding up well even after the glare spell, reinforced by the mana hovering around him. But it was a real shock to him to find out that he had such great power, and even more so to know that he possessed magic. The map shows that a transcendent barrier has been erected. It is a wound repair defense against physical and magical attacks. King Mercenary has given the enemy all of his abilities. If he can display until his wounds heal, he has a chance of victory. But it turns out that Kim Sung-chul can read minds. The king's little head is going through a brainstorming process, but no matter how hard he tries, he has no chance of winning. He won't fall for that bluff. The king begins to slowly recover under the protection of his barrier. Let him believe whatever he wants to believe. Kim Sung-chul is offering a great deal. If King Mercenary gives him his golden crown, he will let him live. What insolence! The little man has claimed the king's crown. But why does he want it? What will he do with it? Kim Sung-chul advises the king not to be a jerk. This is a powerful artifact. He can use it to gain power and abilities. The reward for taking this dungeon is even a calamity-grade familiars. King Mercenary laughed heartily. He really can't understand the man. He was amused that the man believed that the crown contained such power. Disaster surnames are mere dreams. Kim Sung-chul realized that Descartes had misled him. Then he wants to get at least the king's magic power. Most likely the man is referring to the remains of the soul. Does the man think he can take the king's soul and his powers as an outsider? The only thing Kim Sung-chul can count on is death. Kim Sung-chul remembered the obsidian dust. If you scatter the pollen, the power of the magic attack would be increased. There was a small bag in Kim Sung-chul's pocket. He quickly starts throwing it everywhere. He's been living the dog's life. He got to the king and now he says he gets nothing? The map showed that a saturated mana density had appeared. Obsidian pollen increased in magical power, increasing magical attacks by 3 times, and quickly applies the glare spell. His anger had never reached this level. King Mercenary shouts to Kim Sung-chul that he's a real fool. After all, his barrier will be able to protect him from magic. Kim Sung-chul is already wondering if the king is a chick. He's making a lot of bird noises. He uses the Ulick spell and the mystery of echo magic, and a powerful wave of energy blows everything in its path. Such power the king of Mercenary has never seen before. Kim Sung-chul said that if Professor Altusius Zero saw such a powerful spell, he would surely be frightened. It turned out to be a very nice buff of magical power. It's hard to believe that a Blick spell can be such a terrifyingly destructive magical force. And it all comes from the hands of one man. King Mercenary watches in horror as a shockwave of magic approaches. He can't understand what it is. It's simply plowed like a plow through the stone base of the pyramid. Kim Sung-chul thought it was an incredible sight. The result was beyond his expectations. Such power is unimaginable, as if it were a completely different spell. It left a deep groove. King Mercenary began to exclaim that he could not die such a lowly death, especially not by the hand of a man. Kim Sung-chul threw his warhammer at the king, and it caught him lightly. And don't let him count on being able to escape. No one is going to let him go. King Mercenary is frightened and humiliated, and he is forced to run from some human creature who is chasing him around his own tomb. But it doesn't matter, because at the moment now the king looks like a frightened chicken trying to flee from his enemy. Kim Sung-chul is curious to see where he can run to. The wounded king tries to take off on his damaged wings, but then he falls to the ground with his face right against the stone floor. His upper wings have not yet recovered sufficiently, and his lower wings can't support his weight. Now the mighty king of Mercenary is looking very pathetic. Kim Sung-chul follows his trail without hurrying. He tells the king that if he keeps dragging like this, he won't be easy to catch. The king himself is hurt. He can't believe that he is so pathetic and without help at this moment. He has one last chance to get to the surface and regain all his strength. He will surely avenge this shame, and he sees the exit from the tomb, a big hole in the floor. The king jumped up as fast as he could and tried to climb out of the tomb through the hole he had made. Only in the darkness did his wings flicker. He had a very hard time getting out. climbing and clawing at the rocks as hard as he could, just to get out of his tomb. He had a phantom hope that his enemy could not catch up with him, but from behind that same hole, a chaos whip appeared after him and clings to the top beam. Holding onto the bone handle, Kim Sung-chul followed the whip. The king, for all his efforts, could not escape him. Kim Sung-chul recognizes that the king is a tough nut to crack, and they start swinging the whip. Maybe the king of Mauritius shouldn't fight so hard, and launches a whip of chaos right at him. Whiplash grabs Marakia by his wings and rips one of them right off the root. Marakia squeals terribly. Just a little bit more and he'll get out of the dungeon. He sees a big hole in the rock. That's the way out. Marakia runs as fast as he can from Kim Sung-chul, but the swamp creatures get in his way. They tell the king that you can't go on the way out, but he shouts to them in a rage, "Let them get out of the way, you stinking slugs." He makes the attack first and blows the swamp creatures to pieces. There's nothing they can do against him. Kim Sung-chul thought that Abyss had already spoken of this. By submitting to the ancient deity, she retained her consciousness. Finally, the king of Marakia was able to get out. He looks like a beaten dog, all bloody and with a torn wing. It's a very, very pathetic sight. Just a little bit more, and it will make its escape. There's one last push left. But there was a very unpleasant surprise waiting for him. The bright, bloody sun shone even more brightly, and it began to burn Marakia very badly. He felt the hide peel off his bones, and then he began to plummet to the ground. But why didn't he do it? And he fell back into the dungeon with a clatter. Kim Sung-chul told his opponent that there's no way he can get to the surface, and for the curse of extermination is the curse of death imposed by God, who came along with the calamity. And children who were born after the calamity immediately die. Marakia spent thousands of years in a dream, so he's much younger than Kim Sung-chul thought. Just 1 year difference. He was only a year short of escaping the curse of extermination. However, his father wanted him to inherit the throne, so the cave elves and their kin were sacrificed to perform a ritual that was supposed to put him to sleep for 3,000 years. 3,000 years ago, that was before the curse took effect. But Marakia doesn't understand why it's still in effect. Kim Sung-chul gave a simple answer. Because God is cruel, and there is no doubt about that. All of the current generation are conscripts, who are not subject to the curse of extermination. The king of Marakia's destruction laughed hysterically. So no matter how hard he tries, he's still destined to die such a miserable death. But then he is willing to scorch all living things to honor the souls of his kin who gave precious lives for him. Kim Sung-chul rated it as a good option, but if the king helps him, he will help the king to break the curse in return. Marakia doesn't believe Kim Sung-chul. There's no way mortals can break God's curse, and he thinks the man is mocking and taunting him. Kim Sung-chul tells the king that he'll tell him about those who were able to overcome the curse. But that's just fantastic. These words are insanely hard to believe, but they're true. 7 heroes, they all overcame the curse of annihilation. Each of them had a unique ability. There were men and women with different weapons and training, and the very last one absorbed all the abilities of the previous 6. Kim Sung-chul is stronger than all of them put together. And if the king of Marakia's destruction wants to get rid of the curse, cooperation is necessary. Marakia doesn't believe him. He thinks the man is lying, with the remains of his soul at stake, as if he would give it up in exchange for this nonsense. And then Bertelgia showed up. She can't listen to any more of this. Even she can't stand it. She's like the devil out of a snuff box. She listened to the king, but she can't listen to him anymore because he's a real big egomaniac. Marakia doesn't even know what kind of situation his kin are in. The king wants to know from the living book, what does it mean? And she called him an idiot, and she told him to look with his own eyes. And the two of them went to Nahak's farm, killing a few cave elves along the way. And Marakia saw hundreds of his mutated congeners in cages, greedily eating slop through the cage, and the rest of the dead hanging like cattle carcasses on hooks upside down. There was a large table with a cleaver for cutting meat. The butchers were butchering the carcasses. King Marakia exclaimed that this could not be and fell to his knees. After all, this is the pride of their Nahak race. Kim Sung-chul calmly told the king that he now sees perfectly well how things really are. The greatest genus of bird-like creatures is just livestock, to be milked, exploited, killed, and eaten. Did the king of Marakia's destruction wish such a future for his people? This is the pride of the Nahak race. King Marakia is on his knees and realizes that it must have been the only way to survive. but that doesn't make him feel any better. Kim Sung-chul tells him that it was all done to wait for the true king to return. Is it likely that their suffering is also a calamity? Kim Sung-chul confirmed this to the king. Kim Sung-chul says that when he prevents all these disasters, he will definitely ask God what was the purpose of his creation. And what does all of humanity mean to him? A small cub of mutated Nahak ran out of the cage, and he looks intently at the king, as if they recognize him as their own. He took him gently in his arms. He is King Nahak, knew absolutely nothing of what had happened to his people, and he cannot believe the grief. He's really sorry. Now he sees his own worthlessness and powerlessness. If only he could save even a small portion of his people. He would gladly give Kim Sung-chul everything he has. King Merakya decided to trust Kim Sung-chul. He shone with a bright golden light. He made him promise to save his people, the Nahak race. And that bright light literally blinded Kim Sung-chul. It burned his eyes out. The system showed that there was a new artifact, the last egg of Merakya. A diamond egg in a gold setting, it's very large. He has given his word to the king, and he will keep it. The Nahak race will be reborn and have a new home. A small black haze began to emerge from the egg. The system showed it to be the remains of the soul of the King of Destruction's soul. It looks like a small, brightly colored, glowing pea. These are the very remains of the soul, in which all of the king's remaining power is concentrated. And that faint flame begins to grow. Kim Sung-chul begins to absorb the king's power. The map showed the inheritance of power didn't happen because the victim's level is much lower. The map showed the inheritance of dexterity didn't happen because the victim's level is much lower. The map showed the inheritance of physical power didn't happen because the victim's level is much lower. The map showed that there was an inheritance of magic. The map showed that there was an inheritance of intuition. Kim Sung-chul is feeling all the power that's being given to him. No doubt he'll be much stronger after that. The inheritance ritual has been completed. Everything that could be absorbed is now part of Kim Sung-chul. Now it wants to check all its characteristics through the status window. The aptitude readings are impressive. He had never felt so strong. The map showed that magical power and intuition exceeded that of the human sphere. This kind of performance is exactly what he's been aiming for all along. Kim Sung-chul is happy that the forces will be equal. Demon King Max Hassanis. Now he gets a worthy adversary. Kim Sung-chul won't let him down now. They'll see each other again soon. A hermit's tower. Next to it is an aerial warship. In the middle of the tower at the very top stands a folio. The folio is a book of calamities. Zhang Yishu of the Iron Blood Order wants to know what business they've gathered them all for. Or maybe they were playing a joke on everyone. Harkonnen of the Order of Assassins thought it was someone's very evil joke. The calamity of the Demon King. The calamity of the hero family. The calamity of war. Everyone is curious to know the contents of the book. Everything is the same too, so what has changed? The Hermit Tower has always guarded the Book of Disasters. If they gather on every little thing, there will be great difficulties. That's what Kent of the Human Empire thinks. His opinion is shared by Kopetsky of the Tradesmen's Union. If they haven't forgotten who funds the upkeep of the Hermit Tower, they'll be reminded anyway. But the head of the tower, Porphyrius, does not even know how to say this. However, it is definitely certain that he confirms the presence of a similar king in the Book of the Bird's Distress. And yet the disaster records suddenly disappeared, and it was just a shock to everyone. But they don't look like slackers. And then there was a terrible laughter in the tower. Everyone there wanted to know who dared to laugh like a horse. Then they apologized for it, but the tower head just looks hilarious in his confusion. It was the half-dragon, half-human Carness. Porphyry was silent for a moment. No one had ever applied the word hilarious to him before. Nobody's lying. The bird-like king's calamity was under the first calamity. And then the book suddenly went up in flames. The heat from it was melting the air, and it really scared everyone there. They had never seen anything like this before. The king of the bird-like creatures who had destroyed his tribesmen wept bitter tears, but eventually opened his sinful wings and plunged the world into darkness. That's what the book showed. It's been a long time since she's made a prediction like this. Even the Demon King is unable to deal with it. No one expected the emergence of a new calamity. Kurnus claims the disaster is gone this morning. Her tail began to twist nervously. Her eyes became even brighter and more yellow. That can't be true. Why are you talking this nonsense? Jiangsu is absolutely certain that it is. Kurnus is outraged beyond belief. She has been accused of being a liar. That's not what Jiangsu meant at all. He tried to turn it into a joke. The situation is very serious, so it is best for them to do a detailed study. Kurnus has convinced everyone with such arguments. That's right. For the Tower Guardians, there's still not enough information. The first thing to do is to understand what's going on and prepare for what follows. Therefore, someone must go outside the tower. Porphyrius asks who can help. The Assassin's Order can't help after the breakup of the Almeria family. The entire ordering schedule has moved out. Chang Yixue also said that the Iron Blood Order was unable to help, for the reason that they in the conscription palace can't afford to lose conscripts. Who knows what damage was done by the Academy's paratroopers to Erefurth? They too are still recovering from the damage done because of the gold coins stolen by the enemy of peace. Kurnus sees everyone's busy, so she has to go. Everyone asks in surprise if she's really able to do it. If she's paid properly, she'll be happy to get to work. She's not going to do anything for nothing. You have to investigate a disaster case and come back. That's all you need. And most importantly, the money they won't give you just to spend. Kurnus reached out to Porphyrius and told him to stop grumbling. But if there was no trouble at all from this half-breed, there would be no need to grumble. Then she went and began to quickly transform a large red dragon. In an instant, she broke through the tower wall. It was like the wall of a dragon egg. And she will begin her quest by checking out the eating places. Now the tower is behind her, as are all of its members. And all she has ahead of her is the wind beneath her wings. If, thanks to the Bird King or whatever his name is, she can finally get some fresh air. It took her a long time to get out of that tower. Bertelgia and Kim Sung-chul are holding King Nahak Marakya's latest egg and are very excited.